immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language. All with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, PRP declares Donald Duke as presidential candidate for 2027. Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde bans commercial motorcycles from operating overnight in the state. North Korea unveils plans for 10,000-ton destroyer before Xi's visit. Iran World Cup squad secures U.S. visas as staff face entry delays. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The National Working Committee of the People's Redemption Party, PRP, has declared a former governor of Cross River State, Donald Duke, as the party's presidential candidate for the 2027 general elections. Duke's clearance came after the NWC approved the report of a primaries appeal committee following a review of the recent primary elections of the party. A statement by the party's National Publicity Secretary Mohammed Ishaq on Saturday said the NWC also approved results of governorship, Senate, House of Representatives and State House of Assembly primaries. Ishaq disclosed that all declared candidates were approved to run at the 2027 general elections, except for Tarauni Federal Constituency in Kano, where the primary election was cancelled. He said the party plans to field 420 candidates in the 2027 general elections and expressed the commitment of PRP to the principles of internal democracy and service, as well as to delivering credible and transformative leadership for the country. The Senate President Godswill Akpabio has distanced himself from reports claiming that a promise to secure senatorial tickets lawmakers were lost in the recent All Progressives Congress primary elections. In a statement issued on Saturday by Special Advisor on Media and Publicity, Eseme Ibo, the Senate President clarified that his remarks during an interaction with senators on Tuesday were misconstrued. According to the statement, Akpabio merely expressed sympathy for senators adversely affected by the outcome of the primaries and informed them that the APC leadership was already working to address concerns arising from the exercise. Statements stressed that the Senate President remains committed to party discipline and due process and will not interfere in internal affairs of a ruling party. Clarification followed widespread reports suggesting that Akpabio had assured senators who lost their ticket that the candidates would be restored before the final submission of the list for the 2027 general election. The recent calls for a Senate investigation into the military over recent security incidents across the country. Senate President, while acknowledging that legislative oversight is a constitutional responsibility of the National Assembly, noted that the prevailing security situation requires a more collaborative approach rather than a public probe of the armed forces. A member for Idato North and Idato South in the House of Representatives, Ikenga Ugochinyere, has released a video to back his claim that Philip Agbese signed the document endorsing him for the position of minority leader. In the CCTV footage the Imo lawmaker made available to newsmen, Agbese will represent Ado Okboko Obadigbo Federal Constituency of Benue State, is allegedly seen discussing with Ugochinyere in his office before signing a document. Some opposition lawmakers had nominated the Imo-born lawmaker for the minority leadership position to succeed Kingsley Chinda, who vacated the role after emerging as an All Progressives Congress governorship candidate for River State. A statement issued after plenary, Mukhtar Umaru, an NDC member from Kano, and Oluwase Showumi, NDC member from Lagos, said all opposition lawmakers voluntarily signed the document endorsing Ugochinyere. They said that there was no forgery or fake signature in the nomination of Ikenga Ugochinyere of the Action People's Party for the position of minority leader, and urged Nigerians to disregard claims of forgery and rely on verifiable facts regarding the nomination process. Prior to the release of a CCTV footage by Ugochinyere, the Green Chamber witnessed a rowdy session where the lawmakers clashed over allegation of signature forgery linked to the race for the minority leadership position. Agbese had raised a matter of privilege, alleging that his name and signature were used without his consent in a document circulated on social media endorsing Imo lawmaker Ikenga Ugochinyere for the position of minority leader. He denied signing an endorsement and dismissed claims that lawmakers received 50 billion naira in connection with the contest.
The person who signed this document, Honorable Sheyi, I have not seen him since December 2025. So I'm at a loss, and I feel that my legislative privilege has been breached because this amounts to forgery for my signature to be used for purposes which not intended for. Mr. Speaker, I want to seek the leave of this House to probe and investigate and to stop further any use of my signature going further for any of this kind of purpose. Mr. Speaker, I also want to pray this Honorable House to stop Honorable Ikenga and members of his team or his agents or anybody acting on his behalf from further maligning my name.
Respondent Ugochinyere insisted that Agbese signed the document and also denied any financial inducement.
Mr. Speaker, my brother arrived from Benue late for our meeting, met me in the office, in the presence of some of my colleagues that I will bring forward, and voluntarily, on his own and independently, pledged and signed my nomination for the post of minority leader.
I never did, Mr. Ikenga.
Mr. Speaker.
I never did that, Mr. Ikenga.
Mr. Speaker.
I never did that, Mr.
The disagreement triggered a rowdy session as lawmakers exchanged arguments on the floor. Tajuddin Abbas eventually restored order and assured the House that allegations would be investigated.
Made by our dear brother. We'll take the appropriate actions when the time comes. But for now, let us be a little bit patient. Let's get the documents and let's verify and investigate and confirm first beyond reasonable doubt that there is a case to answer. We'll take this issue further. But give me that honor to go through this issue and be sure that there is a case to answer. By Tuesday, next plenary, we will do the needful, I assure you.
Terrorists have killed 5 soldiers and 3 members of a civilian joint task force in an attack on a military base in Mandaragirao, Borno State. The acting media information officer at the headquarters Joint Task Force, Operation Hadinkai, Haruna Sani, disclosed in a statement that the attack occurred at about 3 a.m. on Friday during a downpour. Sani said insurgents attempted to breach sections of the base under the cover of poor visibility caused by the rain, but a determined troops responded with a fierce counter-offensive, decisively frustrating further incursions and inflicting casualties on the attackers. Counter-assault, he said, underscores the resilience and courage of the troops and their determination and unwavering commitment to the defense of the nation. Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State has restricted the operations of commercial motorcycles across the state between 10:30 p.m. and 5:30 a.m. as part of new measures aimed at strengthening security and improving traffic management. Makinde issued a directive while signing the executive order following growing concerns about insecurity and the abduction of over 40 teachers and school children in a Orire local government area on May 15. Speaking on efforts to secure the release of abducted school children and teachers, Makinde assured residents and affected families that the government had not relented. The governor said the government could not disclose details of the ongoing rescue efforts because of the sensitive nature of the operations, but assured them that the victims have not been forgotten and neither have they been abandoned. Makinde further urged residents to cooperate with security agencies, adding that public vigilance remains critical to tackling insecurity, and reminded the citizens of the state's toll-free emergency line 615, which remains available for reporting security incidents. The first Professor C.B. Okafor annual nursing lecture series of the College of Medicine, University of Nigeria, ENUGU campus would hold on Wednesday, 10th June 2026, occasion which would hold at the lecture hall of the College of Medicine in Tukwazala, is the brainchild of Professor C.B. Okafor, the pioneer head of the Department of Nursing Sciences, University of Nigeria, ENUGU campus, who instituted the endowment fund for the annual lecture series. Speaking when he featured as a guest on the signature TV breakfast show, New Day, the Deputy Provost of the College of Medicine, UNEC, Professor Kajetan Onyedum, described the theme of the lecture, Understanding the Existence of Maternal Mortality in Nigeria, Evidence from Past Interventions and Future Challenges, as very apt. Professor Onyedum noted that the health sector is currently facing a lot of challenges, which he said requires increased funding, motivated workforce and infrastructure upgrade, as well as comprehensive reforms to check the ever-increasing brain drain in the sector.
The primary point driving people out of the system here is poor remuneration. Whether we like it or not, if you don't pay people well, they're not going to work because they're not satisfied. So once you don't have job satisfaction, no matter what you provide for that person, he's not going to stay. When the system is poor, insecurity is there, a lot of people will not tolerate not being free again in the society where they are.
Another guest on the program and head of the Department of Nursing Sciences at UNEC, Dr. Peace Iheanacho, observed that most of the people seeking admission to study nursing and other health-related courses have no intention of staying in the country on graduation, which he said should be a source of worry to all Nigerians. She also spoke on the possible impact of artificial intelligence and technology on the nursing profession, especially in the area of documentation, which she noted will free workload of the nurses and give them more time for physical interface with their patients.
Telemedicine, telehealth, telenursing is everywhere. People are talking about it, and at least theoretically for us in Nigeria. But telenursing, for example, is built on the model that that particular expert that may be out there in maybe in the city can actually, based on that particular resource, consult or contribute to the care of somebody that is in the rural area, by use of all those telecommunication systems. And so it happens. We are also told, we know about AI, that it is there. In nursing, one of the things that AI can do so much for us, AI has actually not come to take over nursing. That's one area it may not be able to take over. But AI can actually free the nurse.
Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemicals has increased local supplies of petrol to local stations. Reports say supplies to the refinery's partner stations, such as MRS, have increased between Friday and Saturday morning, with an unusual influx of petrol tankers taking turns to deliver supplies to the partner stations. The refinery at last Saturday announced that it had slashed the ex-depot price of petrol to 1,250 naira per litre from 1,275 naira per litre, while the price of diesel was cut to 1,700 naira per litre from 1,800 naira per litre. In a press statement released to journalists on Friday, the refinery stated that it has increased its crude oil processing capacity from 650,000 to 700,000 barrels per day in a performance test conducted by the process licensors, marking a significant milestone for facility's operational expansion. Vice President for Oil and Gas, Dangote Industries Limited, David Kuma Edwin, explained that the ramp-up is part of a broader, ambitious strategy to more than double the capacity to 1.4 million barrels per day within 30 months, positioning the facility as potentially the largest refinery in the world. Still to come, WHO, Africa CDC unveiled $518 million plan to fight Ebola outbreak. US attacks Iranian sites after Iran launches drones in latest Gulf flare-up. Stay with us.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Right, market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The World Health Organization and the African Union have launched a $518 million joint plan to tackle the Ebola outbreak causing alarm in the Democratic Republic of Congo and its neighbors. The WHO and the Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention said the plan will last from June to November. WHO Chief Tedros Ghebreyesus said at a news conference that the plan focuses on core areas including emergency coordination, surveillance, laboratory testing, infection prevention and control, clinical care, and community engagement. The measure, he said, is a protocol plan that sets out what needs to be done together to contain the current outbreak and reduce the risk of further spread. According to the Africa CDC, the current outbreak is bigger than the 2 previous recorded outbreaks of the Budimbuyo strain in 2007 and 2012, and there are no approved vaccines or treatments for the Budimbuyo strain. Latest figures from the WHO show that there have been 381 confirmed cases in the DRC, with 64 deaths and 16 confirmed cases, including 1 death across the northeastern border in Uganda. North Korea has announced plans to build a 10,000-ton destroyer and develop secret underwater weapons days before Chinese President Xi Jinping is due to visit the country. The announcement was carried by the state-run Bandung Shinbo newspaper on Saturday, following a naval test overseen by leader Kim Jong-un on Thursday. Senior analyst at the Korea Institute for National Unification, Hong Ming, noted that this is the first time North Korea has publicly disclosed plans to construct a 10,000-ton destroyer. The North Korean leader said Pyongyang must strengthen its naval forces to deter a nuclear war and called for stronger military capabilities across land, sea, and air, the newspaper reported. Xi Jinping is scheduled to visit North Korea on Monday and Tuesday, marking his first trip to the country in nearly 7 years, as Beijing seeks to reinforce relations with Pyongyang. Before the visit was announced, Kim called for an exponential expansion of North Korea's nuclear arsenal during a visit to a newly operational nuclear material production facility. U.S. forces struck Iranian coastal radar sites on Saturday after shooting down drones launched by Iran towards the Straits of Hormuz, and the latest escalation complicated efforts to end the war between the 2 countries. U.S. Central Command said on X that the U.S. struck Iran surveillance sites in Goruk and Qasem Island, which are both on the Straits of Hormuz, alleging that the 4 Iranian drones were targeting regional maritime traffic. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps said it had targeted U.S. bases in this region with missiles in retaliation for U.S. strikes and fired on 4 tankers attempting to cross the straits without its permission. State media reported that Kuwaiti air defenses were intercepting missile and drone attacks of undisclosed origin, while in Bahrain, sirens sounded and residents were urged to seek shelter. The U.S. and Iran have been engaged in largely indirect negotiations to secure an interim deal to halt the 3-month-old war that would leave issues including Iran's nuclear programs to further negotiations amid periodic skirmishes. U.S. President Donald Trump, who is facing mounting domestic political pressure due to rising gas prices to bring the war to an end, told journalists that while most of Iran's drone and missile manufacturing facilities have been destroyed, the Iranians have still access to about 1/5 of their missiles. Sports now. Iran's World Cup players have received visas to enter the United States ahead of their opening march, as several members of the team's administrative staff still await clearance. Confirmation by a White House official that the visas had been issued to the players came after Iran's ambassador to Mexico, Abdul Fals Pasadideh, said on Thursday that the squad had not yet received the documents. Iran's semi-official Tasnim news agency reported on Saturday that those still waiting for visas include Executive Director Mehdi Karati, Football Federation Secretary General Hedayat Mombini, and Media Director Moshen Motameki. The United States, Mexico, and Canada are co-hosting the World Cup, which begins on Wednesday amid ongoing conflict between the U.S. and Iran, making this the first World Cup since the competition began in 1930, where a host nation is due to receive a country it is at war with. Iran has moved its tournament base from Arizona to Tijuana, Mexico, following visa complications and growing sentiment in Tehran that the team should minimize its time in the United States. Iran would open its Group G campaign against New Zealand in Los Angeles on June 15 and would also face Belgium before taking on Egypt in Seattle. That's the size of a package. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thanking you very much for watching.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Just finished the Brightemi market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Right Reverend Ebon, who is holding his second synod since he assumed office as Bishop of Oji River, anchored his sermon on the theme of the synod, which is Occupy Till I Come. He stressed the need for integrity, wisdom, and spiritual guardians in leadership.
We came to have synod here in the spiritual realm that we programmed the synod to come here today. If not, it will not come.
From St. John's Abada Alachi, the event shifted to St. Paul's Cathedral, Oji River, where the bishop performed the investiture of 4 outstanding personalities, including Dr. Kingsley Eze, Rear Admiral Kennedy Ezete, Ifeoma Egboonu, and Eunice Uzoigwe, into the Order of the Knight of St. Paul. The bishop administered the oath on the new knights, highlighting the spiritual importance of their calling.
Dr. Kingsley Eze, I admit him as member and hereby invest you into the order of the Knight of St. Paul. The sacred group is a token of performance and blessings, and this song of the Spirit. And may the Lord be with you and yours. You are going out and you are coming from this time forth and forevermore.
Among those that were conferred with the knighthood was Dr. Kingsley Eze, the Group Chief Executive Officer of Tennessee Holdings Limited, a reputable conglomerate with interest in information, technology, real estate, manufacturing, and agriculture. Dr. Eze said he was humbled and honored to be made a knight in the Anglican Church, where he was brought up with a sound Christian principles.
The history of knighthood is a chronicle of ordinary men over the years who dedicated their life for the defense and promotion and development of the gospel of Jesus Christ. So for me, it's an honor for the recognition, but most importantly, it's also a burden. It's a burden understanding what is expected of me, and I can only pray that God helps me.
He pledged to continue using all he has in serving God and humanity to justify his new calling.
My promise to the church is that I will continue to be myself. I will continue to be a defender and a supporter of the gospel of Jesus Christ. I'll continue to do anything I can in my powers to make sure that the gospel of Jesus Christ is propagated and that the church is established the way Christ desired it. That's my commitment, and I can only pray that God helps me.
Mrs. Ifeoma Egbono, wife of the bishop who was made a dame, the title for female knight, said her investiture will embolden her the more in her work of evangelism. She said that no sacrifice or effort is ever enough in spreading the gospel of salvation.
I feel taking a responsibility to God's call. And as I said earlier on, it's not about the title, it's all about the responsibility. If God has called you to be a partner with him in his vineyard, it is an honor. So I feel honored and I feel privileged. So I'm not taking it for granted. It's like God trusting you to entrust something into your hands.
The president of the Council of Knights of the Oji River Diocese, Amos Nwokoro, expressed joy at the investiture of the new knights and expressed the hope that they will help in pushing the various projects being initiated by Bishop Egbono in Oji River.
And we as council members, we are his backbone. There is no way we can go back. So we must follow him. He is actually in a 100 meters dash, and we are equal to the task as Council of Knights.
The work said by the diocese under the new bishop is no doubt numerous, and the pledge by the knights reflects their devotion and commitment to fostering spiritual growth and contributing to the church's mission. This is in line with the ancient order of knighthood rooted in the rich traditions of the Anglican Church, which requires members to embody the values of courage, compassion, and humility as they strive to serve Christ and their community with unwavering dedication. From Oji River, Ugonne Owalo, reporting for Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome once again to the Sage. Welcome to this exciting journey which we take together. As usual, I am Dr. Kechi Obuagu, your guide on this show. Today we're going to talk about something, so exciting. Something that gives pleasure, something that brightens one's day and one's life. Today we're going to talk again about fashion, about tailoring, about fashion, about looking beautiful. Why not? Life is all about joy and beauty. For many reasons, I had talked about the fact that this our country, Nigeria, is tops when it comes to fashion. We excel. We love the way we look. We glory in the colors, in the styles, in the shines. And why not? We do it better than anybody else in the world. As I had said, we're literally peacocks, and why not? They're God-given reasons to be happy. As my sister, who is a famous fashion designer herself, would say, and as I say to her each time she makes all my lovely outfits for me, I savor them. I take out each one, display it, think about the occasion to wear it, and find joy in it. That is the way life is meant to be lived. Savoring the pleasures, finding the joys in them, enjoying them, because they're God-given gifts. And so today we come again to discuss fashion for several reasons. One is that apart from the joy it brings and the way it makes us look, it is also an amazing opportunity to display creativity. It is also a very lucrative field, one that has potential to provide jobs for so many people, so many young people. We never stop making clothes, no matter the situation. And so many people out there who are thinking about something to do to empower themselves, to generate money, to make an income. Fashion is surely the way to go, if you do it right. And so we're so pleased to bring you on this show today an amazing young man. Talented, creative, bold. And what I particularly want to stress in this show is that he, like many of the other young people we've showcased to you, is like any one of us, any one of you out there. He was just blessed and lucky to have found his passion and to have found support to bring his passion to life. He's a talented tailor, a fashion designer, bold. I have dressed today in honor of him. This young man, even though he sews for men, believes in making a statement with what you sew. The bold and the beautiful, the glitter, the stones, of finding yourself, your identity, your dignity in what you showcase, in what you wear. Stay with us as we unveil this wonderful treasure to you. See you in the next segment. Welcome once again to The Sage, and thank you for staying with us. We promise you a truly, truly interesting ride with us today. At the end of the last segment, we had talked about a wonderful young man, gifted, talented, bold in his ideas. It's no other than Samson Adaiku, one of the merriest fellows we have in the C4C group, who brings joy, laughter to the group as a whole, but who is a gifted tailor and fashion designer. Samson, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for agreeing to be with us and being what you are. As I had said earlier, it's a joy which they will witness with me when you tell your story, and they find that it's not that you fell from the skies, it's just that you're the normal, ordinary young man, but who, through providence, has found your way. So Samson, tell us about yourself.
All right. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Adaiku Samson, and I'm from Benue State. Currently, we reside in Abuja. I grew up here. I did my primary, secondary, and tertiary studies here. I did my national youth service in Kwara State, Offa precisely. And
what did you study? Fashion designing?
No. I studied biological science from University of Abuja.
Okay.
Yes. And I did my national youth service in Kwara State, Offa precisely. And I'm a tailor and a fashion designer. You know, some people would say, Sam, why would you say you're a tailor? You're a designer, you're always coming out different. But then I love the tailoring aspect. That's who I am. Yes. And here we are today. I'm from a very small family, like I used to say. We are just 7.
Just 7?
Yes, just 7. I'm the second son. I'm the second born, the first son. And we reside in ENUGU, and that's where my business workspace is as well. Thank you.
That's interesting. From a tiny family of 7? Yeah. But tell us, where did this, you did biological sciences? Yeah. Where did this tailoring and fashion designing come? Where did your inspiration come from?
Okay, tailoring, I would say I was born with it because I grew up into it. My mom, she was a tailor as well. She does tailoring. While I was small, I always go close to her. I work with her. I play around with her. I help her out with some stuff back then. So I didn't know what it was initially, but while growing up, I got to know that it is actually my passion. It's something I love doing. I like staying close to tailoring environment. I always visit tailor shops while growing up. It was after I finished my National Youth Service, I was going to help a friend out, someone that is into tailoring as well. I help him out whenever I'm free. But then I was just doing it for fun, no pays, no nothing. Then I came in contact with C4C, and after much training, and they helped me a lot. They really helped me a lot. Then I never knew I could make money out of my passion. But then when I came in contact with C4C, it was a life-transforming event. They transformed me. They really helped me to know that, yeah, son, you can make money from what you love doing. And immediately I ventured into that. I just hit the ground rolling immediately. It was just happening like magic. Honestly, I love what I'm doing. I love my job. I love tailoring. It gives me joy. It makes me happy. I feel good because I'm useful to myself. I'm useful to my family. And I'm giving back to the society as well. And also I make...
Hold it there. When we come back in the next segment, you're going to tell us a bit more about your business. All right. Wonderful. It's so lovely to hear you say you're doing what you love, you're living your passion. We'll be back. Thank you for staying with us. Welcome once again to The Sage, and thank you for staying with us. Before we took a short break, we had been listening to Samson tell his amazing story about his business, how it started, and so on. Please continue.
Okay. I would like to start from where and how I started my business. You know, my family has actually been a strong motivation for me. Like my mom in particular, she was a tailor back then. But then I used to call her old school tailor because this is what we do now. Yes. We are trending now. Those stuffs they do then is old school. It's not trending anymore. So she is actually my #1 major motivation, and she inspires me a lot. And I would say my first sewing machine was gifted to me by my mom. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Oh, how sweet. Yes. So she encouraged you. Yeah. I mean, not just, but also financially with equipment. Yeah.
She's like my foundation to fashion designing. Yeah, because I started learning from her when I was just a kid. And here I am, I'm all grown, and she gifted me a sewing machine. So what more do I need? I got everything. Then I came in contact with C4C. They gave me the full package. Yeah.
Oh, we tried, eh?
Yeah. I think, go ahead. Yeah, we tried. They gave me the full package. They trained me. Yeah. They built my business mind. They gave me all I needed to set up a very good business, fashion business. I got all I needed, the full package. Ranging from the knowledge, business mind, the idea, and the equipment as well. So I really give glory to God for coming in contact with C4C. Then while doing the business, of course, I love what I do.
Oh.
I love what I do. Sometimes I just go around the place, look at designs that we've made. It gives me joy. Coupled with the fact that I make ends meet from the business as well.
Yeah. That is the real empowerment, and the money.
Yeah, it motivates me a lot because you make money from what you love doing, something that I could do ordinarily without collecting money. But then I'm making good money from it. And also another thing that really gives me joy is that I'm giving back to the society.
Okay.
Because apparently I have 9 apprentices working with me.
Okay.
And I'm training them for free.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm training them for free. And watching them living their dream makes me happy because I feel like, oh yeah, you are already an impact on these ones already. So it makes me happy. I feel good. I feel happy. And my pocket is also happy.
That's a lovely story, Samson. Thank you for sharing it with us. And something else about Samson is that, he, like I said at the beginning, he's bold, you know. He believes, he calls his mom old school because he does only men's fashion, right? Yes. But he does it believing that why shouldn't a man sparkle? Why shouldn't a man stand out? And so actually in deference to him in preparing for this show, I had to go and find something sparkly to wear. And I agree with him. Why not? You know, why shouldn't the men themselves also? You tell us about it.
Yes, ma'am. You know, the Psalms creation, I will tell you that everyone out there is unique in their own way.
Okay.
Everybody is unique. And that's what we are out here to do. To give you that uniqueness, to make you enjoy your unique fashion taste. We satisfy that taste for you. You know, some people will be like, no, looking flashy, looking colorful is only for women. No, you can always stand out as a man. When you go to an occasion, you can be different from others, look classic, look unique, and be special. You can come glowing. Who cares?
Absolutely.
Yes, just be different. Just be different and be unique as well. So we believe that everybody, every human has unique fashion taste, and we are here to satisfy that. If you want it flashy, if you want it colorful, whatever, we are here for you.
The Psalms will do it.
Yeah, 100%.
Wonderful. It's good to have a niche, you know, and that is the thing about success in business, which is clearly being demonstrated by what you do, that you have fashioned your own niche. Your niche is unique outfits for men, and you followed it, and it is paying. Well done. You've told us about your business, you've told us about your apprentices and the people working for you. We've talked about how unique and creative it is. I can see some things next to you. What are they? Did you bring samples? Please, let's see them.
Yes, ma'am.
Let our audience share the joys.
Oh, okay. Just a few samples of what we do. Okay. This is just a very simple kaftan. Yeah. Simple and classic. As you can see, very simple.
Okay, with a lovely colored pocket bit.
Yeah, this is a pocket filler.
Okay.
To brighten up.
Not a white outfit.
Yeah, to make it more colorful.
Okay.
Yes, and talking about being different. Yeah, I think I have something special here. This is colorful as well. This is a plain and patterned cloth. It's a kaftan, but if you look,
Wow, it's competing with me for glitter.
yeah, it has stones. It's just unique.
Yes, it is unique. It is beautiful.
Yeah.
It is beautiful.
Thank you. And this is, yeah, we do a lot. We do agbada as well.
Okay.
Yeah, for the big Nigerian man. So big men out there, we got you covered. Whenever you're ready, just hit us at the Sam's. Yeah, this is.
Oh,
This is a mini agbada for you.
that is a bold statement.
Yeah.
The color
Yeah.
and then the beautiful embroidery.
Yeah, man.
Ah, that is a bold. Yeah, now we believe you.
Yeah.
You make bold statements.
Very, very bold. So we got everybody covered, mama. Not just the new schools, but the old schools. Permit me to use.
I hope your mom is not watching this show. You've already called her old school.
Okay, let me use the word, both the elderly, the young, and middle age.
We don't mind being old school. A gifted young designer and tailor, and like he says, he also likes to do it hands-on and do the cutting and sewing himself. So Samson, tell us, what would you say to many other people out there, our audience watching? What do you think were the main things that got you where you are? What would be your words of wisdom to them?
Okay. Excuse me. Well, I would like to start from letting every young Nigerians, young Africans, young people out there know that Sam is just an ordinary person, just like you. We are ordinary, built up with potentials. We all have potentials in us. So it's left for you to exploit that. Just look deep into you, believe in yourself. That thing you like doing, why not push yourself harder? Take a bold step. You know, one thing that has actually limited a lot of youths these days is fear, this fear factor, fear of failure. Nobody wants to take a step. But then, you don't know. That step might just be your breakthrough. That step you are scared, you are afraid of taking, might just be your breakthrough. So I want to encourage us that we should always take a bold step. Nobody is an alien. Everybody started from somewhere. Start from where you are. You will make it, definitely. If someone like Sam, an ordinary street boy that just goes around, sit down in tailor shop, do nothing, just play around with scissors, machine tapes, and all that. I'm here living my dream. Why not? You can do it. We can all do it. Just believe in yourself. Let go of the fear. Take the bold step, and the sky will be your starting point.
Wow. Wow. I think that was beautiful. Sam has said it so well that I'm not sure what to add to that. Find your passion, be bold, take it. Like he says, he's just like any other young person out there. Not because he came into this world with a silver spoon, but because he had the courage to be lucky enough, follow the passion he found in looking up to what his mom did and actually following it. And that is indeed our word to all the viewers, all the young people watching and in this country. Every one of you can do what Sam did and is doing. You all have the potential. Just find out what drives you, what you're passionate about. Believe in it and go forward. But I'm also saying to Nigerians, particularly to those of us who are adults out there, we need to be there to support them. Sam had his passion, he had his dream, he was enterprising, he was courageous, he had that first equipment from his mom. But what was also necessary was the mentorship and support, which needs to come from us, particularly the older folks, particularly organizations, particularly government, who need to look at our young people and support their dreams in a tangible manner. In C4C, we give them management skills for business. We also do our best to provide equipment so that that business can indeed become a reality. We are proud of having done this. The few years in which we've done it has been a proof of concept. We are overwhelmed by the amazing young people and what we've been able to do for them. To the public out there, we have a long way to go. Please donate to our effort to do this. This kind of support needs to be scaled up. Every state in this country should be providing this kind of long, medium-term support for their young people. Identify those who are seriously interested in business, work with them, train them to really manage the business, help them to achieve their dreams and be useful and economically empowered members of our society. We in C4C ask for support. We're willing to use the experience we have garnered to make this available to many more young people, if you work with us to do so. Sam, thank you once again for being with us. Thank you for being the inspiration you are. And don't ever give up. Thank you all. See you all again next week.
You don't tire for this picture? Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they wait you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
A very good morning to you and welcome to New Day, your favorite weekend show only on Signature TV. Today is the 7th day of June 2026. It is indeed a day that the Lord has made. And like we always say, with a new day comes new thoughts, new ideas, of course, new possibilities. I am Chigi Chiagorom, and don't forget that we are live across all social media platforms, Facebook, YouTube, at Signature TV Official. We are also live across all free-to-air channels and of course on SLTV channel 265. Up next, newspaper headlines. Don't go anywhere. If you're just joining us, don't forget that this is still New Day on Signature TV, and welcome to our newspaper headline segment. First up, the Sunday Times, and right in front of the headline of the newspaper daily is a news space. Ex-defense spokesman's abductors demand release of members and seize livestock. But then above the Sunday Times mast, MTN opens data billing system to public review amid consumer complaints. And on sports, Serena Williams' expected return excite fans. Still on Sunday Times, ex-minister Adelebu's sister and children rescued. On insecurity, Obi calls for a holistic approach to insecurity challenges. Next up, Sunday Punch. Right above the mast, kidnapped ex-minister's relatives regain freedom, page 24. Then on page 5, EFCC under fire over killing of 16-year-old suspect. Iconic women beside Nigeria's business titans. On 2027, Obi Kwankwaso bid faces northern resistance, on page 4 with riders. ACF youth groups query Obi's IPOP sympathy. NDC acceptance. Party fires back, says alliance sweeping through region. Bandits demand release of fighters, 4 abducted ex-army spokesman, page 9. On page 7, Sanwo-Olu, Yari rally Nigerians against terror attacks. On page 29, post-primary crisis tears ADC apart. Still on Sunday Punch, ordeals of FGM survivors haunted by childhood cuts. Pages 20 and 21, I beg your pardon. Households groan as cooking gas prices hit 2,400 per kilogram, 2,400 naira per kilogram, on page 24. And finally on Sunday Punch, on insurgency, 8,521 Nigerians seek refuge in Niger, Cameroon, and Chad. Over to this day. Nest Oil Towers reopens after Supreme Court judgment setting aside Court of Appeal decisions as IG complies with ruling. I'll take that again. Nest Oil Towers reopens after Supreme Court judgment setting aside Court of Appeal decisions as IG complies with ruling. Nigeria, 38 others to benefit as U.S. judge strikes down Trump's policies targeting immigrants. Below this day, masked Sanwo-Olu, we won't bow to terror. Nigeria shall overcome security challenges. Babio, probing Nigerian military will undermine troops' morale and operational effectiveness. Still on this day, we won't bow to terror. Nigeria shall overcome security challenges. Read rather, police kill 2 kidnappers, rescue former Prime Minister's sister and 2 children. NAF pledges commitment to safe rescue of abducted Oyo school children and teachers. Yari calls for national unity, collective responsibility, renewed hope. On Wike, Tinubu's courageous leadership, vision, political will, transforming Nigeria, page 12 of this day. And finally, on Sunday Vanguard, above the mast, 18 days after Oyo abductions, the only thing I see are videos with guns pointed at her. Families of captives narrate agony of coping, page 6. Ex-Prime Minister's sister, twin sons rescued after gun duel with kidnappers, page 7. Cooking gas hits 2,000 naira per kilogram, page 3. On Delta 2027, Obereveri, Omoagege trade heavy blows, page 27. Still on Sunday Vanguard. Kidnap for ransom revelations. How brutal JAS terrorists relocated from northeast to northwest, now southwest. With riders, reason insurgents flee north, spare southeast. South-south, descend on Yoruba land by retired DSS director. Why they behead, post grisly videos. On insecurity still, Yari calls for national unity and collective responsibility with renewed hope. With rather, suspend church services for 7 Sundays in protest, coming from Prophet Ojo, as he tells Khan, page 21. On entertainment, Ira star Davido, Burna Boy feature 4 songs in World Cup 2026 album, page 18. Inside semi-border corridor, petrol freely smuggled out, rice smuggled in despite 60 checkpoints, page 4. And finally, on Sunday Vanguard, kidnappers list demands as ex-DHQ spokesman and wife speak from captivity, page 3. And that's the much we can take on this segment. Don't go anywhere. New Day continues right after this time out. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language. All with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
The National Executive Committee meeting, which was attended by all 36 state and FCT chairmen of NDC, was addressed by the national chairman, the party leader, and the presidential candidate of the party. The national leader of the party, Senator Siriake Dixon, said that the party, which is just over 90 days old from its date of registration, has defied critics, overcoming hurdles, and now stands as the fastest growing political party in the history of Nigeria.
We had our first neck shortly upon registration of this great party. And as the national chairman recounted a few minutes ago, we immediately went into political activities. We were thrown into. We were like a baby given birth to in a very turbulent, tight electoral program. Essentially configured, even against opposition parties, you would say. From day one, when this party was given birth to, we started to swim against the tide. We swam against the tide. People did not give us a chance. Many people, many, and you can't blame them. They didn't see how we could survive. This terrible combination of circumstances, programmed in such a way that we were not expected to survive. How can you just be registered? And people are sponsored to demarket you, and the process that brought you about, manufacturing non-existing stories, concocting stories, and formulating doomsday scenarios, all fake. And then the INEC regulation says you must undergo electronic registration and end it 21 days before you can do something. How could we? How were we expected to have survived? And then, after that electronic registration, we had to go through party congresses, even to qualify for primaries. And thereafter, we had to do congresses up to national convention to elect our officials. And And then went back again to prepare for primaries. Not delegate primaries. It's a direct primaries or consensus. Something that parties that have existed for 10, 15 years are finding it difficult to do.
Presidential candidate of the party, Peter Obi, admitted that as a result of the many time-bound political activities the party undertook, there were some flaws in the process that produced its candidates for the forthcoming elections. He pleaded for understanding, sacrifice, and a sense of collective destiny, because those who didn't win now will win in the future.
For the party, mine is to most sincerely join and continue to appeal for sacrifice. Appeal for sacrifice. If you consider that this party is about 90 days old, and within these 90 days, we've gone through convention, through primary, to another special convention and this. It is not easy. Like Nina said, these are things parties that have lasted for years, find it difficult to go through. Please, I'm begging all of us to be able to be more tolerant, understanding, and sacrifice as we go through this. It is important that we look at tomorrow. Let us not be preoccupied by the process of today. Let us look at tomorrow. I assure you that we will continue to do better. We will continue to be a party of difference. I said before, and I said in every meeting, this party, when we are opportune to form government, we will show that party is supreme. The party is in control. And that we have a sense of accommodation. For those of you, leaders said, those who did not win today may win tomorrow. But I'll tell you that those who did not win today will win tomorrow. We will accommodate everybody. It's a party that people will see what it means to be caring and accommodating when we have the opportunity. Please, please, bear with us.
Also in attendance at the National Working Committee meeting, which went into the night, were Senators Victor Ome, Tony Woye, Nkechi Nwogu, and Ovie Omoagege.
We are local.
International communities Where the meat market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
It was a moment of celebration and recognition at the ENUGU State Government House as Governor Peter Mbah hosted players, coaches, and management of Rangers International Football Club following their Nigeria Premier Football League triumph. The governor announced a renewed package of 150 million naira and plots of land for the members of the team. According to him, the players will share 100 million naira and receive plots of land within the ENUGU metropolis, while the technical crew and management will receive 50 million naira alongside land allocations. Mba disclosed that certificates of occupancy for the plots will be issued beginning next week.
We're going to reward all of you with a plot of land in this city. I have the commissioner for lands here. You are all now implanted in this city.
The governor described Rangers' achievements of winning 2 NPFL titles within 3 years as a remarkable feat that has restored pride to the state and inspired thousands of football fans across Nigeria.
Young men, young men, you have made Enugu State proud. You have carried our emotions. You have carried our hopes. You have carried our expectations. Not just for Ndi Enugu, but for the millions of your supporters across the globe.
Earlier, Commissioner for Youth and Sports, Lloyd Ekweremadu, credited Rangers' success to the governor's sustained investments in sports, infrastructure, and talent development.
It is not an accident, it's not a coincidence that this is happening. It's a testament to your commitment to good governance, your commitment to service delivery and excellence across sectors.
Also speaking, Rangers General Manager Amobi Ezako described the club's achievements as the product of visionary leadership, discipline, and teamwork.
Every trophy lifted is first won in the mind. And Your Excellency, if you remember my first meeting with you in 2023, you reminded me of this. Every victory on the pitch begins with discipline away from the pitch. Every great institution rises because courageous leaders dare to dream beyond the limitations of the present. Your Excellency, today is not merely a celebration of a football trophy. It is a celebration of your astute leadership.
With fresh incentives, renewed government backing, and ongoing investment in sports infrastructure, expectations are high that Rangers International will not only dominate the domestic scene, but also make a strong statement on continental stage in Enugu. Chinemeremi Kebunam, Signature TV News.
You don't tire for this picture? Or yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they with you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you go. Scan that code now or call 0700 388 7277.
Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Commercial transport activities were disrupted across Enugu City on Tuesday as bus drivers withdrew their services in protest over what they describe as the uneven enforcement of regulations governing the use of government-designated bus terminals in the capital city. The protest drivers are demanding that all commercial transport operators conducting business within Enugu metropolis be compelled to operate from the approved terminals. They argue that while some operators have complied with the directive and relocated to the terminals, others continue to pick up passengers from roadside locations, creating unfair competition and reducing patronage for those operating within the parks. The drivers maintain that the action was aimed at drawing the attention of the authorities to what they describe as selective enforcement of transport regulations.
Both the Obiago people, all of them should come inside the terminal, because most times the people that will carry from New Market to inside terminal, and there's some people that will be going to Obiago or New Heaven, they will not see the bus here or the keke here. They will now forced to trek down to the normal place that they used to do, which is not supposed to. So what we are saying is that we want everybody to come inside the terminal, so that even the keke that's going to artisan, but anybody that we drop here, they can be able to see the keke or the bus that's going to their own destination. So it will not be hard for everybody or to other person that is even apart from the terminal.
The thing one cause be say, now those people where they drive the bus, some they rode for outside, some they rode for inside the terminal, and those where they rode for outside, those where they rode for inside terminal, no they get passengers. Those where they rode for outside, they get passengers. The thing gone there like say some pass orders, like custom.
The protest left hundreds of passengers stranded at major bus terminals across the city, particularly travelers seeking to embark on interstate travels. Some of the passengers expressed frustration over the sudden disruption, lamenting the inconvenience brought about by the withdrawal of services.
There's no vehicle, no bus.
So how long have you been here?
For 1 hour.
What's the reason now?
They said that some are loading outside, that coming inside the bag. So five people decided to fight against them, so that everybody must be in the bag before loading or before going to the bag.
I don't actually know the main problem. Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Sir?
What are you going to do?
Nothing, I just wait for the problem to be solved now.
As the protest continued, several commercial vehicles remained parked at strategic locations across the metropolis, while the drivers held meetings and consultations on the way forward. At the time of filing this report, the ENUGU state government had yet to issue an official statement on the development. However, an official of the Abakwa terminal disclosed that the manager, government officials, and officials of the transport unions were engaged in discussions aimed at resolving the dispute and restoring normal transport services. Commuters and stakeholders are hopeful that the ongoing negotiations will yield a positive outcome and bring an end to the disruption affecting movement within and outside the state capital. From Enugu, Law Ibenyanwa reporting.
What I'm trying to say is that beyond the question of justice delivery, we should also know the issue of speedy adjudication of cases. You may be shocked to know that there are some cases pending at the Supreme Court, cases that were filed as late as 1985, 1980, that are still pending in court as I speak. Apart from cases that are time-bound, most especially election petitions, you discover that many conventional civil and criminal cases do suffer undue delays. And these delays that cases suffer are caused by multifaceted factors. So if my Lord can put in place, while exercising her powers, let me say his, because we don't refer to them as using the feminine description. If my Lord can exercise his powers as the Chief Justice of Nigeria to put in place proactive policies that will help ensure that at least there is improvement in the manner in which cases are handled in our courts, especially the appellate courts, it will be a very wonderful legacy.
Many thanks for staying with us. We're bringing you exclusive interviews. First up is an interview on climate change. Our guest was Dr. Benjamin Fiafo, the head of Just Communication and Farm Radio. The second interview was the annual nursing lecture series of College of Medicine, the first emeritus Professor C.B. Ukafo. Our guest was Professor Kajetan Unyedum. Professor Kajetan is the Deputy Provost, College of Medicine, UNN. And of course, Dr. Peace Ihanacho, the HOD Nursing, UNN ENUGU campus. Do stay tuned.
Thank you for still staying with us. We have our first conversation this morning we shall be looking into right about now. Of course, on standby, we have our guest, Benjamin Fiafo, who is Just Communication, head of Just Communication Farm Radio International. We shall be looking at climate change. Climate is sending message, farmers are reading it. A very unique, topic. Of course, this conversation is going to really enlighten you and help you understand. Hello, Benjamin. Good morning and welcome to New Day.
Good morning, and good morning to all your listeners and audience this morning.
Okay, so what are those common signs, that we can see and know that climate change is already affecting communication in the farming system?
Thank you very much. So I will say that climate change is really communicating to all of us, farmers also, because we see climate change in the weather pattern. That's the first one. Again, we also see climate change in the dry spells that usually happen during the course of the year. We also see climate change in the flood, the excessive heat waves that happens, and also the increasing pests and disease outbreaks. All these are signs that are coming to tell farmers that there is climate change. And ultimately, food insecurity is also one of the things that help us to understand that there is climate change.
All right. Now, the topic is very unique. You understand, you talked about climate change, the science, and the farmers reading it. Should we be concerned, or is it just a normal season of rain, no rain, the weather and what have you? Is there any area that citizens should be concerned regarding climate change?
Yes, I would say that all of us have to be concerned across the whole of Africa, especially because of where we find ourselves. We need to be concerned. About 70 to 80% of our farming activities are rain-fed. We depend on the rain to do everything. So if the rain fails in a particular season, it simply means that that particular season, all farmers will not have enough crops. They will not be able to manage their activities. So at the end of the year, they will not have any income to survive on. Aside that, in all our cities, as we speak now, there are communities that are flooded. We've just had some 1 week of rain, but communities are flooded. People cannot go out. So already there are challenges that are coming out that we all need to be concerned about. Beside the flooding, when it happens, it comes with all other challenges. We begin to see all kinds of diseases coming out. We begin to see all kinds of pests and diseases springing up, and this affects everyone. Drivers sometimes cannot go home because the road that they are using is flooded, and when it happens, you can't drive your car home. So it is a challenge for all of us, and when it comes to climate change, it is also visible to all of us. It is not something that is far-fetched. It is not a theory that we cannot understand. We see it every day.
Okay, so let's look at the challenges that smallholder farmers are experiencing, talking about droughts and flood, and of course, the changing of the weather. How bad is it affecting smallholder farmers?
Yes, I would say that the changing of weather is really affecting farmers because they are experiencing longer dry spell. Usually when they farm, they expect that the rain will fall at various intervals. But usually the rain starts and then there is a dry spell when within, let's say, a month, there is no rain. And this usually affects the crop even more than anything. So when it comes to climate change, we are not even looking at the quantity of rain within the year, but we are looking at the intervals of this rain. And usually the climate change causes this rain to come at a time that we are not expecting it, or they come at a time that we don't need the rain. The same thing is that it makes rainfall unpredictable. It makes rainfall unpredictable because every farmer wants to know that, okay, in April, May, I need to plant my crops. But because of climate change, you cannot plant. You have to wait till the rain starts. So that is the kind of challenge that farmers especially face. Sometimes at the time that they are harvesting and they need the sun, that is when you see rain falling excessively. And this happens sometimes between October and December, when everybody is expecting that, we will have enough heat to allow my crop to dry well so that I can harvest. This is also one challenge. The issue of flood, even rice farmers don't need too much water. So that is also another challenge when the flood is too much and it covers the crops, they cannot get the needed yield that they want. These changes affect planting season. It also affects crop yield, and it also affects livestock production, and ultimately it affects food security. So we believe that farmers are among the group that actually face one of the biggest challenges when it comes to climate change. Farmers are the first to notice these changes, and they also see this within their environment first, because they wake up and where they work is the farm. Unlike me and you, where we go to an office, we are in an air-conditioned room, we will not experience the kind of heat that they experience. So these are things that I see happening to farmers day in and day out.
Okay, let's talk about farmers reading the signs, the messages from the climate change. How does that work? Because I was also curious to really understand and speak to you. Can you just be the eyes and ears of the farmers now as a representative? Can you tell us how farmers hear the messages from the climate change that most of us don't read? Benjamin, are you with us?
Yes, sorry. Yes, my network went off briefly, but so if you can please ask the question again.
Okay, so I was
if you can please ask
asking,
the question.
according to the topic, it says that the climate change, farmers are seeing the messages and they are reading it. So I'm asking, as a representative from the farmers, right, based on your experience and you have more knowledge on this, how do farmers actually see these messages and read them? Of course, most of us that are new to farming may not also understand this message or even see it in the first place. Can you help us to understand how the farmers do that?
Thank you. So I will go back to the point that I made at the beginning, that climate is communicating to the farmer. So the farmer, the communication come in a form of the things that happen within the year. When at the beginning of the season, I am a farmer and I'm expecting that the rain will come in April. If the rain delays in April, what the climate is communicating to me is that there is a challenge. So that is how the climate communicates with farmers. It is not like it is announcing or speaking, but they see it in the form of patterns. They see it in a form of things that are happening right before them. So I'll go back to the things that I've mentioned. When they want to see how climate is communicating with them, they will see it in the dry spell, that the rains are not coming at the time that they need it, and it communicates to them that they need to do something immediately. It communicates to them that now they need to change the kind of crop that they plant, or they need to plant crop at a different time. Again, the climate speak to them that okay, there will be a dry spell, or you need to plant early. So they will go for early maturing crops. So what happens is that the climate communicates to them the challenge, and the farmers are adapting and responding. The farmers are adapting and responding. So the term here is the climate is communicating to farmers, and farmers are reading it. How are they reading it? They read it through the adaptation and the adoption of new climate smart strategies. The climate smart strategies, some of them include the use of early maturing seed that allow them to have their yield far earlier than expected. Again, they also respond by planting disease resistant seeds. So based on that, they are able to also withstand some of the diseases that the climate communicate to them. Again, when it comes to their livestock, now farmers now are learning how to cut fodder and keep them, and when there is no feed, they can now feed their livestock with them. So the climate is communicating the challenge to farmers, and farmers are responding by doing things that will allow them to withstand the climate. As we know now, a lot of farmers are now using solar irrigation. Some are also using a number of pumps and other irrigation facilities so that they can plant all year round. Because if they have to depend on the usual rain-fed agriculture, there will be food insecurity everywhere. So I would say that yes, the climate is actually speaking to farmers. It is speaking to them every day. They see what is happening every time, and they are also responding by doing things that will help them to adapt so that they will be able to manage the situation.
All right, so let's look at the government and their policies and interventions. Are they adequate, to support farmers facing related risks regarding the climate?
I'll start with research and NGOs. The researchers and NGOs, yes, they have come out with a number of adaptation strategies. They've come up with a lot of adaptation practices that farmers are currently using to withstand the climate change. Some of them, as I mentioned, include the early maturing seeds. Others also include the use of land preparation method. The use of land preparation method that allow them to be able to do mulching, have enough water on the ground when even there is a dry spell. There is also various methodology that the farmers are taking through that allow them to learn how to manage pests and diseases. All these are things that I think are really helping our farmers to do well as they continue their farming activities.
So let's look at the role of technology and, of course, smart farming. How can it help farmers, to manage the challenges of climate change?
Yes, one of the things that the government, the farmers need from government is the area of irrigation. Here, a lot of the farmers are not having access to irrigation. The cost of irrigation is very high. The cost of input for irrigation is also very high. The farmers find it very difficult to have access to all this material. So it is becoming one of the biggest challenge for farmers. Again, when it comes to flood, how to manage flood is also another strategy on its own. And farmers really struggle to manage flood. And this is something that we think farmers will need to do. So it is very important that government comes in to support farmers to be able to manage the flood.
All right, so if you were to suggest or advise the government and fellow farmers, what message would you have for them? Okay.
My message to farmers is that climate change is real. They have seen everything about climate change, and it is something that is really affecting what they are doing every time. And it is important that they accept that this is what is happening when it comes to climate change, and they need to begin to learn.
All right.
They need to learn how to manage climate change, because climate change is real. And the only way that we can do is, one, we need to do everything possible to contain the challenges that we see every day. As a farmer, when you see pests and diseases, don't panic, call your extension officer, they will show you what to do. When the rains are not coming at the time that you are expecting the rain, just listen to, now we have radio stations across Nigeria that are working with NIMET. NIMET provide seasonal weather outlook. Let's listen to the seasonal weather outlook. They interpret it in a way that, as a farmer, you understand when you need to cultivate, when you need to clear your land, when you need to plant. They will tell you when, if there's going to be a dry spell, they will ask you to wait. They will also ask you to plant early maturing or late maturing seed. So farmers listen to radio. There are other sources of weather information. Get in touch, and I'm sure we'll be able to link you to all.
All right, so thank you
Very
so much.
important.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, so thank you so
I
much.
can
But
hear
just in a few seconds, let me just get your parting shot and we'll call it a day.
You want to? Please, can you repeat the question again?
A parting shot, a wrap up from you.
All right, thank you. Yes, I like the theme for this morning's discussion. The theme that climate is communicating with farmers and farmers are reading it. It is really true, and I believe that all farmers are expecting that there will be some changes in the climate every time. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Benjamin Fiafo. Thank you for being part of the program this morning and for joining us. It's been an amazing time to learn one or two about the climate and the messages they send, not just to the farmers, but also to the silos. Thank you. It's been a pleasure having you this morning.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, so we go into another conversation shortly. Please.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Don't ever try it again. There is a way that seemeth right unto a man. The end is destruction. You were in the spirit when you were saying those things that you were saying, that people should pray. Those things, I want to believe that it was God that was speaking through you. But you lost an opportunity to evangelize to the world. I can bet 100% that before you made your apology video, you did not seek the face of God.
Popular rapper CDQ has alleged that the Nigerian music industry is heavily influenced by powerful cabals, gangs, and cult groups. Speaking during an interview with content creator JB Randy, the rapper claimed that artists who are not affiliated with any influential group often find it difficult to succeed in the industry. According to him, musicians who achieve success without such associations are fortunate. CDQ maintained that the music business has evolved into a system where belonging to a particular group can determine the level of support and opportunities an artist receives. He also suggested that artists who lack such connections may invest significant resources into their careers without seeing meaningful results. The rapper urged artists, record labels, executives, and other stakeholders to discourage the growing ink between gangsterism and the music industry and work towards creating a more inclusive environment. Popular Nigerian streamer Pella has engaged his lover Jarvis amid ongoing pregnancy rumors. The proposal took place in Ghana on Wednesday night. Sharing a video of the engagement on Instagram, Pella expressed his excitement about their future together and hinted that wedding preparations were already underway. The engagement comes weeks after the streamer suggested that he and Jarvis were expecting a child. Speculations about a possible pregnancy intensified last month after a video showing Jarvis undergoing an ultrasound scan surfaced on social media. Neither Pella nor Jarvis has publicly confirmed the pregnancy rumors.
When we meet in 2023, you have been like blessing, you have been encouraging me, and I've been doing well in life. And I want to tell you, will you marry?
That's the entertainment news. Queeneth Mukunta, Signature TV News.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what it was.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours. Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello, Nigeria. Welcome back to another amazing segment of the program this morning. Of course, we had the first interview this morning looking at the climate and the messages they're sending, not just to farmers, but of course to citizens regarding where you are situated. And now we shall be having another exciting and educating conversation where we'll be discussing the first emeritus Professor C.B. Okafo annual nursing lecture series of College of Medicine, ENUGU. And we have great minds with us this morning as scholars, educational scholars, making the educational world and of course the nursing world an exciting and attractive place to be. We have with us this morning the Provost, Kajetan
Deputy Provost.
Deputy Provost, yeah, Kajetan Oyedum, Deputy Provost, the College of Medicine, UNM. Good morning and thanks for joining us.
Good morning, my pleasure.
All right, and then we also have with us Dr. Peace Ihanacho. She is the HOD Nursing University of Nigeria, ENUGU campus. Good morning and welcome for being with us.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me.
All right, it's great to see you, gentleman and lady, with us this morning. It's beautiful talking about education, looking at the challenges the educational sector is facing now. Many people would rather, especially the youths, would rather be online, going through social media and forgetting some parts of them to learn as well. Let's go straight to the conversation. Let's start with you, the Deputy Provost. What inspired the establishment of the CB, the Emeritus Professor CB, who started this, annual nursing lecture series? What inspired it?
Okay. Thank you very much. Like I said, I'm so pleased to be here this morning to talk about this. Actually, history is to be made in the Faculty of Health Sciences and Technology of the College of Medicine by this particular program. Professor CB is the pioneer. CB Okafo, sorry about that, is the pioneer head of the Department of Nursing Sciences at the University of Nigeria ENUGU campus. She has actually retired. She's now an emeritus professor. And she came back to the faculty and then the college to make an endowment. And this endowment is geared towards annual lecture series for nursing sciences. You see, when people do endowment, at times it could be for lecture, it could be for research and other things. But this one, she has endowed some money and said that this should be for annual lecture series for now. Actually, if you understand endowment, what it means is that she has bought a particular seed money called the principal. That money is legally protected and shouldn't be spent and should be invested. So whatever comes from that money is now going to be used to do this lecture series. And why I said history to be made is that this is the first time this is to happen in that faculty, and it's kicking off under distinguished head of department, Dr. P.C. Hanacha.
All right, thank you so much. All right, so Dr. Peace Hanacho, how would you assess the current state of the nursing affairs in Nigeria right now? What would you say are the pressing challenges that nurses face today?
Thank you very much. Nursing can actually be said to be in a transition in Nigeria. So many things are happening. Like we are taking on so many reforms at the same time. However, at this time, the current trend is that nursing leaves the school of nursing and goes to an institution of higher learning that is recognized, like the universities and the polytechnics for those who cannot enter the university. So right now the program into nursing is either a university BNSC or a polytechnic HND, even though many of the institutions are located in places that we can call monotechnics. But that is principally what is happening. So many other things are in line. For example, recently a lot has been, we have done a lot of drive in the matter of some kind of autonomy, some kind of practitioner programs, and so on. So I said that a lot of things are happening. However, recently, policy-wise, we got the permission for the practitioner program, that is the Doctor of Nursing Practice. And you know that with such, you can talk about nurses as practitioners and all the other things that follow them. I just mentioned it because you said, what is the current trend? And I said, so many things are actually happening in nursing.
All right, so our Deputy Provost, can we have an idea when this annual lecture series will be starting? Is there a time frame? What should we know about it? Okay. And what is it for the nursing sciences?
Okay, the lecture series is for that first annual lectures will be on Wednesday, 10th of June, okay, at the College of Medicine Lecture Hall at Itukwazara. Okay. And the lecture topic was carefully chosen. Says understanding the resistance of maternal mortality in Nigeria, evidence from past interventions and future strategies. This is a topic that is very challenging. Nobody can run away from it. It's still with us. What it means is that this is the first one. We're going to have another one next year. We're going to have another one next, and continuous. Endowment funds are supposed to be in perpetuity. So that means that fund must be protected to generate profit that will be used to organize these lectures in perpetuity. Okay, in as much as I'm tempted for us to go into that topic, or rather for that day. Yes. So those that are around can come to the place, yes, witness the program and understand the topic. Very well. We're just coming to, put some flesh to it, so people will just be like, what is going to happen, and they are tempted to be there. And I bet you, a seasoned scholar is going to come from Southwest Nigeria to deliver this lecture. That will tell you how vast it's going to be. Somebody is going to travel all the way from Ibadan to ENUGU to deliver this particular first lecture. All right, a great one. So let's get to learn what roles, that nurses can play in strengthening the healthcare system, especially in rural areas, my major concern, because it seems most of the attention is given to the urban areas. And thank you. You started with actually pinpointing what is the problem of the health system in Nigeria, because we seem to, in the country, policy-wise and practice-wise, we seem not to recognize the fact that there are some people actually who play roles. And nurses are the healthcare professionals that are actually everywhere, wherever a patient is. And it might interest you to know that nurses also say that their clientele is both sick and well. So nurses are supposed to be everywhere you talk about health. So whether it is in the rural area or it's in the urban area, nurses are actually equipped by training. The only thing that remains is that so much empowerment has not been done. So when they are there, it looks as if they are not there. And incidentally, that's one of the matters that the Emeritus Professor C.B. Okafor actually championed, recognizing that these people are there, we should not do as if they are not there, and if we empower them, if we support them, it would improve health system very, very well. Yeah. Okay, so let's look at schools now. It's not just to have structures in place, the equipment, the infrastructure that enables proper learning, hostels, and of course a good learning environment for students. How can we achieve that in Nigeria? I know some schools are really doing well. Of course, UNEC is really doing well. I've been there a couple of times. I don't know, but the management there is really doing well. But I believe there are more to be done, and also not just in UNEC, but in other schools too. How can this be achieved? Thank you very much, at least for the accolades. I mean, giving it to us that we are doing well. It's good to hear, not always hearing the negative part. At least it's good to hear the positive part sometimes. Having said that, the challenges are there. Let me put it this way. The health system in Nigeria is challenged. She has said that. Then the training of these students is very much challenged. And unfortunately, nursing sciences is one of those courses that are affected severely by the Japan syndrome, where before they finish, they are already out of the system. And I don't want to talk like our former minister who said that we are training for export. We are not actually training for export. We are training for our use. It's not yet enough. So the challenges we have it's not as if it's not going to be overcome. It just needs the government to put policies in check that we encourage what? Provision of infrastructure, classrooms, and manpower. If you build beautiful classrooms and build beautiful structures and you don't have those who are going to be there to lecture, you have not done it well. And because when the lecturers leave the country, what happens? The quality of training drops, and then even the ones you are exporting will no longer be valued. So the government has to put more money. That is the truth about it. They are trying. In the last 1 year or so, they are trying to do a lot of things. For example, in my school, the School of Nursing is getting a hostel for the first time that will be called Nursing Students Hostel. So that's a step in the right direction. But we need classrooms because the numbers are much. We need equipment. So it's government that will still put a lot of money. And then we need to talk about collaboration with alumni because we have a lot of them out there who are big. For example, what Professor Okafor did is something that can be emulated because she just came to give back to the system that she had actually helped to grow because she was the pioneer head of the department. She helped in the establishment of the faculty, and now she has come back to say, I want to do this. So this is a kind of cooperation that when you have, it will improve, because invariably this lecture is not going to be for the public only. The students are going to benefit from it. And if this is done well, some other lectures can come up. And that collaboration between the school and the alumni is very, very important in helping to solve the challenges. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. So the Deputy Provost mentioned, the need for, classrooms, hostels, and the rest. I'm more concerned from the angle of the need for lecturers, or shall I say teachers, but let's use lecturers, in university, tertiary education. That's from the healthcare system now. How much of a challenge could that be? Not just to UNEC per se, but to schools generally. Do you see them having enough lecturers to match the numbers of health sciences students coming to school every year upon year?
Thank you. The challenge is daunting, to say the least. And of course, we can never, ever run away from the fact that the loss and therefore the shortage of lecturers is acute in Nigeria. In the last few years, because of this greener pastures thing that has spread to more health sciences courses, students are, people are flocking into the program with the primary, purpose of, let me get the necessary training so that I will leave. And of course, that has driven the number of people, the population that apply and that even eventually get admitted due to pressure to something unprecedented, something we have not been able to imagine for some time now. So it is there. And if you judge also from the fact that the same group of people who are going out are not willing to stay back. I can tell you, for example, in July last year, After graduating 28 postgraduate students, I appealed to each and every one of them. Is there any of you who would want to take up appointments? My answer was no. I didn't get one. So that is what is happening. So it's a reality that people are living. In my particular department, for example, at a time, everybody that is from the post of lecturer one left. Yes. So it's challenging. I'm just using this field to show us that it is actually there. And if it is like that in a place that we have plenty, so many of these lecturers, I don't know what is happening in other places. But if we close our eyes, it will be as if it's not there. But I think it's there. I just use our own. Our own is not critical. We are managing somehow. But I can imagine what is happening in other places that are not University of Nigeria and probably not University of Ibadan and so on.
Yeah. Okay. So it's a good thing that we have the Deputy Provost with us. Let's talk about this, the scarcity, or shall I say the jackpine, in quotes, of lecturers in schools. What would you say could be the major reason? Is it about the pay? Are they not, being given what they earn? It's not. It is not easy to be a lecturer. Looking at the number of students you're attending to, and the time, into all of that, and when you look at some of the politicians and other career, what they earn, and look back at the lecturers that educate the society, some lecturers may not feel they're earning what they deserve. Could it be that? Could it be maybe insecurity? What really do you think could be the challenge why lecturers are leaving, and those that would have stayed back regardless of their flying colors during graduation don't want to take up the opportunity of being employed?
Thank you. I think you've answered the question. The primary point driving people out of the system here is poor remuneration. Whether we like it or not, if you don't pay people well, they're not going to work, and because they're not satisfied. So once you don't have job satisfaction, no matter what you provide for that person, he's not going to stay. So primarily, the pay is very poor. Because when you do a comparative analysis of what nurses are paid in Nigeria compared to what nurses are paid elsewhere, you find out there's no reason why you should be here, especially when you're young, because you're wasting your time. If, let me put it this way, if Emeritus Professor Carver didn't have opportunity to travel out of the country today, spend some time over there working, I don't think she would have come back to make this endowment. I mean, because the contemporaries here will not be able to save such amount of money to put to the system. So it is basically the poor salary that is driving everyone out. Then these are all interrelated. When the system is poor, insecurity is there, a lot of people will not tolerate not being free again in the society where they are. But primarily, if we improve in the pay, and when you improve pay, you're not just improving the pay of just one cadre of workers. It's going to be everywhere. And when money goes around the system is better, is very well funded. Crimes thrive very well in very poor societies, whether we like it or not. So primarily, if the government improves pay and improves the work environment, like when you learn something and you don't practice it, after some time, you are going to lose that skill. That is the truth. And nobody wants to learn a skill and finally will not be able to use that skill. So when you improve pay, you improve the environment where they work, make it better, people will stay.
Okay, so you made mention of something. When you learn something, you don't practice it, you lose out on it. Let's look at the nursing sciences students, like sciences students generally speaking. Although I must say congratulations to, of course, the nursing sciences, of course, your department and the health sciences in ENUGU. For the couple of times, I think just recently you had a community service week where you had different communities and the students went to practice what they've been learning, and one of the students that I interviewed was very grateful because this was a first-hand experience for her before she gets into the market, so to speak, in the field. how can schools, curriculums, help students be self-made even before getting to learn, even before getting into the field proper? How can school curriculum help students get to that level?
Basically, thank you again. Basically, most curricula that are developed, especially when it is in the, it's a practice-based, curriculum or practice-based profession. You see that they meet basic minimum standards. For example, in Nigeria, we have an NUC that regulates that, making sure that the content is what it should be. And for a profession like nursing, we have the minimum standards again from the professional council. So many times the curriculum is not normally the issue. It is what is on ground to implement the curriculum. So the curriculum provides, for example, that in us we have some time in the clinical area, whether it is in the hospital for medical surgical experiences, in the community for the rural and community experiences, even in psychiatric hospital, maternal and child health centers, hospitals and clinics, and health centers, cottage hospitals. All those things are there. And of course, before they are able to move out, before they come to that point, that there are supposed to be simulation labs, demonstration labs that show them these things. And they try their hands at some of the procedures, and you have to ensure some level of understanding before you expose them to the real patients. And then when they go to the real patient as students in training, they are also supposed to be under preceptors who, they work under supervisors, because they are not licensed to go and begin to do anything independently. Yeah, so that they are protected by law. So we have also what we call nursing preceptors and so on. These are all in place. So granted that we're talking about shortages, the only challenge we have right now is that the number of students many times outstrip what is on ground. But that's not to say that the curriculum does not take care of such things. Yeah.
All right. So earlier on, you made mention of alumni supporting and also other collaborations from other partners. Can you buttress on that? Because the government alone cannot really do the job, and the school needs more funding to stand, to do things. How can NGOs, stakeholders, alumni come in and, suffice the challenge?
Yeah, I mentioned the alumni specifically because world over, most great universities are actually maintained by the alumni. And it's so easy because there's a large pool. For example, the College of Medicine, where the School of Nursing has over years trained people that are strategically located in all spheres of nursing practice in this country. For example, there's no office you enter today, nursing council, whatever it is, big hospital, that you won't find somebody who had said, I trained at University of Nigeria Nursing School. So when we leverage on such background and organize them very well, they really do a lot. And then with this Japan syndrome, many of them are outside the country, United States, Canada, United Kingdom. When you pull small money, it comes out very large. And that is the story of funds like TED Fund, for example. It's small money that comes from companies that pulls together to be that. So alumni can pull fund and come together. And the good thing about alumni funding is this. It's not like the private partnership model where somebody is coming in because he wants some profit. When the alumni come in to do things, they don't really expect profit. The profit they get is the quality of the product that comes out of it, and they're happy. Many classes in medical school today are coming together to build classrooms, to build auditorium, to build refectories and stuff like that. And that is kind of model we are proposing. So I believe that they could come in handy at this point in time. The corporate organizations, yes, could come in and build things and donate things. But sometimes when they come in with the model where they will have something in return. And invariably, what that means is that once it's profit driven, the university may not be able to control the cost of those properties. For example, if somebody builds a hostel for you, he's going to get back his money in the next maybe 10, 15 years. Invariably, he's going to fix his pay. And you know, in the university, once you fix a pay that is not comparable to what you used to obtain, the students will go out on the streets and say, we won't pay. And no university administrator wants his students to come out to the street to say, we are being charged for that. And so the alumni model is something that we could explore. But even at that, beyond that, we could explore some useful PPPs that we go a long way in solving some of these challenges. That is what I was pushing.
All right, so we're gradually wrapping it. Okay, so let's talk about technologies, the involvements. How can it be used to, enhance the learning and, of course, the care of patients? Let's talk about the telemedicine and, of course, the electronic health records and also artificial intelligence. How can all of this come together to enhance, the learning process for students and also patient care?
Thank you. That all of them have been proven to be useful.
Yeah.
For example, telemedicine, telehealth, telenursing is everywhere. People are talking about it, and at least theoretically for us in Nigeria. But telenursing, for example, is built on the model that particular expert that may be out there, in maybe in the city, can actually, based on that particular resource, consult or contribute to the care of somebody that is in the rural area, by use of all those telecommunication systems. And so it happens. We are also told, we know about AI, that it is there. In nursing, one of the things that AI can do so much for us, AI has actually not come to take over nursing. That's one area it may not be able to take over. But AI can actually free the nurse to have more time for the nurse-patient relationship by probably taking care of taking over the documentation and so on. Because whether you like it or not, documentation takes so much of the nurse's time. In places where even electronic health records are working well, we are still coming. A few hospitals, especially private hospitals, are leveraging on it and so on. But anybody that has used the electronic health record, we also know that it takes a good chunk of the nurse's time. In some places, even in the United States, you see that somebody will finish working the shift and is still trying to impute the computer, and so on. So that is a major issue. It takes away a lot of the nurse's time, and the nurse's time is supposed to be spent with the patient. I looked at a study recently that talked about patient experiences in terms of the time spent with different healthcare providers in the health system. And the report said that 86% of the patient's time in the hospital is spent with nurses. And that's not saying too much. But when we employ other things that take away from this time, it actually imparts quality and outcome of patient care. So what we are saying is that AI can actually come in handy and, to take away some of the things that are not core nurse-patient contact. And that way, it enhances so much for us.
All right, thank you.
I just wanted to add that whether you call it AI, telemedicine, EMR, or whatever, basically, it's human beings that we program those things. And it's still experts in those areas. It's still the nurses. If you're not knowledgeable in what, in those areas, you won't be able to feed the program very well because you have to feed the program for it now to go beyond that. But she summarized it all. All of them are very useful, and we invariably reduce the workload without diminishing the work of the nurse, because that contact, there is nothing that is better than that. That physical contact you make with your patient as you are seeing them, that reassurance, sorry, all those kind of things, nothing can take it away.
All right, you just mentioned diminishing the efforts of the nurse.
Yeah.
What ethical challenges that are increasingly confronting the nurses, and how can the profession itself, manage that challenge?
Yeah. In this area, in this era of a lot of things going on social media, there's the issue of disclosure. You see, a lot of patients' information is just out there. Because, just understand it this way, because things are now done electronically, people can actually enter the system and get all the information about you, about what is problem and all those things.
Even when the patient wanted to be confidential.
And which not wanted to be, it should be confidential. Yeah, people get into it from the back server and they take away what they want, and then before you know it, it's out there. So it's still, most places I make speech these days, I tell the young students, you must not be carried away by social media. You see, there is, that patient is a human being first. You understand what I mean? So by the time you see things, images, you post it on the net because you felt, oh, this is a great one. You are posting somebody's privacy. And many times, the normal thing that we used to do, cover them up, nobody cares again. They want to create content. So the challenges there is the disclosure. Very, a very big challenge these days. Before you know it, it's out there. And, but we keep teaching them and keep hoping that the systems will be encrypted to the level that it becomes very difficult for. But the teething problems are there. Because this is, we are coming up new with computers and stuff like that. So in the process, a lot of non-professionals are being converted to do such jobs, and they don't understand why some things will be hidden or kept out from the system. For example, somebody saves a file and places it carelessly somewhere. Somebody else picks that file and plays it, sees something there, copies it, that kind of a thing. But ordinarily, in the resetting, when you finish this record, you try and lock it up. You make sure nobody goes near the unauthorized substance. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
And of course, associated with the confidentiality breach is the psychological harm it causes, which is also a major principle, because we are supposed to do no harm.
No harm.
Okay, so you sound really passionate right there. So looking ahead, what is your vision for the nursing future in Nigeria? And also, what are those reforms that you think should be put in place, to uphold your vision?
Well, I began to talk about, nursing, a kind of some more autonomy for nursing that we have now, because without that autonomy, we see that we just use our mouth to say that nurses constitute maybe 60%, maybe 70%, or whatever figure we give of the health workforce. Why are they there? Just there to be doing nothing. But we are talking about a situation where the work of the nurse is actually streamlined, recognized, so that they will be permitted to work. Permitted to work. I talked about empowerment before. You can train somebody, and we really train. But when the person is not permitted, given an environment to work, to showcase what he learned, it's not only demoralizing, but the nation loses. I don't know, somebody should worry about why nurses are the greatest number of healthcare providers. What do they give in return? What are they permitted to do in return? You hear me keep saying permission, permission. And that's a lot for us. You are wondering, why are people elsewhere taking nurses, but why is nursing in Nigeria like nowhere? So what is the nurse supposed to be doing? We need to be able to streamline that in our Nigerian system. I believe that that part, that empowerment, is actually one of the reasons why we can talk about universal health coverage not achieved, or something like maternal mortality still where it is. I'm not saying it's just nurses, but there's something, there's a model there. You know, recognize that they are there, use their expertise, then provide the support that they need. Incidentally, discussing with Professor Emeritus Professor C.B. Okafor, she was telling me about the 4 years she practiced as a midwife in England. She said, and that was like in the 60s. She was telling me that throughout that time, she saw only one maternal death. And she told me the story of how it happened. And then she said, even then, they had flying squad. So you need somebody in the rural area, like she's a midwife, who you know is there, and who knows what to look for, what to see, and begin to do something. And so in that place, if a midwife is there practicing, there's no politics about it. You are just sure that that midwife knows what to observe and begin to maybe report and call for help. And it is seamless. So for her to practice maybe like 4 years, including rural areas, and not, see one maternal mortality, that's huge.
And in the 60s?
Yes, in the 60s. That's huge. It didn't say that the midwife didn't encounter problem. It only says something about the fact that when the midwife encounters a problem, she knows what to do. First of all, she knows what the problem is. She's trained to know. For example, my training in midwifery shows me that if a labor is going to be obstructed, I should know 8 hours before. If I play with 4 hours, I shouldn't play with the last 4 hours. And that's how I practice. So, but the support is there. If they call for flying squad, nobody is going to say, why is it a midwife calling? That's what we mean. Recognize that they are because they are there and they have work to do. We cannot just use what we have in the cities, big hospitals, to say that this is what the health system is. And I try to make my students understand the fact that you're seeing yourselves here does not mean Nigeria is covered. A lot of Nigerians don't get to see people wearing white in their lifetime. Who are there with them? So the earlier we open our eyes to know what to do in those places, then the better it is for us. And so in this particular, in a scenario like that, I begin to think about what a nurse can do. A nurse is not everything, definitely, but they are the people who could be there in places where other healthcare professionals may not be. So is there any support for them in terms of, first of all, policy, legislation, and then in terms of resources to work with, and in terms of their remuneration?
Remuneration.
Yes.
Very important.
She's beginning to unfold that lecture. I hope you are getting the point. She's beginning to unfold the lecture so that people could come there. And Emeritus Professor did a lot of work in supporting the traditional birth attendants, so to what they are called. I think on that day you will hear more of that.
Yes. So just the last question from me for you now. If Emeritus Professor C.D. Okafor was here today, what message do you think she would like to share with today's nurses?
Yeah, it's a message of hope. I mean, thinking of where she started and where she is now and where nursing is now. Because at times when I see such people, I really think that these are the people that saw tomorrow. Let me put it that way. Why did I say that? By the time she's been in England, she came back, I think she was in the Southwest. Finally, she came to ENUGU to establish the School of Nursing. Little did she know that that baby, that seed she was planting on that time, on that day, will eventually be something that everybody will be referencing. My eyes, because I'm so proud whenever I go anywhere and maybe say, where did you train? The person says, UNEC. I say, really? And the person, 82, 83, 84, you know, that kind of thing. That's great. So it's a matter of hope because there was none before. I'm talking about the current degree nursing. You know, then it was this diploma nursing that was common everywhere. And then they came with the degree nursing, was able to incorporate it into the university system. And now, look at what she was telling you the other day. Last year, she trained 28 postgraduate students, just last year alone.
Just
and
July. Just July.
So you could see where the profession is going to. So, and right now in ENUGU, we have a lot of nursing schools all around. So it's continuous growth. So a message of hope and a message of people to be consistent in whatever you do. Just continue to do that and the change will come. Like she was saying, there has to be an interrogation of any system after some time. We don't just continue to do things because this is how we do it. No. At times we sit back and say, what we have done over these years, how has it impacted in the system? And once you're able to do that, you're able to bring out intervention points that will go a long way in making the society better.
All right, and lastly with you, just to refresh the thoughts and mind of the watchers out there, what are we here for and when is these lectures commencing? Well, just touch it again. Let's wrap it up with that.
Thank you very much. The lecture is termed Professor Emeritus Professor Chinyelo B. Okafor Annual Nursing Lecture Series. The first of its kind, I think, even in nursing in Nigeria. Yeah, I can say that because the lecturer that is coming from Ibadan, immediately I spoke to her, she was too excited. She said, we have somebody like this? Yeah. That was even what drove her. She didn't think of any other thing. She was in Canada for some time. She came back, she went back and all that. She goes all over Nigeria. But when I told her, I mean all over the world, but when I told her, he said, no, I must. So it is going to start, the maiden edition is slated for the 10th of June. That's Wednesday of next week. And I think it promises to be a good outset.
The venue?
The venue is College of Medicine. That's the one we call Onkoma Hall.
At Ituku.
At Ituku Ozala. Yes. That is where it will be. And you'll be surprised. People will be there. Sure. The chairman alone is a person of, that we can reckon with. The commissioner for health is one of our own. Is also into it and all that. So, and the message is, why is maternal mortality persisting? It should not, in her own balance, at this time in the 21st century. Yeah. And she's still passionate. I'm not surprised that this topic was created, with her inputs. Her input was quite much there, because wherever she sees maternal mortality, she's backed up. There is a program, there's this facility that is somewhere ENUGU, the one that is Danjuma Foundation.
Okay, yeah, okay.
If you go there, if you go inside there, you see the maternity section. It's named after her because she also endowed that program just for the sake of maternal health. There was a story she heard and her heart was broken. That a woman drowned trying to cross a river in order to access a pregnant woman trying to access maternal health service. So that kind of thing. So wherever she sees maternal health, she's there. She doesn't want maternal mortality. And she wants us to come and talk about why will it persist at a time in 21st century and in a place like Nigeria.
All right, so you've heard it. Of course, this is going to be an amazing and beautiful time to learn about, of course, the whole maternal issues happening, not just in Nigeria, but of course all over the world. And we've got great hands to be discussing on this that very day. It's going to be an amazing time, and you should be there. You want to learn more about your field, your career, meet great minds, scholars, that will help you understand what you want to go into. This is where you should be. The first Emeritus Professor C.V. Okafor Annual Nursing Lecture Series of College of Medicine in ENUGU. It's going to be an amazing time that you should be there. Thank you so much, Deputy Provost. Thanks for joining us.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Judy.
Thank you
Thank
so
you so
much.
much. It's been a nice time having you.
Thank you so much.
All right, this is how far we go on this segment this morning. Stay with us because we have an exciting package coming your way shortly after this break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The 12th valedictory lecture of the University of Nigeria, ENUGU campus brought together a broad mix of stakeholders, health professionals, policymakers, academics, business leaders, students, and community figures, underscoring the relevance of the subject. Representing the Vice-Chancellor, Professor Simon Otuanya, the Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Administration, Dr. Josephat Onwumere, described the lecture as both timely and necessary. He emphasized the need for people to adopt lifestyles that would make them age gracefully.
For those whom it pleased God to allow to grow to be called old people, this lecture is very important. And to all those aspiring to grow old. So on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Simon Uchenna Otuanya, I, Professor J.J. Onwumere, declare this valedictory lecture open.
Delivering the lecture, Professor Chioli Pascal Chijioke, a professor of clinical pharmacology and nutritherapeutics, focused on the theme towards healthy aging, personalized nutrition, and the reversibility of chronic disease processes / cancer prevention. Professor Chijioke emphasized that what people eat plays a critical role in preventing chronic diseases and promoting healthy aging. He urged the government and key stakeholders to adopt nutrition-driven approaches in tackling public health challenges.
So personalized nutrition would use genetic information specific to an individual patient
to pre-select a diet that will be nutritious and not incubate the metabolic syndrome-associated immune dysfunction. I think I can speak faster when it's actually on the slide. And this will be better than just relying on trial and error in terms of maintaining health. And in future, as we get to know more about our respective nutri-genomes, then appropriate labeling packaging on foods would enable us to avoid those dietary components which may be harmful to that particular individual.
The ENUGU State Commissioner for Health, Professor George Ugu, who represented Governor Peter Mbah, said the lecture offered practical insights that could help shape policies within the state's health system.
So this is a very important public health message that we have picked up here, and it is the kind of message that His Excellency likes to work with. So, that you can even use diet and reverse somebody who was having hypertension and become normal control. So if we live well, if we keep copying other people's diet, it keeps being an issue for us. So he's referring us back to our good old local diets, things that are healthier to eat, and body practices that are more preventive of health, exercises. If you combine it with exercise, good nutrition, then you'll be healthy. You don't have to be buying drugs, you have to be going to hospital. So that is a very important message which we are going to work with in our public health department in the ENUGU State Ministry of Health under the leadership and guidance of His Excellency Governor Peter Mbah.
From Abia State, Commissioner for Health, Enoch Uche, who stood in for Governor Alex Otti, described the lecture as both celebratory and strategic, highlighting opportunities for collaboration to strengthen healthcare delivery.
Congratulate him for such a very productive and fruitful research life and academic life. Of course, we want to wish him well because the valedictory lecture shows that he's signing out. And as he signs off, we want to believe that he still has a lot to provide. And of course, Abia State will be open for him to come and explore things that he can do with us because we can see that he has a huge repertoire of experience and of course of evidence-based nutritional options that can be helpful to us in what we are doing.
Colleagues also paid tribute to Professor Chijioke's academic journey. Dr. Michael Okafor of the Department of Pharmacology noted that the valedictory lecturer has set a standard worthy of emulation.
Dr. Chijioke is a seasoned academic. He has worked all over these years to be able to show us that if you live right, you are going to, and especially eat right, exercise right and sleep right, you are going to age very well. And a whole lot of diseases that are associated with you not living right will not appear in the first place.
The event also featured free medical consultations, including checks on blood pressure, blood sugar, height and weight, alongside the presentation of awards and gifts.
University of Nigeria, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Simon Uchenna Ochana. I hand over this lecture to you in recognition of this lecture, which I found a wonderful lecture. I'm going to digest it again and see those items I have to consume, those foods, at least to look healthier. Congratulations.
As conversations on healthy aging continue to gain momentum, the message here is clear. Preventing disease may well begin with something as basic as what's on the plate. In Enugu, Christopher Lele.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
A mammoth crowd filled the Ogun local government secretariat field as political leaders, traditional rulers, and stakeholders from across Enugu West gathered to make a decisive political statement. The event, marked by chants, solidarity songs, and symbolic gestures, culminated in an unanimous endorsement of President Bola Tinubu and Governor Peter Mbah for a second term in office.
Putin and his are telling you that Peter Mbah
and unanimously endorse our performing governor for a second term in office. Those in favor of this motion say aye. Those in favor of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
To demonstrate the commitment, the zone presented a check of 100 million naira to Governor Mba to support his nomination process. Speakers at the rally emphasized that their endorsement was driven by performance, not politics.
Excellency, 4 years after today, as I oppose you vigorously, I will campaign for you vigorously. Your Excellency, politics is adversarial, and politics is about democracy in Nigeria is multi-party. And every party pushes their own ideas. Today, you are the leader of our party and the governorship candidate. ENUGU West say they are comfortable with you. ENUGU West are also very comfortable that you just have one thing. That with you we are safe. But personally, as a former commissioner for works, I don't want to talk about your strides in education, because what you're doing in education is completely transformative. For the first time, students from ENUGU will be equipped with world-class education to make them to compete and stand head and shoulders to students from Japan, from Germany, from China, from India. Your Excellency, this is transformative.
The endorsement motions were moved and seconded by federal and state lawmakers, with backing from traditional rulers, political leaders, and grassroots stakeholders across the 5 local government areas in the zone. Addressing the crowd, Governor Peter Mba expressed appreciation for overwhelming support, describing the rally as historic. He highlighted ongoing collaborations with the federal government and pointed to improvements in economic indicators and infrastructure development.
You don't need to go to the UK to run a PET scan. Do you know where you have to go to? International Hospital, ENUGU. That's where you have to go to. International Hospital, ENUGU. And I'm sure you followed the news.
Political observers say the endorsement signals early momentum in political activities in Enugu State, with Enugu West positioning itself as a decisive bloc. For now, the message from ENUGU is clear, which is that continuity remains a preferred option for 2027 in Enugu. Chinemere Mikebunam, Signature TV News.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Well, thanks for staying with us, and welcome to our Weekend Retrospect segment, where we bring you highlights on some of the important conversations we had in the course of the week from Monday through to Wednesday. First up, on Monday, our guest was Caleb KK, and he spoke on examining the culture of rigging in Nigeria. To take a listen.
Funds from candidates, to ascertain if they have funds to run an election. That don't be so. In a popular democracy, what we have is a popularity contest. Aspirants are meant to move into the field and have a popularity contest, not a contest of wealth or a contest of affluence. It's a contest of integrity, of values, of track record of those aspirants in terms of the positions they have held before the election cycle or primary cycle, which they engage themselves in. But what we are seeing in most of the parties is that That is not to be so. It's become a contest of how much do you have to prosecute elections. And in the extreme cases, the tickets are outrightly sold out to the highest bidder. In extreme cases, the outrightly sold out to the highest bidder. Sure, because what happens is that when you've sold out a ticket, what it means is that every other person who is an aspirant in that race is quote unquote fooling himself. And also party members are also just exercising, making an exercise in futility. What it means is that the person who the party wants, who majority of the party or preponderance of the party members want, will not emerge. Rather, what will emerge or who will emerge from such a process will be the person who has procured the ticket for himself at the amount that the party has deemed right. So these are the issues as we have them, coming out of all of the primaries that have been conducted by all of the parties in Nigeria. You'd note that INEC had given 30th May as a deadline initially for parties to submit the names of their candidates. And so it is now left to be seen if the court judgment delivered by Justice Motosho in Federal High Court Abuja asking INEC that their deadline was not in tandem with the extant laws and regulations of the country, if it will carry any weight. But for now, I think and I believe that most of parties have complied with the erstwhile INEC deadline of 30th of May. So that leaves us with the facts on the ground. All of the parties in Nigeria have conducted primaries. And the issues coming out of those primaries are what Nigerians pay attention to as we move on to 2027.
Right. Now, from what you've said, does that also translate to this idea of having a consensus candidate, which some people would term as an imposition of some sort? Do you think that this is also part of that dynamic of political parties having a consensus agreement to select one person?
When you say a consensus candidate, what you are referring to by its very own etymology of that word, the meaning of that word, means that people came together and they agreed. Then you ask the question, who are the people who are to come together to agree on one person? It is the aspirants, not the party, not the leadership of the party. It is the aspirants themselves, barring no other interference. If there are, for example, yourself, myself, and 4 other persons are running for the office, and we are 6 of us, it is the aspirants themselves who are to sit down in a closed-door meeting and look at the advantages of every one of them. Everybody puts his card on the table. And at the end of such a closed-door meeting, they will arise from that meeting with an endorsement of one of them to become the flag bearer of the party. That is how you arrive at a consensus, as it is intended by, democratic tenets and practices. What we see in practice is not what I've described to you. What we see in practice when you say consensus in the Nigerian experience is no longer that parties, go ahead to the parties to their election, which is the aspirants, go ahead to select one of them through some logical and factual criteria. What we have is that, again, vested interests, backdoor meetings, phone call and pressures are mounted on party leadership, to give a ticket to one candidate, one aspirant or the other. So that, in its very nature, is not consensus. So we've, obviously, Nigerians and Nigerian political parties have bastardized the concept of consensus candidacy. So what has that given rise to? That has given rise to unpopular candidates emerging. Because if you go into a consensus meeting, if candidates or aspirants are to go into a consensus meeting, they are meant to, cast votes for each other. And when they have done presenting their case and their cards on the table, they are meant to cast votes for each other. And when they do that, they are now able to, among themselves, whoever gets the highest votes should have been deemed as emerged a consensus, and they present such a person to party leadership, saying that they have among themselves chosen somebody to present not just their aspirations, but their interests in the given position which is contested. So yes, the new electoral law makes room for only two ways to select candidates to go parties, which is namely the consensus method and the direct primaries. It has now done away with the delegate primary election, which was fraught by bazaar and vote buying and all manner of ill practices. So now that we are left by the electoral guideline with only two options, which is consensus and direct primaries, I think that it's now time again that political parties should re-examine their conduct of consensus process, as well as their conduct of direct primaries. I earlier mentioned direct primaries where countings are done as though the counter doesn't know how to count, where numbers are skipped, and where figures are inflated. In the same token, we have also seen certain consensus processes that are just imposition, and they do not follow the tenets, or they do not follow the spirit of what a consensus process should be. So that's to respond to that concern squarely.
Now, that brings me to talk about the issue of intimidation and controlled participation, because in some of the party primaries, there have been claims of, issues around restricted access to the venues and even intimidation of the delegates. So how do you interpret such actions being done in party primaries? What is your interpretation of all of such actions?
I condemn those actions. We saw some of them on the media. I condemn such actions or such intimidations in the strongest of terms. They shouldn't be found anywhere within a democratic process. It is disenfranchisement in its very well form. When an aspirant goes through rigorous process of purchasing an expression of interest from, does his consultations, depending on how large his constituency or district is, and eventually goes through the screening of the party and all of that. These are processes that I've gone through myself, so I can speak, as from experience. They are not easy processes, especially if you are vying for offices that are federal. You have to, from wherever you are based, fly to the capital, in order to do your documentation and all of that. So when one has done all of those things, and by whatever strike of permit my French, madness, the person is denied the opportunity to test his popularity in the primary election. Such action should be condemned by every person who loves democracy, everybody who wants democracy to thrive in our climate. I think that one of the ones that was very popular recently was that of primaries somewhere in Lagos, where a very notable popular figure, was on camera and was on record lamenting that he was being blocked access and from the primary venue. In another place in Delta State, a sitting senator lamented too, via a press statement, that he did not even know where the party primaries was held. Neither was he communicated the time. If you put all of these things together, you will find that it's a recipe for the raping of democracy in our country. Because I'll remind you that without a proper primaries, the people will be left with options that are not, that shouldn't have been options in the first place. I mean, in terms of the candidates which the parties have presented. So that is why primaries are as important as general elections, because primaries provide the alternatives that people have to choose from. So when the alternatives are all bad, then what happens is that the people will have a hard time choosing someone. It becomes a case of, the angel you know, the devil you know better than the angel you don't know. Or the case of choosing between the devil and the deep blue sea. So whichever one, find that such actions of barricading aspirants from primary venues, barricading supporters of aspirants from primary venues, those actions are directly a challenge and affront to democracy. When reports like this come out, you would expect that parties, especially
on Tuesday and Thursday, our guests, Toyi Taiwo Ojo and Ejike Okpa, spoke on the effect of insecurity on children, women, and vulnerable groups, and 2027 political build-ups, re-examining the strength of democratic structures of Nigeria. They spoke each on Tuesday and on Thursday. We'll take a listen.
It's a thing. Now imagine when it is in time of conflict, you will see that there's always an increment of rape and other forms of gender violence. There is also the incidence of women getting pregnant outside getting pregnant indiscriminately because they're being abused. Then there's a lack of access to maternal health. When there's insecurity, women do not have access to the hospital, to the clinic, and that also increases the risk of maternal death. So these are the impacts that it has on women, and that is one of the things why we always try to advocate for peace, because the most hard hits are always women. Do not forget that women are saddled with the responsibility of children. And while men can easily run away, women, is either they're breastfeeding, they're backing a baby, or they have little ones that they have to guide. So it always makes them very vulnerable to such attacks.
All right. And because of this issue of insecurity, we have a lot of internally displaced persons, men, women, and children. And they also have their own risks because insecurity chased them out, but even where they are, insecurity is still coming to them. So I'd also like you to speak on that as well for internally displaced persons. Do they have any rights that also protect them from, experiencing more insecurity issues even in their condition? They have a lot of vulnerabilities as well. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on that too.
Okay, I want to say it categorically that the whole of Nigeria is now an IDP camp. We are all almost internally displaced persons, or every one of us, if I'm not exaggerating. And that is very sad, because government has a sole responsibility of securing the lives of its citizens and their properties. But unfortunately, government is failing in that regard. I also want to say that because somebody is internally displaced does not mean that all the rights, innate rights, are alienated. The 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as amended 2023, is very explicit. So long as you are a citizen of Nigeria, the Constitution guarantees your rights. You have a right to life, you have a right to free movement, you have a right to association, you have a right to be free from indignity and torture of person. But with the current insecurity, you will find out that those rights have been curtailed, because now you cannot easily say you want to move to any part of Nigeria confidently like you would want to move. You cannot say that people are being killed on a daily basis. The statistics is horrifying. You know, even in a single battle, the kind of loss of life that have, so far been garnered, in these years of insecurity, I do not think that any country in recent memory has, garnered it. We are seemingly in a time of peace and people are dying by the day. I feel that indeed all our rights have been trampled upon, all our rights have been infringed upon. And it's very, it's a very sorry situation that the government is seeming helpless. But we, even in this period, as citizens of Nigeria, we have guaranteed rights as contained by the Constitution.
People living with disabilities and the elderly are another set of people that are very easily overlooked in times like this, and in security, conflicts and crises such as we have in the country. What is your assessment of Nigeria's response system to such people that have special needs, and also the elderly people who can't really do much for themselves when it comes to, safeguarding them and helping them in such crisis?
All right, thank you for that question. Unfortunately, we have over 20 million people living with one form of disability or the other in Nigeria. That's a huge chunk. That's like 10% of the constitution. And these are just speculations because, of course, you know that our data information as per our citizenry is quite poor. So we now have another vulnerable group, which are the aged. And the aged, we have like over 50, almost 50% of the population in that category. And then you realize that during the time of conflict, it is not even easy for somebody who is fully full able-bodied person to actually run. Now imagine when somebody is living with a disability, maybe it's visual, maybe it's audio, maybe it is even the person is disabled physically. How does the person want to run? Because the first thing, that happens in this type of conflict is people, take flight. People want to run. How do they want to run? How do they even want to even live where they are? So you see the sorry situation where people living with disabilities are. Now, I want to also say that people, apart from the fact that people living with disabilities are not captured enough, because when you are not captured enough, how does even the government make provisions for you? If you're not captured enough, how do you want to access amenities and facilities? Already they are at a disadvantage. Then you bring them during a period of conflict. You have just signed a whole death warrant of more than 10% of our population. You are not only thinking about people living with disability, the aged. You now see that the assessment for me, as far as I'm concerned, is that this group of vulnerable persons are worst hit off. And Nigeria has not done well as a country when we're talking about this group of persons.
And so let's look at, the economic consequences of this, because a lot of vulnerable groups, lack financial access to even recover from such conflicts and security situation. So I'd also like you to speak on, the economic consequences for these vulnerable groups, and if you see any link between the issue of insecurity and the poverty rate that we have now.
Yeah, so there's nobody who wants to invest in stability. you would agree with me that even the rate of foreign investors, coming into the country has drastically reduced. Nobody wants to invest, and the investments, go up in flames. People invest because they want to they want to get profits. People invest because they want to see the investments yielding, expected returns. But where there is no stability, and that is why stability and security cannot ever be overrated or overemphasized when it comes to the growth or to the GDP of a country. You would many you come to Lagos State now, you see a lot of young men, from northern extractions, all riding bike. These are people who, when you have a one-on-one interface with them, they tell you they were all farmers doing well in their respective states. But because of insecurity, they had to run down here. Now, running down here, they are not living very good lives. Some of them live on the street, they live in shack, which exposes them to drugs, exposes them to, criminality. Now, the women are also left, without some form of anchor, because most of the men who have the physical strength, to till the farm, to do the heavy manual work, are nowhere to be found. And you begin to see women, picking up roles that ordinarily or that is not, assigned to them. They become a father, they become a mother to their children. Because in times of war, you find out that in times of conflict, you find out that why there is no peace, people can't go to the market. We have had several incidences where people went to the market and bombs went off, so they cannot even buy and sell. And when you cannot buy and sell, how do you want to increase the economy, even of your immediate community, not to talk of the nation? So insecurities impact on economic activities, and the economy cannot be overemphasized. The government, if it is really very genuine and sincere about economic growth, has to find a way to put a stop to this insecurity. That is the only way that our economy can really be said, to be revitalized. Our economy can be engineered to meet expected rules. Women are worth it. You find that women are pregnant and they are not even eating well. They are nursing babies that are not eating well. You have the effect on the children. They are having children that have stunted growth. So I cannot begin to elucidate and highlight what insecurity does to the economy.
Now, this insecurity issue, just like you mentioned earlier, started in the early 2000s, and up until now, it has continued to escalate. From what has happened so far, what is your general thought about how this insecurity issue has been handled by the government? How would you describe or explain, their response to the series of insecurity issues that have come up in different parts of the country?
Well, I would want to say that I have a very low opinion, on what the government has done so far. Yes, I understand the myriad of difficulties it is, especially in a terrain like Nigeria. But I want to say that Nigeria is like any other country. What the government lacks is political will. So where there are no consequences to crime, you are encouraging the crime to grow, to burgeon. The truth of the matter is that we have officers, we have security officers who are willing to do the work, but you don't have a means of encouraging them. The paychecks are very low. There is no motivation. People are going to the war front without boots. People are going to the war front without enough ammunition. The bandits, the criminals seem to be better armed than than our soldiers, than our security forces. What are we expecting? We have seen where people who have even been arrested are freed. They are now even regarded as prodigal brothers, that they should be integrated. Some of them are even integrated back into the same security force agencies that fought against them. What do you think is the ripple effect on the soldiers who had earlier fought on them? Of course, there will be animosity. The people that they fought against are now part of them. And the people, I do not understand why we are giving passing criminals, or giving them a slap on the wrist. Criminals should thoroughly face the example, face the consequences. Insecurity, kidnapping in many states is capital punishment. So why are we sending people who call themselves repentant bandits, repentant kidnappers? We're sending them to countries on scholarship, using taxpayers' monies to do that. We are putting them in camps, saying that we are trying to that trying to reintegrate them into the society. People who
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Buhari, and now you have Tinubu. So when you look at those, 3 men or 4 men that have handled the democratic process, the question that needs to be asked of Nigerians: what is the dividend of democracy? Is that dividend of democracy benefiting their average life today? And i.e., you look at the value of the naira, you look at the electoral process. Nigeria does not have election. They have selection. I think Obasanjo is the one to be held accountable, because when his time was up, the first time he wanted to change the constitution, if not for Kenneth Namani, who was the Senate president at the time, that forestalled that Obasanjo would have extended his term to 3 terms. But, thank God he did that. But then, what has Nigeria gotten out of it? Obasanjo was the one that also injected the idea of consensus candidates. Instead of allowing the primary to take course, Obasanjo decided to handpick who was going to succeed him. And every other president since then has followed in his footsteps. So if there's any fault, if there's any apportioning of fault, Obasanjo has to get the lion's share. But, let's move forward. Nigeria political process is about strong individuals and not strong institutions. Democracy works when you have strong institutions, i.e. your judiciary, i.e. your legislative, that can checkmate the executive. But in the case of Nigeria, that doesn't happen. You see what Tinubu is doing. He's rallied a bunch of APC governors, and basically like, hey, if you don't support me, you're not going to get re-elected. That shouldn't be the case. The Nigerian electoral structure or infrastructure is weak. There's no credibility behind it. They have this sense that they have to choose a college professor or somebody who's a doctor, from Maurice Iwu to the guy who is going to do it for 2027. Where's the confidence in the system? No government structure in itself is perfect, but at least there's got to be an element of trust. The Nigerian people do not trust the political structure they have. And once that trust is eroded or doesn't even exist, what you have is the sort of situation where 1 plus 36 men are running Nigeria, and oftentimes ruining Nigeria. So democracy hasn't produced for Nigeria, even though people might give the excuse, oh, well, 27 years is not enough. No. A fool at 40, just like Nigeria has passed 40 in coming on their 66th year of independence. A fool at 40, like the saying goes, is a fool forever. You don't have to wait for 300 years or 200 years to really get it right. But for the first 25 years, you haven't gotten it right. You haven't. So when is that democracy going to work the way it's supposed to work? You say one Nigeria. There shouldn't be one Nigeria. There should be localized influences, because like we say in America, and it holds true in every other geography, every politics is local. Let the people decide where they are, and not somebody in Abuja dictating how somebody is going to win an election here or there. I think the 6 political subdivisions or zones in Nigeria, just exist on paper, because if they are really, really, credible, the president should not be running Nigeria. It should be run from the 6 zones and then the other states.
Now, why do you think that we have failed? I mean, after all these years, we still haven't been able to build strong institutions. We still have a lot of distrust in the electoral process and a number of other things that you've mentioned. What would you say is the reason behind that, the fact that as a country, we have constantly failed to get to a point where we can say that we have strong structures and institutions?
Because the average Nigerian worships, it starts from the family structure. How many people in Nigeria speak up to their parents and say, Papa or Mama, we can do this, can we try this? And then in trying to build a modern state, you will now inject, traditional institutions. You have the Igwes, the Obas, the Amainabos, the MS. All of those people are interfering in building a modern state because they are basically tribal people. Tribal people don't build successful nations. So Nigeria has got itself in a web, and they don't know how to get out of the web. Because now sometimes you see, for instance, Obasanjo is very guilty of this. Obasanjo will go in and bow before an MA or Oba or Igwe. You have taken the entire image of Nigeria as the president, which is the highest political holder, and then you go and bow before a traditional ruler. What does that mean? Sometimes optics, in terms of how you conduct yourself, says more than what you are being saying. So that is what is holding Nigeria. And so Nigerians are not very confident to even challenge their own parents, to even challenge their own Igwe or Oba or Emma, whatever that is. So now you migrate to the political people who have control of the police and the resources. You're just going to kneel down. You're going to roll on the floor, and then they will step all over you. So if you really want to change this, the family structure has to be credible. People begin to ask questions, not where your papa or your mama is telling you this is what you do. So because of that cowering, Nigerians cower a lot. Even though they know what they're doing is not right, they just still don't offend anybody. Humility, they become humble to be humiliated. If you don't speak up in a democracy, then what else are you getting? So you are in a dictatorship. You call it democracy, but it's still dictatorial because your governor. You look at what goes on in some of these states. Have you ever seen any commissioner awarding contract? It's always the governor. And when they put up the signs for a public project, they put the name of the governor as if the governor is using his own money. This is the people's money. You should not be acknowledging these people. But again, it goes back to the traditional nature of a Nigerian. They don't ask questions. Like, I'm an Igbo guy, and when you do that to individual, when you worship individual the way Nigerians do, they are going to step all over you and they're going to step on you. And Nigerians don't mind doing it. Look at the governors. At the center, you may have a pushback from the National Assembly, National Assembly. But when it goes to the state, who challenges the governor? In ENUGU State, for instance, who challenges whatever his name is, Peter Mba? He decides to buy an airplane, he starts to buy a bus. Have you ever seen the speaker, members of the House say, hey, you can't do that? No, he does it because he has control over everything. So it's going to take a miracle. I don't even think if Jesus or Muhammad were to come to Nigeria, they will turn this around until the Nigerians begin to question their leaders and begin to start from the family level. The reason I am the way I am because my father, who was a chief of Ihe, and he was a chief in Eastern Nigeria House of Chiefs, taught me to debate him. He taught me to sit down with my dad and we'll be going back on issues. And when I came to America, I was already sharpened on that way of thinking. That's why I ran for mayor, I ran for Congress. Yes, I didn't win, but I've been able to stand up and question things. If you don't do it, democracy doesn't work. Democracy works when you question individuals who are over institutions. And then you put laws in place to make the individuals who are running things for you not to become lords. Nigerian political people are lords. And with that mentality, Nigeria will never emerge from where it is today.
Now, speaking of questioning, questioning institutions and questioning individuals as well, where do you see the judiciary in all of this? How would you say they have fared when it comes to accountability and holding people who are in charge of certain democratic structures or offices accountable, just like you've mentioned?
Well, you look at it. Who appoints the judiciary? Is the governor or the president. And these people beg to be appointed. And when they are appointed, they can't rule against the guy who's appointed them. And so that's the biggest challenge. Again, I give you an example because I live in Texas. Our attorney general, the state attorney general, is elected. Okay, it's not appointed by the governor. Our judges are elected. And so they don't have to look to the governor or the mayor or the president to do their ruling. They do the ruling based on what the law says. So in the case of Nigeria, where the governor appoints everybody, there are not issue elections in Nigeria that are just personality elections. When you have issues, you put it on the ballot and you ask the people, hey, how do you want this to go? So in the case of Nigeria, doesn't do that. So the judiciary is weakened because most of them are not going to be able to rule against the governor because they're going to be thrown out. And when they are thrown out, what else are they going to do? There is not a whole lot of market value for the ex-Nigerian anybody. And that's why a whole lot of them want to get back into politics because that's the only way they can make their living. If it were like, in Texas or US where sometimes you leave the government thing to go into the private sector, the Nigerian private sector is not very wide. So everybody wants to get back into it. You look at all the former governors, what are they trying to do? They get back in the Senate, which again is proof. You once ran a state, but now you go down to run a district in your state because they're hungry, because they have no relevance when they leave office. So they have to get back into that process where they can pocket money and do whatever it is they're doing. So the judiciary, if you go to electing them, then you can start to think of a chance of a judiciary that will work for democracy. But as long as everybody is appointed by the president or the governor, you're not going to have a functioning. You will have a democracy, but it's not going to be functioning and delivering to you the dividends. That's type of process, a government's supposed to give you.
Now, the 2027 elections are just around the corner, and a number of things have happened so far in the political space. One of which is coalition building, another which is a series of defections. I'd like to hear your thoughts on what is currently playing out in the political space with regards to these two things mentioned.
Good question. Nigeria don't have political parties because those political parties have no bedrock foundation or policies that guide them. Nigeria basically has
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Still on 2027 political build-ups, on Friday, our guest, Pats Onwukuli, spoke on towards a peaceful electoral process. Do take a listen.
rests on the political parties. It also rests on the security agents, as well as the people. Because where people go on to accept monies, accept gifts to vote, in such situations, truly you can really blame INEC. So everybody has to be involved to know that at the end of the day, there's no replication, or there's nothing you can't, there's no way you can, wish away a credible election, because credible election and transparent elections are, the basis of a sound and functioning democracy. And at the end of the day, you see what's been going on. Sometimes you don't only blame INEC, you see some political parties, canvassing for votes for another political parties. Some political parties are saying they are not going to fill some position, especially the position of the presidency, that their party members should vote for, the candidates of some other parties. And you begin to wonder what ideology are those, political parties standing on. So at the end of the day, but don't get me wrong, most of the blame will go to INEC if things go wrong as the umpire. Because in a football match, you must trust the referee, and once there are, suspicions about, if the referee is biased or something or impartial, then whatever they do will not, not be accepted, even if they did their best.
Now, just beside INEC is also the judiciary. There has been a pattern where election comes and after that it appears to be settled in the courtrooms. So do you think that, would you say that Nigeria has created a democracy where we see the judiciary and the judges becoming part of politics, or becoming even more or as politically significant as the voters and the electorate?
Well, you can say that again. That's the issue. We found, being more. Let me use the word. I don't know whether to use the word popular. As that's the case lately. In other countries, the judiciary has always had a role to play, in elections where there are disputes, but is becoming increasingly worrisome in Nigeria, where there are issues, some administrative issues, they say go to court. I don't think the judiciary should have businesses, in so many, administrative issues coming out from the elections. The judiciary really should interpret, the laws as they affect, where there are breaches. But don't get me wrong, there's growing ambience, or there's growing latitude for the judiciary to come in these days. You have issues in the 2023 election where INEC on his own said, in their presentation, said that they were going to, they had a contract with Nigeria. I remember, watching the former INEC chairman, Professor Yakubu, saying that all results must be transmitted electronically. But at the end of the day, suddenly there was this glitch. And when the, issues went to court, the court interpreted that, transmission, immediate transmission of, results to our INEC, IREF wasn't, provision of the law. It was optional. So in a way, for me, they say judiciary, they may not be, they're not infallible, but they're infallible because they are the last. Beyond the judiciary, there's no other place to take the matters to. But I think that was some of these things are wrong, if you interpret them properly. Because INEC has set up, some sort of the regulations for, or the pathway for the elections, And turning around to do otherwise is not in any way pardonable. But happily, this time around, like I mentioned earlier, the Senate in its wisdom, has now emphasized that, the mandatory transmission of election results to the IRF is now part of the law. But again, there's still a snag where there is a technical glitch or there's no network. Then the INEC officials can now still, resort to manual transmission. So in other words, increasingly, the judiciary that are supposed to really come in are now, assuming as the days go by, greater role in determining the direction of our nascent democracy, which shouldn't really be the case. And let me also say, if things are done properly and clearly, transparently, there'll be very little need for the judiciary to come in. It's only when there's opacity, when there's some sort of murkiness, that's where this, this murkiness, let me use the word again, will now provide, some sort of avenue for aggrieved parties to seek redress in court.
Now, while we're looking towards, a peaceful election in 2027, the insecurity situation in the country is a major concern in several parts of the country. Now, how might this current, security issue affect the outcome and the conduct of the 2027 elections?
Well, my sister, greatly, like I mentioned earlier, some of the issues, really bedeviling, a credible election for the credible 2027 general elections is the issue of nationwide insecurity. I'll use the word nationwide because almost everywhere in the country is now on alert. And you can't really have credible elections where people can't turn out to vote. So it's a major issue. There's kidnapping, there's banditry, there's terrorism. In some parts of the country, people are in ID camps. So the issue of security must be tackled. It's one of the major pillars. Outside the apathy, or so to speak, from the people, insecurity. In fact, I should even rank insecurity as the number one stumbling block. So something must be done about it. It's a major issue. It's a major issue, and it must be tackled. People should be able to come out and vote, because you find out in some situations there are some areas people don't come out. There's I don't know whether it's made up insecurity or whatever, people don't come out. But at the end of the day, you see results being declared. And those sort of results do not represent, the will of the people. So democracy is supposed to be representative, representative sort of affair where the voice and the feeling of the people should count. Where you have this long suffering, people, the idea of democracy is if a leader doesn't perform, then during the 4-year cycle, you have the opportunity to change that leader. It's not impersonal, so that, at the end of the day, people can have a better life. So security is a major issue, and it should be dealt with. And I don't know if the government is throwing the towel, but I just hope that the security situation will improve.
And that brings me to also talk about the idea of national unity, the talks around national unity and national cohesion to help for a peaceful election, and also peaceful politicking and all of that. But we still see that the issue of identity and ethnicity and, you know, diversity is also a very recurrent issue when it comes to politics, and even when it comes to, you know, the election at the polls and all of that. Why would you say, in your opinion, that we still have this identity politics happening in Nigeria, as opposed to the unity that is often preached about when it comes to having peaceful processes and a peaceful country?
Yes, you know as well as I do, some say, you know, a bad workman quarrels with his tools. So sometimes some of these leaders, you know, play the ethnic card, and they also play the religious card, you know. So they divide people, and there's this, you know, popular saying, you divide people to be able to control them, to be able to rule them. So this issue of ethnicity is a problem. And when people come out, some credible candidates who come out, then the ethnicity card will be played, that they are from this part of the country or they are from the other part of the country, or the religious card being played. I think it doesn't all go well for Nigeria. It doesn't in any way all go well for this country. That those divisive, you know, slogans should be, you know, should be done away with. What is facing Nigeria today doesn't know whether you're a Christian, whether you're a Muslim. The insecurity is everywhere. And is biting, the economic situation is biting harder. The social amenities are falling away. There's very little to look forward to. So playing the ethnic card or the religious card won't all go well, won't do anything for people. So it's most people, most times the leaders who have not performed, you know, we incite people, you know, to be playing such, you know, divisive cards instead of performing. And I tell you, if you have a serious government in place that is, you know, that sees the entire country as one constituency, that gives opportunities to those that are supposed to take up such opportunities, that look for the best and hire the best, you find cohesion, you find national unity. So, but if there's division and you only hire your own, or only the people from your own part of the country, then everybody will be looking, then there will be no unity. And, you know, sometimes we preach unity and we preach peace. No, those things are by, you know, they are the end of the, you know, the end of the line. What should come first is credibility, transparency, doing things the right way. You know, doing things, not only doing things, but manifestly, you know, showing to have done the right thing. You know, the way you select people for positions should be credible, should be publicized. You know, you should, once you do things properly, people will follow by, people will join you, and there'll be unity, there'll be credibility in the country. But you don't preach you bring it where you want unity, you want peace, but the actions are, you know, totally different from what you are preaching. So it's not, it's really not going to, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way.
So then, how do we build and prepare towards a peaceful electoral process in 2027? What are your suggestions or opinions as to how, from moving on, we can, as a country, try to have peaceful politicking and also a peaceful electoral process at the end of the day?
Well, I mentioned it a little before. One, INEC, you know, INEC as the umpire has a lot to do. INEC has to be transparent. It has to be independent. It should not be an appendage of the, you know, of the government. It has to be independent. That's one. Then the political parties as well should also play their own part. There should not be, you know, party, you know, candidating position, which is very common. Most governors with their cash, you know, money war chest, control everything. They determine who contests every position. It is wrong, you know. Then there should also, parties should also reduce violence. They should reduce money politics. You know, these are some of the issues. And then for the people, the voters, the Nigerian people, they should not lose hope. Everybody should try and register. In other, some other countries is mandatory that you must register. Registration to vote, and not only registration, but voting actually, is tied to some other amenities in the country. But unfortunately, so many people are, lost hope in Nigeria. So people should, be encouraged.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
This is where we draw the curtains on today's show. Thank you so much for joining us. And don't forget that you can catch up on most of our conversations online, YouTube, and on Facebook at Signature TV Official. Well, I've been your host, Chigi Chagaram, and from all of us at Signature TV ENUGU Studios, it is goodbye and God bless.
You don't tire for this picture. Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they wait you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello friends, it is a great day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. And with great joy, I welcome you to Gospel Lounge on Signature TV. Today is going to be an awesome time on the show. My name is Victor Chief Judge. You are welcome. Let's just raise a song of worship to God for all the things that He has done for us. It's a very simple song, so join us as we sing to the glory of God. Yeah, glory be to God in the highest. Amen. Glory be to God in the highest. Amen. Oh, for his mercies endureth forever. Amen. And for his mercies endureth forever. Amen. Jenna sing, glory be to God in the highest. Amen. Adoration to the Lord in the highest. Amen. Oh, for his mercies endureth forever. Amen. For his mercies endureth forever. For his mercy, sing it. For his mercies endureth forever. Amen. Hallelujah. For his mercies endureth forever. Amen. We say all the glory and honor be to God for all the things that he has done for us. His mercies endureth forever and ever. To him be all the glory. In Jesus' precious name we worship. Amen and amen. Apostle Paul wrote to the Philippian faithfuls in chapter 4 verse 8. He says, finally, brethren, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of good report, if there be any virtue, think on these things. If there be any praise, think on these things. This is the admonition to meditate and reflect on things capable of making your life better and worthwhile. Therefore, in this segment, be attentive to receive God's word and reflect on it. I'll be right back to continue the show with you.
Dear friends, on this first Sunday of Lent, I come to you with a heavy heart because this weekend, a dear friend, close to me like a sister, was buried in my hometown, Adoache. There are moments in life when words fail you, when you are faced with tragedy, pain, sadness, sorrow, and grief. I dedicate this homily to the eternal memory of Professor Virginia Ugoibo Okudelunzu, a great woman, an outstanding academic, but a happy soul who left us so soon. When I spoke with her aged mother 2 days ago, I could not hold back my tears when this woman, faithful to God all her life, said to me, Father, I do not know what to do. My daughter worked so hard, and at 49, when she was about to begin to enjoy the fruits of her labor, someone, a doctor who didn't know what he was doing, created this tragedy, and she bled to death. So my whole community is in mourning, and we need prayers because we have lost a diamond worthy of having. In my sorrow, I turn to the Lord. I don't know about you, What do you do in those moments when you do not know what to do? You do not know what to say. You do not have words to capture the depths of your pain, your sorrow, and your anguish. Brothers and sisters, in the readings for this first Sunday of Lent, I find some passages that give me hope, that give me encouragement, and that give me comfort. If you are like me, there are moments like these in your life when you're going through trials and tribulations, when a loved one dear to you dies in tragic circumstances, or when you are visited with tragedy at the personal level, you lose your job, or like that man who said to me a few years ago at the entrance of the church when I went to preach a Lenten mission. I was preaching about finding beauty in life. This man was so sad. At the end of the Mass, he came to me and said, "Father, when everything is moving well for you, you can indeed find beauty in life. But not when you have few months to live, or when your partner leaves you, when you're going through a terrible time, when you have few months to live, and your spouse says, well, I can't live with this. Not when you lose everything that you have, money, family, health. Then you know that there is no beauty in this life." The Lord says to us in the second reading, St. Paul writing to the Romans, that no one who believes in God will be put to shame. Psalm 91, the responsorial psalm that we said for this first Sunday of Lent, says to us that God will be with us in our times of trouble. And I'd like to invite you to think of the message of Moses to the people of Israel in the first reading, reminding them how they wandered in the desert for many years. How many of them died in the desert? How many of them lost faith and lost hope and perished? How many people they lost? The oppression they suffered at the hands of their oppressors. The suffering, the tears. But he says, in the end, the Lord saved you with his strong hand, with his outstretched arm, with terrifying power, and with signs and wonders. In the end, yes, they went through all these, but in the end, God triumphed. They went through all these trials and tribulations. In the end, God was victorious in them. Again, in the gospel, we see Jesus going through his temptations. And really, what strikes me is that it was not one temptation. It was not two temptations. It was more and more. He conquers this one, he overcomes this one, then another, then another, then another. In the end, he overcame. But we hear at the end of the gospel, the devil departed for another day. It's not that when you overcome this temptation today, that's the end of temptations in your life. Or when you overcome this sickness, that you will not have another. Or when someone dear to you dies, that you will not have another tragedy happen to you. That's the reality of our lives. That's the uncertainty of our lives. But the promise is that those who believe will not be put to shame. And that is why I ask you, What helps me in my own journey is what St. Augustine advises all Christians to do. Fix your gaze on God. Turn toward God and not toward yourself. If you turn in on yourself, you will only see your weaknesses, your pain. You will not find the answer. You will find human answers. You will only look for natural reason, human reasoning. But when you turn toward God, when you place God at the center, the circumference will all align. When you place God at the center, you will find that God can and does redeem your story. And that is what Lent offers us, brothers and sisters, a time to turn toward God so that God can redeem our stories. A time to turn toward God so that God can give us hope again. A time to turn toward God so that we don't rely on our strength, but on the grace that comes from heaven above. A time to turn toward God so that we do not rely on our power, but that kind of power that comes from God, the almighty power, the outstretched arm, the saving signs and wonders. May Jesus be with each and every one of us in all our trials and tribulations. May we look beyond the shadows unto the one who leads us on every day, the one who overcame his own temptations and trials and knows what it means for each and every one of us to be going through trials and tribulations. And may the hand of the Lord be upon you.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
All right, you're welcome back. Thank you very much for being there with us. I believe you were blessed by that session of reflection. Do well to do the needful with all that you have received and what you have heard. Thank you very much for being here. This is Gospel Lounge on Signature TV. Today, I have an interesting guest in the house, and we're going to be talking about something very crucial as far as ministry is concerned, and it's going to be women in ministry. All right. The matter of women in ministry or women inclusion in both the sacred and the secular quarters of leadership or stewardship has attracted so many arguments and concerns as well. In the Christian circle, the Old Testament has its pattern. The New Testament has its own pattern, being the fulfillment of the types or the shadows of the Old Testament. However, today, we shall be discussing the matter with, as it regards present discoveries and the dichotomy we have seen in ministry or in the places of service. And to discuss this with me today, I have Pastor Chinwe Metel, the lead pastor of Gifted Grace Assembly here in the city of ENUGU, Nigeria. She is a passionate lover of God and his people, a preacher and a counselor with great results following her work in ministry. Guys, help me make welcome Pastor Metel. You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
You're looking good as always.
Just like you.
Oh yeah, it's very interesting. Women in ministry.
Yeah.
If I ask you, what's your view about women in ministry?
Women in ministry is about fulfilling purpose.
Okay.
It's a divine call from above, from God.
Yeah.
And in that call is divine because ministry has to do with assignment.
Yeah.
You focus on your assignment, which the Lord have called you to do. And as you're doing it, you are fulfilling your own purpose in your own life and fulfilling a purpose in another person's life, because we are all called to serve God.
Yeah.
So there is need for women to be in ministry. It's a divine call and a divine assignment.
Coming from your own side now, is it worth it? Is it fulfilling?
Yes, it should be, because it's divine.
Okay.
It's fulfilling. When God asks you to do something, you obey.
Okay.
And you're doing it with all your heart. Yes, it's fulfilling.
Now, what's the difference between the Old Testament pattern of women in ministry and the New Testament pattern of these services? What's the difference?
There is a difference. And the difference there is that the people of the Old Testament, they were called to lead a nation, not just the church.
Okay.
Yes, the women were called just like Deborah in the Bible.
All right.
Deborah, as we all know, is a prophetess and a judge. Men submitted under her leadership.
Yeah.
Not just a community, a whole nation submitted under her leadership.
Yeah.
And she led well.
Okay.
And King Josiah in the Bible, Huda, she's a prophetess.
Okay.
And at the same time, she's an advisor to King Josiah.
All right.
All of us know about Esther.
Yeah.
A whole nation was saved because of a woman. But when you come to the New Testament, it was they work in hand with other men.
Okay.
In Old Testament, they work just under their men worked under them.
Yeah.
And this is a call to service where God approved them more, because they also work in hand with God, with Jesus during his own time here.
Yeah.
Somebody like Mary Magdalene, the Bible recorded that she witnessed the death and the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. An assignment was given to her: go and announce that the king have risen. At the same time, she's being addressed as one of the apostles to the apostles, a woman, Mary Magdalene. Then you talk about Priscilla. She's a missionary that worked with the husband in the service of God. She's also a teacher. And then you talk about Phoebe. She is a woman.
Yeah.
And at the same time, she's a deaconess in the church.
Okay.
In the service of God. She worked for God. And in Romans chapter 16, verse 7, a name was mentioned, Junior.
Yeah.
Junior was a missionary that served God. We talk about Priscilla.
Yeah.
She worked with the husband, Aquila, in the service of God.
Yeah.
Another person is Dorcas.
Yeah.
That affected so many lives.
Yes.
You know the story of Lazarus, what happened there.
Yeah.
Lydia, we have so many women that work in the New Testament. They affected life directly to the church and to the family as well.
But you see, the problem, or something that has given me so much concern about this is, in our time we have seen a lot of dichotomy, a lot of friction. Say, women, they are soft people, they can't take strong decisions, and somehow they are being, let me use the word, marginalized, okay, as it were, in ministry. Nobody wants to give them a major role to play, especially in our time.
Yes.
What do you think is the reason for this?
Okay, I love this question.
Yeah.
Let me start by saying that we are no longer the weaker vessel.
Okay.
We are strong now, much more stronger. One of the, I will put up culture as one of the constraints.
Okay.
It's not just in the Bible, even in the secular world. There are roles they don't want a woman to participate in, feeling that we can't handle it, not again. Yes, there's this cultural constraint that women from this place, you are not meant to do this, you are not meant to do that, but you are not meant to do that. But funny enough, We have female doctors.
Okay.
We have female engineers.
Yeah.
And they are doing well. They are kind of limiting women in ministry just because they feel we are still the weaker vessel. But they don't know that God called all of us, according to Galatians 3:28.
Yeah.
There is no female or male. If you are called, focus on the assignment that God has given to you. Work on it.
Yeah.
There's no place God said it must be a man. The only issue here is that be on a divine assignment and do it very, very well.
So now it's not about gender, now it has to do with availability.
Yes, availability. And another problem is this. We are not recognized. You see women in ministry, in a gathering like this, they recognize the men of God. They will even ignore you. There's lack of platform, but we are creating it now on our own.
Okay.
Through social media. Lack of platform. They don't recognize you. There is this kind of segregation.
Yeah.
Some men don't allow you lay hands on them. Yes. Simply because you're a woman. But let's assume that a woman in ministry now decides to every Sunday I'll be sharing 10,000.
Okay.
Everybody won't mind you are a woman. Everybody will come. Or you're cooking food, you're serving people lunch. People don't mind, they will still come. So I don't see the why that tends to push us aside. There are a lot to do. I believe it's not about the gender, it's about what you can do on the stage.
Okay.
Yes, with your divine assignment. What can you do as a person? Not about the gender now.
Okay.
There are women in ministry that are doing far better. You know, we are passionate.
Yes.
Women are passionate. So when you see a woman in ministry, you see them doing everything with all their hearts. It's not about the material things. It's about imparting life, seeing things move in a good way for people. Yes.
And now, before I let you go because of our time, there are a lot of women out there called by God. But because of these restrictions, it is so difficult for them to come in and do what God will want them to do. What would be your advice to them?
One, don't allow anybody define your calling.
Okay.
Don't allow anybody define your assignment for you. There's God that called you to do that thing. Focus on what you are being called to do. With platform or no platform, you can stay anywhere and still make impact. Another thing is relying on God's timing.
Okay.
Don't be so fast to be seen. Yes. It's not about the popularity, not about the fame, not about how large you are. You can start somewhere. Give yourself that platform and start somewhere. There are people that believe in you. Focus on those people that believe in you. The most important thing again is to make impact. The little one you have started doing, make impact. The Bible said that by their fruit you shall know them. When they start seeing results of your calling, they will have to come back and believe. Work on the people that God have given unto you. People that believe in your calling. And move on with them.
Wow.
Other things will come up.
This is so wonderful. What a very beautiful conversation, encouraging our women out there to do what God has called them to do. I call it to action. At creation, you know, God made man, male and female, and blessed them with the dominion capacity. The emergence of the woman or the female gender is to help man fulfill God's mandate.
Yes.
And as such, should not be interpreted as a second guess or second class person in the practical existence of life. All right? No matter the culture, God's word is supreme. Just like my guests have just said, once it is an assignment from God, trust Him, trust His timing, and then be bold enough to do what God has called you to do. Thank you so much for coming on.
You're
the show
welcome,
has been a pleasure talking with you.
You're welcome.
And this is so insightful.
Thank you,
We
sir.
wish you well in all you do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate you.
And my friends, I'm going to see you quickly right after this short break.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
All right, thank you very much for joining us. This is the Gospel Lounge on Signature TV. Thank you for still being there. I am here with my friend, and we're going to be talking about something very critical, especially in our time. It's all about service. A lot of people don't really understand what service is all about. A lot of people understand what service is all about, and then you see, it's a very vast topic for conversation. We're going to be starting somewhere and then, bend it down to a place that is very, very critical in our time. My guest is a man of God, a developer. I have a lot of things to say about him, but I don't just want to go into that now. But he is someone that is so passionate about service and seeing people do things the right way. Friends, help me make welcome Pastor Samuel Tabe.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for coming to Gospel Lounge.
Thank you. It's a privilege to be here once again.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
Thank you.
Service.
Yeah.
In our society today, a lot of people don't really understand what service is all about. But just give us an overview of what you think service is all about.
Yes, okay. First and foremost, service is majorly doing anything that is of assistance to some other person.
Okay.
So that's when you do things to help someone or a group of persons. That's one aspect. And there's a part that most people know, where you tend to work more like what we call boy, but it's not really boy per se.
Yeah.
Just that you willfully want to help someone or a group of persons based on the kind of capacity you have. That's one aspect.
Okay.
The other aspect of service also, it's a process or an act that you offer.
Okay.
That people need, celebrate, and possibly may be willing to pay for it.
Yeah.
Now, at this point, it's more like you're creating value that people really need. So service is both doing things that will help humanity, and at the same time, that service, that things you're doing is of great value to them. And like we know, value is relative. What is valuable to you may not be valuable to some other person.
Yeah.
So it must be something that is relevant to them. You understand? For them to know, okay, yeah, this thing is really valuable. So in the process of doing that, that person is actually offering services. And one of the places in the Bible that really caught my attention, is where Jesus told the disciple that anybody that wants to be the greatest among you should be the servant.
Should be the servant of all.
I remember back then as a young child growing up in Sunday school, I used to feel that, so that means for you to become the leader, you should be the one that clean the floor, mop it's part of it. But what Jesus simply meant is that the greatest among you should be someone that offers services. You are able to offer things that are of value to humanity. So it all depends on the kind of value you are willing to offer. And that being said, to offer value doesn't come automatically.
Okay.
It means a person should have added value to himself. Because it's what you have that determines what to give.
That's right.
So service basically is offering value, and that value should be needed by the people you are offering it to. But then the major stuff should not be to get some sort of financial benefit from them immediately. The major concern should be you're offering this value to them for it to be of help to them. Then at the long run, based on what you've done, they
Yeah.
can now bring in the financial substance back to you.
Yeah.
So based on that note, money is basically the reward for value. Why value is a service you offer, and it comes from the kind of value you've added to yourself. So that's
So,
just what
so
I said.
principally, it is not really about the money.
No, it's not about
But
the
it's
money.
about the value you,
The value you
are
offer
able
to
to
people.
offer to
Yeah.
the people.
Yeah.
But that's a very serious concern there.
Yeah.
Our generation doesn't believe in this principle.
Yeah.
Everybody wants something in return for what he or she has done.
Yeah.
I am. Let me ask: Is
Yeah.
it bad?
Yeah, well, in the normal sense, it's not bad because, I mean, let's assume you spend 5 years investing in yourself.
Okay.
You've created this value that you start offering to humanity. I mean, there should be some kind of physical reward that should come along with it.
Yeah.
But then the challenge is when we make the reward the end point, that's where it
Okay.
becomes very bad.
Okay.
Secondly, when you're to offer this service, since it's what you already have, as a matter of fact, it's who you are. Before you start demanding for reward, you need to understand the setting.
Okay.
A place that you know cannot really pay that much, you know how to price it. The place you know that can pay much, you know how you price it. So that means the price you put, maybe it should be relative. It
Yeah.
should not be static. Then another thing you also consider, let's assume while you're developing those values within you, building up that system that help you get to the point you're getting to, there were certain people that assisted you.
Yeah.
So for those kind of people, I don't think it would be adequate for you to start asking, because if they did not help you, you probably will not have
Will
gotten
not get
to
to
that
that
level.
point, yeah.
You understand? So so it has to do with humanity. You understand how this thing flows. So when it comes, it's just like, for instance, my father probably trained me to whatever level I get to be,
Yeah.
and I'm a medical doctor and my dad is sick. And I want to offer that, say, no, dad, you have to pay.
You have to pay.
You have to pay. So it sounds somehow funny.
Yes.
So that's why, so these are some of the things we really need to check out. So you need to know what's the setting I'm going to demand, then what is the situation, how balanced are they? There are some areas you may go, you charge up to as much as you can, but there are some places you go, that same service that you were paid for in another place, you can offer it to them free.
Okay.
Depending on their setting and the current situation that they are in. Knowing that it's not all about the money.
Yeah.
There are some things we do today. We may not get the benefit immediately. It may come times later.
Mm.
So the whole point is that of value. Finance will come later. But if it doesn't come immediately, don't kill yourself. But for it, it will definitely come.
I know this is so strong. The principle of serving today and then getting the reward later is something a lot of our young people don't want to listen to such things.
Because of the get quick,
yes.
get rich quick syndrome. Everybody just wants to make it.
But let me bend it to us somewhere now.
Yeah.
All over the social media has been these arguments whether you are supposed to pay a music minister, pay whoever that is, whatever.
Yeah.
All right, it's been a contention. But in Christian service, what should it be?
Well, that argument is really broad-based. Well, let's just try and see how to see it from a neutral standpoint, okay?
Yeah.
Because too many things are within it. First and foremost, anything done within the church should be made for two major reasons. Number one, giving glory to God.
Okay.
Then number two, adding value to humanity. And
Okay.
especially helping them know God more. That's a basic thing we do in church.
Okay.
Because we have several sectors in the society. You have the political, you have the economical, they all have their roles.
Yeah.
When it has to do with the church, it falls under the religious. So the major goal is to help man get to know God more.
Yeah.
Just like the economical part is to help us, to generate, maximize profit.
That's right.
For whatever we have. Now, but the challenge is, music ministers started charging not necessarily because they were bad, but somehow the structures and the system we introduced in the church encourage that.
Okay.
Where we start making it look as if all we do in church is about business. You understand? So most of the times we start attacking the tail without really dealing with the head. Because let's assume I'm a pastor of a church. And probably I labored for this church. I invested my money.
Yeah.
It got to a certain point that is now paying me back, right? and I can drive like, let's say, 5 jeeps, okay, and assistant pastor cannot pay his rent. The music minister has abandoned everything he's doing because for him to become a professional in that area, he needs time.
Yeah.
And that time is, like we say, money. He has invested in himself, has developed himself, and he's not doing any other thing. All he does is that thing. At least my conscience should tell me that for the fact that this person has invested this time, this amount of time to develop himself in that area, if he had invested that amount of time in another sector, he probably would have gotten to a certain level.
Okay.
So normally I should tell myself that at least this person should be getting something at the end of the day to help him pay his bills. The same thing with them. But if a young person finds himself in that position, he sees me, the pastor, I'm enjoying, but himself is suffering. Not as if I provided another means where he can be generating revenue apart from the music he's doing. The basic instinct of human being is survival, and they have to survive. So he pushed some of them against the wall. They start placing this demand. So that's why on my part, before I start criticizing them, I check the environment. But if it's a situation whereby the church had spent time to sponsor the person, provided the person's basic need. Now, instead of the person being satisfied with what the church has given, instead he becomes greedy. That area is very bad. In that area, I really don't support it, because that's the story of some people. Then should the music minister church, if it's your local church where you were brought up, it's just like the example I gave. My father trained me. I can't charge my father for my services. There's no high to church. But the church also should be able to have strong financial system that knows how to at least somehow take care of some of these guys, so that they will not look outside. Then now, if they are inviting that same person to another church, what the person should consider is that I'm going to leave my family. You understand, for the time being. This period I'm going to go, is there a replacement? If no replacement, don't go anywhere, stay there. But if it's on a day that you don't have your own service and you want to go, fine. Whatever you agree with, for me, I'll not advise them to charge because you're still going to a church, right? But then if the church should have more like a music setup where they produce their own music because we actually need them. Thank God, back in the days, you want to have birthday as a pastor or Christian, you are short of songs. So we actually encourage believers to go into that. So for me, what I advise is that if they have the facilities and they have the talents, they can create their own studio where they produce their musicians. So they can come to agreement. Either they give the artists, let's say 70%, 60%, whatever, but something should still come back to the organization so that they'll be able to run the system. Then periodically they can organize concerts. They can even serve as a means of evangelism. Go to school, tell them we're organizing concert or singing competition. The best among them will be given so and so. You'll be giving we'll sign you. It will even draw a lot of people into the church. That's another way they can use it to generate money. Now, within those settings, it's not a church service. This is totally music, whatever. It's business now. If they want to charge people for coming in, fine. If they want to charge those that will compete in the concert, charge for buying the form, there's nothing wrong with that. So this one, but what they should do is that they should separate it totally from the church. Because once it's attached to a church, people will tend to be like, okay, church, you do business. But once you understand this is basically music concert, but Christian music, why we call it Christian music is so that you are sure as you are going there, you are not going to hear nudity. No stupid things that will disturb your spirit. But these are things that will encourage you. On that ground, for me, I encourage it.
It's a very critical thing to talk about, because you see, today we have seen, unfortunately, a lot of our people moving from being a spiritual thing into a business. Let me put it this way, striking a fair balance now. We have a greater percentage of a business kind of attention given to music and our service in church now, more than what it should be. My question again now is this: you said something about the pastor and his welfare and the thing, and then the people working with him and all that. You said something about trying to set up a structure that will help see to the welfare of these ones. If it is service unto God, who should benefit more?
Who should benefit more? Okay, is it like the pastor?
Anyone, you know, I'm just trying to throw it on the table because a lot of people are feeling so hot that they have been shortchanged, or maybe they are being used and all that. So how do we get a balance to this?
Out of that, you know what, like this last word you use, balance, I think that's one of the biggest challenges we're having, especially down here in Africa. You know, one book I read, 7 Habits, Stephen Covey made a statement that changed my life. It was like, success in one area will not compensate for failure in another.
That's right.
You know that, you know mathematics very well, your knowledge of math will not compensate for your ignorance in English.
True.
So making that balance is really, really key. Well, normally, if you check organizational sector, because as a church grows, you know, the emphasis now, because of several responsibility that comes in. I mean, you have to deal with God, you have to deal with human beings, and human beings of different at different level with different kind of challenges and so on. So there should be this kind of structure that even the pastor himself, personally, I believe, should not be the only signatory to the church accounts.
Okay.
It should get to a point that even the pastor himself should be on salary to safeguard himself and the system. Because if you check, some of these our other religious organizations that have lasted for centuries, what really made them stay? Then if we ask ourselves, the way we run our system, how long can they last? If an organization, whether church or business, whatever, is built to revolve only around one person, the moment that person is out of the scene, that's
a crash.
That's why most of these organizations don't last long. But what happened to this other organization, like some churches like Methodists that have lasted for centuries, even Roman Catholic Church? So what kind of structure and system do they have? You notice it doesn't revolve around one person.
That's right.
You understand? So I believe on this ground, we should study those systems and see.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, you notice the kind of confusion we have within a circle. They really don't have those because of structure. You understand? But if one man is a structure, he is weak. Because if today he's happy, he'll turn the structure in a certain way. Tomorrow he's sad, he changes things a certain way. But if there's a structure that determines how everybody flows, it becomes easy. And how do we get that structure? The word of God is there.
Okay.
For instance, I made this study. I noticed in the days of David, there were music ministers that were paid by him. He was the one that started where we had the ASAP group, where he had musicians that their job is to praise, and in short, he had them in category. So, and he even said that when they bring the tithe into the tabernacle, they shared among them. This is your portion. So your responsibility is to stay in the temple, praise God before the earth, day in and day out. The days of Nehemiah, he re-established that process. So if we can study how were they able to build that, you understand? Study that prototype, we can still replicate it.
But it is you know, what you said now is very critical because I think majority of the people out there, I just want to use the word majority of the people out there, they choose scriptures that kind of, you know, give credence to whatever they think in their heart and all that, just to justify their motives and all that. But this is biblical. It's not bad.
It's not bad.
But the issue now is creating the right structure, that will take care of these things.
So the problem we have is lack of structure.
Wow.
So if you don't really have the right structure, and you know, another thing is that when structure is, and you even check in a political environment, once there's structure, if you notice like some areas, one leadership will come into place, start certain things. When it's out of the leadership, everything dies. Another one comes. So every day we see new development, but there's no sustainability. So what makes for sustainability is structure. So no matter who you are, once you come, you fit into that. So somebody once made a statement that there are some countries today that even if you make a goat their president, they will still do well. Because it's not just about who is a president,
it is the structure around.
So structure is superior to the man.
Wow.
So even though I may be the president founder, my life should be governed by principles and structure that I submit to them, not me bending the structure and the principle to suit me. And the easiest way to get the structure, I repeat, we all have them in the word of God. But like you say, we see what we want to see from the Bible and interpret what we like, not really what we
It's
You
so,
get?
it's so, it's so, it's so
So when
heavy.
he's there, most of this confusion will not really be there. It will not be about one man trying to compel others to do what he wants them to do, but to be about the structure that makes for unity and peace.
I want to ask you this last question before I let you go, just because of our time. A lot of young people that really want to serve God with their gifts and their talents are facing these unfortunate events due to lack of structure, and the temptation to go out there is there. And one of the dangerous things about going out there is that they may fall into the wrong hands. And so what would be your advice to these young people that really want to serve God, but the structures they found themselves are not really encouraging? What would be your advice?
I'll just tell them to stay true to God regardless of the challenge. Well, even though it may sound funny, but one day it will be okay. Because the thing is this, I mean, growing up, we all face those kind of challenges. You know, things are actually changing gradually.
Yeah.
Because once upon a time, if you're a musician in the church, we are seen like a wayward person.
True.
Where pastors we used to like. So, and as a result of that, I've been to several churches. During the praise and worship, they'll be there playing. Once the pastor is preaching, they are out.
Yeah.
And somebody will say, these people are not serious. Why would they be inside the church? When any little sound from the amplifier, they become the new Bible. Pastor will latch them and so on, because wherever you discourage, you don't want to stay around you.
True.
So most of them will go out. But at least thank God these days that we have some system that is trying to bring them closer in. And another thing I also say, for we that teach, we should not make it look as if the only legitimate form of ministry that exists is that of preaching from behind the pulpit.
Yeah.
So if you are not from behind the pulpit, you are not in ministry. That is wrong.
Yes.
Because, I mean, doctors are in ministry. Pilots are in ministry. Even musicians are also in ministry.
That's right.
Everybody must not be a pastor, because if everybody is a pastor, who will be constructing the road that the pastor will travel to?
That's right.
preach?
That's right.
If everybody is going to be the pastor, who will become the medical doctor that helped the one that didn't get healing in church? So when we understand the fact that anywhere we find ourselves is ministry, especially for a believer, whatever you do is not you. It's just a platform given to you to exercise that which God has placed in you.
Yeah.
So if I'm a doctor, I'm not really a doctor per se. I'm an ambassador of Christ with a doctoral platform. If I'm an artist, I'm not really an artist per se. I'm actually a minister of God, an ambassador of Christ, having the platform, to manifest it. So when we understand that, when we all now come to church, whatever pastor is preaching, you're hearing it as a pastor, I'm hearing it as an IT specialist, this is what I'm saying as a musician. We break it to our own different sector. We take it out there and manifest it. The Bible says that we should be the lights of the world, not the lights in the church.
Yes, right.
So what we do in the church is to receive the light. We go out there in the world and shine it. So when people come to understand this, nobody will feel cheated. Nobody will feel they are not respected or they are not celebrated in their own field. And when they have this understanding, no matter the challenges they face, if I'm a musician, for instance, and I have this mindset that I'm not just a musician, but I'm a servant of God, giving music as a tool.
Yeah.
Just like the pastor is a servant of God, giving preaching as a tool. I'll be like, the way pastor is effective behind the pulpit, this I should be effective on my own stage. So whether I have the opportunity to manifest in church or not, just like a pastor now, the local assembly may not recognize him as the assistant pastor. That will not make him to go out. You understand? So if also a musician have this understanding that I'm also a minister, not just a normal minister, but a servant of God with music as a tool. If the church doesn't recognize the talent, I can create a system out there that we sing and draw men to God.
That's right.
And with time, it can become a system. So it's not an excuse to go out into the world and start negotiating with the devil and his guys. No. There's always a way out.
There is always a way out. Friends, I believe you are learning a lot from this great conversation I'm having with my friend, Pastor Samuel Tabe, discussing service. We've touched a whole lot of places, and I want you to understand that every single gift that we have been given by God is for service, first to God and then to humanity. The value you are bringing is something that is very important. So give attention to it, add value to yourself, and then transfer that value to the service of God and humanity. We want to call on religious leaders. Please do everything within your power to create structures that will make service worth it. within the circles you find yourself. I must thank you
very
for
much.
this insightful conversation today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
From all of us here, we wish you well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you, my beautiful friends, thank you for being there always. Do well to follow us on all our social media handles showing on your screen. Thank you very much for joining us. Till I come your way next time, my name is Victor Chief Judge. Shalom.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The 250-page book is a reflection on the life, ideals, and political journey of Peter Obi, the Labour Party 2023 presidential candidate, whose campaign sparked what many described as a generational shift in Nigerian politics. Peter Obi, who was a special guest, told the audience that the battle for a better Nigeria was far from over. He stated that any country where those in government are richer than those in business can only be produced in poverty. Peter Obi called on Nigerians to remain steadfast in their sacrifice, urging them to continue the fight against incompetent leadership and entrenched criminality in public institutions.
Any country, those in government are richer than those in business, is producing poverty. Nigerians are in refugee camp in their own country. Nigerians are refugees in Chad. Nigerians are refugees in Cameroon.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, xenophobic attacks. FG begins free repatriation of 1,000 Nigerians from South Africa. Kaduna trains 1,000 forest guards to address banditry. Footage of police rescue of Adilabu's sister, twin sons emerge. Trump faces new Republican resistance in Congress as midterm pressures build. Dominant Amundsen clinches gold, sets record in Taiwan. Details in a moment.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Nigerian officials have said more than 1,000 citizens have registered for evacuation from South Africa and will no longer be required to pay for their return flights to Nigeria. The development follows recent xenophobic attacks in South Africa, targeting citizens of several African countries, including Nigerians. The Nigerian government had earlier disclosed that at least 300 Nigerians had indicated interest in returning home from South Africa, with plans for the returnees to fund their own flights. However, on Saturday, the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Kimiebi Ebenfa, announced that evacuees would no longer bear the cost of transportation. Mr. Ebenfa told the newsmen that the federal government would deploy aircraft to bring the returnees home at no cost to them. According to him, the screening of Nigerians in South Africa who registered for evacuation was expected to conclude on Saturday. In a renewed effort to tackle insecurity, the Kaduna State government has commenced the training of 1,000 forest guards to help secure forests and flush out criminal elements operating within the state. The guards are expected to serve as the eyes and ears of security agencies, helping to identify suspicious movements and provide timely intelligence. Addressing the trainees at the commencement of their training at the Police College in Kaduna, Governor Obasani, represented by his Chief of Staff, Sani Kela, admonished them to imbibe the spirit of discipline and professionalism as they embark on the journey of defending their state and communities. He said that the forest guards will receive adequate training and will work in collaboration with security agencies to ensure effective operations, just as he expressed confidence that the initiative will enhance safety, allow farmers to return to their farmlands with confidence, and improve daily life in rural areas. According to the Kaduna State Commissioner for Internal Security and Home Affairs, Sule Shaibu, the guards will work alongside conventional security agencies to monitor forest areas, gather intelligence, and prevent bandit attacks. He explained that the training, which is being coordinated by the Office of the National Security Advisor, is expected to improve security in vulnerable communities, protect farmers, and create a safer environment for economic activities. Footage has emerged showing men of the Nigerian police during a nighttime operation, resulting in the rescue of Mrs. Olaide John Paul, a younger sister of the former Minister of Power, Chief Adebayo Adelabu, and her 12-year-old twin sons, Peter and Paul. The trio was successfully rescued by the police operatives around 7:30 p.m. on Saturday, after a gun duel with the abductors. The victims were rescued from a residential building in an undisclosed area in Ibadan, a development attributed to intelligence gathering and sustained pressure mounted on the kidnappers. In the video, one suspected kidnapper was seen handcuffed before another was discovered hiding on the rooftop of the apartment, resulting in the arrest of 2 suspects.
Throw it outside, Abel, throw it outside. I'm videoing, sir. You cannot go into a bathroom like that. I'm videoing. So much is this. Come, be careful there. Hold on. Wait, calm down, you are safe. Calm down, you are safe. Come. Go out. You are safe. Put on your light. Good. You are safe. Where are the other? Why this one is not moving? Yes, Bagu is the other. Where are the guns? Oh, no.
In a statement, the force public relations officer, DCP Anthony Placid, said that rescue was achieved through sustained intelligence gathering, surveillance, and tactical operations, and the efforts enabled investigators to track the kidnappers' movements, resulting in a confrontation with FID-IRT operatives. DCP Placid added that efforts have been intensified in the area by security operatives in order to apprehend fleeing members of the kidnapping syndicate, as preliminary intelligence indicated that some suspects escaped with gunshot injuries. He also said that operations are ongoing to track, arrest, and bring all involved to justice. The National Working Committee of the People's Redemption Party, PRP, has cleared a former governor of Cross River State, Donald Duke, as the party's presidential candidate for the 2027 general elections. Duke's clearance came after the NWC approved the report of the Primaries Appeal Committee following a review of the recent primary elections of the party. A statement by the party's National Publicity Secretary, Muhammad Ishaq, on Saturday said the NWC also approved results of governorship, Senate, House of Representatives, and State House of Assembly primaries. Ishaq disclosed that all declared candidates were approved to run in the 2027 general elections, except for the Taruni Federal Constituency in Kano, where the primary election was cancelled. He said the party plans to field 420 candidates in the 2027 general elections and expressed the commitment of PRP to the principles of internal democracy and service, as well as to delivering credible and transformative leadership for the country. Political stakeholders from ENUGU East Senatorial Zone have thrown their weight behind President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the ENUGU State Governor, Dr. Peter Mbah, endorsing both leaders for a second term in office ahead of the 2027 general elections. The endorsement came during a mega rally christened the Ofobi Rally for Tinubu and Mbah, held at the Michael Okpara Square in ENUGU, where leaders and supporters from the six local government areas of the zone gathered to express their support. Correspondent Chinemerem Ikebunam reports.
The atmosphere at the Michael Okpara Square in Enugu was charged with excitement as political leaders, party faithful, and supporters from Enugu East Senatorial Zone converged for the Ofobi rally for Tinubu and Mbah. The rally culminated in the formal endorsement of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Governor Peter Mbah for re-election in the 2027 general elections. Enugu East Senatorial Zone, which comprises Enugu East, Enugu North, Enugu South, Isuzo, Nkanu East, and Nkanu West local government areas, also announced a donation of 300 million naira in support of Governor Mbah's re-election campaign. The motion endorsing President Tinubu for a second term was moved by Senator representing Enugu East Senatorial District, Kelvin Chukwu, and seconded by the member representing Nkanu East and Nkanu West Federal Constituency, Nnolin Naji. Similarly, the motion backing Governor Peter Mbah for another term in office was moved by the member representing Nkanu West State Constituency, Iluabuchi Aniago, and seconded by Anthony Mbah of Nkanu East Constituency.
As a senator representing Enugu East, I am proud to endorse Peter Mbah for my second term. I so second.
Former governor of Old Anambra State, Jim Nwobodo, also declared his support for Governor Mbah's re-election, stating that the governor deserves another term to consolidate on the gains recorded so far. Chairman of the Central Planning Committee, Chief Oke Obodo, called for unity among party stakeholders and encouraged supporters to remain peaceful and committed to translating their support into electoral success.
The future of Enugu State matters to us. That's why we are here today. This rally is a loud message, very loud message, to the entire nation that Enugu is an senatorial zone, and indeed Enugu State stands solidly behind our son, our leader, our upright Governor Peter Mbisimba, the anointed one.
Responding to the endorsement, Governor Peter Mbisimba expressed gratitude to the people of Enugu East Senatorial Zone for what he described as a strong vote of confidence in his administration.
This is quite humbling. This is a definition of a mammoth's crown. Words alone cannot fully convey how delighted I am to be here. Today, I am reminded of the saying that there is no greater honor than that bestowed by one's own people. I am very honored and grateful for what you have demonstrated here today. This endorsement is strong validation for what we have achieved together. Thank you all.
The endorsement rally reflects growing political activities in the state as the country inches closer to the 2027 general elections in Enugu. Chinemere Mikebunam, Signature TV News.
Honorable Blessing Maduka, the Accord Party senatorial candidate for Lagos East Senatorial District, has called on Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, to step up as a mother first and focus attention on the plight of the kidnapped school children in Orire local government area of Oyo State, rather than engaging in re-election politics. Speaking with journalists in Lagos, Honorable Maduka expressed deep concern over the growing insecurity affecting schools across Nigeria, revealing that she had been having sleepless nights over the safety of Nigerian children in the hands of kidnappers and bandits. Mrs. Maduka lamented the rising cases of kidnapping, attacks on schools, and the climate of fear that had disrupted learning across the country, stressing that the protection of children must rise above political interests. She wondered why Senator Tinubu would regularly be hosting All Progressives Congress women and distributing cars for them when several Nigerian school children and their teachers were being held hostage in forests by terrorists. The Accord Party candidate further advocated stronger collaboration among federal, state and local governments to ensure security responses are swift, coordinated and effective. The Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, has distanced himself from reports claiming that he promised to secure senatorial tickets for lawmakers who lost in the recent All Progressives Congress primary elections. In a statement issued on Saturday by his special advisor on media and publicity, Eseme Eyibo, the Senate President clarified that his remarks during an interaction with senators on Tuesday were misconstrued. According to the statement, Akpabio merely expressed sympathy for senators adversely affected by the outcome of the primaries and informed them that the APC leadership was already working to address concerns arising from the exercise. The statement stressed that the Senate President remains committed to party discipline and due process and would not interfere in the internal affairs of the ruling party. The clarification followed widespread reports suggesting that Akpabio had assured senators who lost their tickets that their candidacies would be restored before the final submission of the list for the 2027 general election. On the recent calls for a Senate investigation into the military over recent security incidents across the country, The Senate President, while acknowledging that legislative oversight is a constitutional responsibility of the National Assembly, noted that the prevailing security situation requires a more collaborative approach rather than a public probe of the armed forces. The first Professor C.B. Okafor Annual Nursing Lecture Series of the College of Medicine, University of Nigeria, ENUGU campus, will hold on Wednesday, 10th June 2026. The occasion, which will hold at the lecture hall of the College of Medicine, Itukwuozala, is the brainchild of Professor C.B. Okafor, the pioneer head of Department of the Nursing Sciences, University of Nigeria, ENUGU campus, who instituted the endowment fund for the annual lecture series. Speaking when he featured as a guest on the signature TV breakfast show, New Day, the Deputy Provost of the College of Medicine, ENUGU, Professor Kajetan Onyedum, described the theme of the lecture, Understanding the Existence of Maternal Mortality in Nigeria, Evidence from Past Interventions and Future Challenges, as very apt. Professor Onyedum noted that the health sector is currently facing a lot of challenges, which he said requires increased funding, motivated workforce, and infrastructure upgrade, as well as comprehensive reforms to check the ever-increasing brain drain in the sector.
The primary point driving people out of the system here is poor remuneration. Whether we like it or not, if you don't pay people well, they're not going to work because they're not satisfied. So once you don't have job satisfaction, no matter what you provide for that person, he's not going to stay. When the system is poor, insecurity is there, a lot of people will not tolerate not being free again in the society where they are.
Another guest on the program and head of the Department of Nursing Sciences at ENUGU, Dr. Peace Ihanacho, observed that most of the people seeking admission to study nursing and other health-related courses have no intention of staying in the country on graduation, which he said should be a source of worry to all Nigerians. She also spoke on the possible impact of artificial intelligence and technology on the nursing profession, especially in the area of documentation, which she noted will free workload of the nurses and give them more time for physical interface with their patients.
Telemedicine, telehealth, telenursing is everywhere. People are talking about it, and at least theoretically for us in Nigeria. But telenursing, for example, is built on the model that particular expert that may be out there in maybe in the city can actually, based on that particular resource, consult or contribute to the care of somebody that is in the rural area, by use of all those telecommunication systems. And so it happens. We are also told, we know about AI, that it is there. In nursing, one of the things that AI can do so much for us, AI has actually not come to take over nursing. That's one area it may not be able to take over. But AI can actually free the nurse.
OPEC Plus is set to agree on Sunday a fourth increase in oil output targets in as many months, 3 OPEC Plus sources said. Even though the U.S. war with Iran is still preventing several of the group's members from pumping more. The war has cut oil flows via the Strait of Hormuz, creating the world's biggest ever supply crisis, as key OPEC Plus members, including Saudi Arabia, have been unable to supply customers in full since the end of February. The crisis for OPEC Plus deepened when the United Arab Emirates left the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries after almost 60 years. 7 core members of OPEC Plus, which groups OPEC and allied producers, including Russia, have increased their output quotas from April to June by almost 600,000 barrels per day. In reality, the group's production has collapsed due to export cuts by Gulf members, averaging 33.19 million BPD in April versus 42.77 million in February, according to OPEC figures. Donald Trump is facing widening opposition within his own party, as Republican lawmakers in Congress, long reluctant to defy him, are showing a greater willingness to break ranks with the US president. Just over the past week, multiple factions of Republicans in the Senate and House of Representatives have stepped forward to rebuke his war against Iran, reject $1 billion in funding tied to his White House ballroom, force a retreat on his $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund, and block his legislation on domestic spying. The House also defied Trump by passing a bill on Thursday to provide aid to Ukraine and impose new sanctions on Russia, a measure that seems destined for a veto by the president. Republicans and Democrats are skeptical that Trump faces an actual revolt, but a growing coalition of Republicans is showing a willingness to break with him, including those Trump has personally helped to drum out of office and could pose a threat to his most ambitious initiatives between now and Election Day. However, Democrats largely dismiss the idea, saying there has been no evidence that the party at large is willing to defy him on major issues. That's the size of our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
On weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
No.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome once again to the Sage. Welcome to this exciting journey which we take together. As usual, I am Dr. Kechi Obuagu, your guide on this show. Today we're going to talk about something, so exciting. Something that gives pleasure, something that brightens one's day and one's life. Today we're going to talk again about fashion, about tailoring, about fashion, about looking beautiful. Why not? Life is all about joy and beauty. For many reasons, I had talked about the fact that this our country, Nigeria, is tops when it comes to fashion. We excel. We love the way we look. We glory in the colors, in the styles, in the shines. And why not? We do it better than anybody else in the world. As I had said, we're literally peacocks, and why not? They're God-given reasons to be happy. As my sister, who is a famous fashion designer herself, would say, and as I say to her each time she makes all my lovely outfits for me, I savor them. I take out each one, display it, think about the occasion to wear it, and find joy in it. That is the way life is meant to be lived. Savoring the pleasures, finding the joys in them, enjoying them, because they're God-given gifts. And so today we come again to discuss fashion for several reasons. One is that apart from the joy it brings and the way it makes us look, it is also an amazing opportunity to display creativity. It is also a very lucrative field, one that has potential to provide jobs for so many people, so many young people. We never stop making clothes, no matter the situation. And so many people out there who are thinking about something to do to empower themselves, to generate money, to make an income. Fashion is surely the way to go, if you do it right. And so we're so pleased to bring you on this show today an amazing young man. Talented, creative, bold. And what I particularly want to stress in this show is that he, like many of the other young people we've showcased to you, is like any one of us, any one of you out there. He was just blessed and lucky to have found his passion and to have found support to bring his passion to life. He's a talented tailor, a fashion designer, bold. I have dressed today in honor of him. This young man, even though he sews for men, believes in making a statement with what you sow. The bold and the beautiful, the glitter, the stones, of finding yourself, your identity, your dignity in what you showcase, in what you wear. Stay with us as we unveil this wonderful treasure to you. See you in the next segment. Welcome once again to The Sage, and thank you for staying with us. We promise you a truly, truly interesting ride with us today. At the end of the last segment, we had talked about a wonderful young man, gifted, talented, bold in his ideas. It's no other than Samson Adaiku, one of the merriest fellows we have in the C4C group, who brings joy, laughter to the group as a whole, but who is a gifted tailor and fashion designer. Samson, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for agreeing to be with us and being what you are. As I had said earlier, it's a joy which they will witness with me when you tell your story, and they find that it's not that you fell from the skies, it's just that you're the normal, ordinary young man, but who, through providence, has found your way. So Samson, tell us about yourself.
All right. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Adaiku Samson, and I'm from Benin State. Currently, we reside in Abuja. I grew up here. I did my primary, secondary, and tertiary studies here. I did my National Youth Service in Kwara State, Offa precisely. And
what did you study? Fashion designing?
No. I studied biological science from University of Abuja.
Okay.
Yes. And I did my National Youth Service in Kwara State, Offa precisely. And I'm a tailor and a fashion designer. You know, some people would say, Sam, why would you say you're a tailor? You're a designer, you're always coming out different. But then I love the tailoring aspect. That's who I am. Yes. And here we are today. I'm from a very small family, like I used to say. We are just 7.
Just 7?
Yes, just 7. I'm the second son. I'm the second born, the first son. And we reside in ENUGU, and that's where my business workspace is as well. Thank you.
That's interesting. From a tiny family of 7? Yeah. But tell us, where did this, you did biological sciences? Yeah. Where did this tailoring and fashion designing come? Where did your inspiration come from?
Okay. Tailoring, I would say I was born with it because I grew up into it. My mom, she was a tailor as well. She does tailoring. While I was small, I always go close to her. I work with her. I play around with her. I help her out with some stuff back then. So I didn't know what it was initially, but while growing up, I got to know that it is actually my passion. It's something I love doing. I like staying close to tailoring environment. I always visit tailor shops while growing up. It was after I finished my National Youth Service, I was going to help a friend out, someone that is into tailoring as well. I help him out whenever I'm free. But then I was just doing it for fun, no pays, no nothing. Then I came in contact with C4C, and after much training, and they helped me a lot. They really helped me a lot. Then I never knew I could make money out of my passion. But then when I came in contact with C4C, it was a life-transforming event. They transformed me. They really helped me to know that, yeah, Sam, you can make money from what you love doing. And immediately I ventured into that. I just hit the ground rolling immediately. It was just happening like magic. honestly, I love what I'm doing. I love my job. I love tailoring. It gives me joy. It makes me happy. I feel good because I'm useful to myself. I'm useful to my family, and I'm giving back to the society as well. And also, I make.
Hold it there. Hold it there. When we come back in the next segment, you're going to tell us a bit more about your business.
All right.
Wonderful. It's so lovely to hear you say you're doing what you love, you're living your passion. We'll be back. Thank you for staying with us. Welcome once again to The Sage, and thank you for staying with us. Before we took a short break, we had been listening to Samson tell his amazing story about his business, how it started, and so on. Please continue.
Okay. I would like to start from where and how I started my business. You know, my family has actually been a strong motivation for me. Like my mom in particular, she was a tailor back then. But then I used to call her old school tailor because this is what we do now. Yes. We are trending now. Those stuffs they do then is old school. It's not trending anymore. So she is actually my #1 major motivation, and she inspires me a lot. And I would say my first sewing machine was gifted to me by my mom. Yeah.
Oh,
yes.
How sweet. So she encouraged you.
Yeah.
I mean, not just, but also financially with equipment. Yeah.
She's like my foundation to fashion designing. Yeah, because I started learning from her when I was just a kid. And here I am, I'm all grown, and she gifted me a sewing machine. So what more do I need? I got everything. Then I came in contact with C4C. They gave me a full package. Yeah.
Oh, we tried that.
Yeah. I think, go ahead. Yeah, we tried. They gave me the full package. They trained me. Yeah. They built my business mind. They gave me all I needed to set up a very good business, fashion business. I got all I needed, the full package. Ranging from the knowledge, business mind, the idea, and the equipment as well. So I really give glory to God for coming in contact with C4C. Then while doing the business, of course, I love what I do. I love what I do. Sometimes I just go around the place, look at designs that we've made. It gives me joy. Coupled with the fact that I make ends meet from the business as well.
Yeah. That is the real empowerment, the money.
Yeah, it motivates me a lot because you make money from what you love doing, something that I could do ordinarily without collecting money. But then I'm making good money from it. And also, another thing that really gives me joy is that I'm giving back to the society.
Okay.
Because apparently I have 9 apprentices working with me.
Okay.
And I'm training them for free.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm training them for free. And watching them living their dream makes me happy because I feel like, oh, yeah, you are already an impact on these ones already. So it makes me happy. I feel good. I feel happy. And my pocket is also happy.
That's a lovely story, Samson. Thank you for sharing it with us. And something else about Samson is that, he, like I said at the beginning, he's bold, He believes, he calls his mom old school because he does only men's fashion, right? Yes. But he does it believing that why shouldn't a man sparkle? Why shouldn't a man stand out? And so actually in deference to him, in preparing for this show, I had to go and find something sparkly to wear. And I agree with him. Why not? Why shouldn't the men themselves also? You tell us about it.
Yes, ma'am. The Sam's creation, I will tell you that everyone out there is unique in their own way.
Okay.
Everybody is unique. And that's what we are out here to do. To give you that uniqueness, to make you enjoy your unique fashion taste. We satisfy that taste for you. You know, some people will be like, no, looking flashy, looking colorful is only for women. No, you can always stand out as a man. When you go to an occasion, you can be different from others, look classic, look unique, and be special. You can come glowing. Who cares?
Absolutely.
Yes, just be different. Just be different and be unique as well. So we believe that everybody, every human has unique fashion taste, and we are here to satisfy that. If you want it flashy, if you want it colorful, whatever, we are here for you.
The Sams will do it.
Yeah, 100%.
Wonderful. It's good to have a niche, you know, and that is the thing about success in business, which is clearly being demonstrated by what you do, that you have fashioned your own niche. Your niche is unique outfits for men, and you followed it, and it is paying. Well done. You've told us about your business, you've told us about your apprentices and the people working for you. We've talked about how unique and creative it is. I can see some things next to you. What are they? Did you bring samples? Please, let's see them.
Yes, ma'am.
Let our audience share the joys.
Oh, okay. Just a few samples of what we do. Okay. This is just a very simple kaftan. Yeah. Simple and classic. As you can see, very simple.
Okay, with a lovely colored pocket bits.
Yeah, this is a pocket filler.
Okay.
To brighten up.
Not a white outfit.
Yeah, to make it more colorful.
Okay.
Yes, and talking about being different. Yeah, I think I have something special here. This is colorful as well. This is a plain and patterned cloth. It's a kaftan, but if you look.
Wow, it's competing with me for glitter.
Yeah, it has stones. It's just unique.
Yes, it is unique. It is beautiful.
Yeah.
It is beautiful.
Thank you. And this is, yeah, we do a lot. We do agbada as well.
Okay.
Yeah, for the big Nigerian man. So, big men out there, we got you covered. Whenever you're ready, just hit us at the Sams. Yeah, this is.
Oh.
This is a mini agbada for you.
That is a bold statement.
Yeah.
The color?
Yeah.
And then the beautiful embroidery. That is a bold, yeah, now we believe you.
Yeah.
You make bold statements.
Very, very bold. So we got everybody covered, mama. Not just the new schools, but the old schools. Permit me to use.
I hope your mom is not watching this show. You've already called her old school.
Okay, let me use the word, both the elderly, the young, and middle age.
We don't mind being old school.
Okay.
A gifted young designer and tailor, and like he says, he also likes to do it hands-on and do the cutting and sewing himself. So Samson, tell us, what would you say to many other people out there, our audience watching? What do you think were the main things that got you where you are? What would be your words of wisdom to them?
Okay. Excuse me. Well, I would like to start from letting every young Nigerians, young Africans, young people out there know that Sam is just an ordinary person, just like you. We are ordinary, built up with potentials. We all have potentials in us. So it's left for you to exploit that. Just look deep into you, believe in yourself. That thing you like doing, why not push yourself harder? Take a bold step. You know, one thing that has actually limited a lot of youths these days is fear, this fear factor, fear of failure. Nobody wants to take a step. But then, you don't know. That step might just be your breakthrough. That step you are scared, you are afraid of taking, might just be a breakthrough. So I want to encourage us that we should always take a bold step. Nobody is an alien. Everybody started from somewhere. Start from where you are. You will make it, definitely. If someone like Sam, an ordinary street boy that just goes around, sit down in tailor shop, do nothing, just play around with scissors, measuring tapes and all that. I'm here living my dream. Why not? You can do it. We can all do it. Just believe in yourself. Let go of the fear. Take the bold step, and the sky will be your starting point.
Wow. Wow. I think that was beautiful. Sam has said it so well that I'm not sure what to add to that. Find your passion, be bold, take it. Like he says, he's just like any other young person out there. Not because he came into this world with a silver spoon, but because he had the courage to be lucky enough, follow the passion he found in looking up to what his mom did and actually following it. And that is indeed our word to all the viewers, all the young people watching and in this country. Every one of you can do what Sam did and is doing. You all have the potential. Just find out what drives you, what you're passionate about. Believe in it and go forward. But I'm also saying to Nigerians, particularly to those of us who are adults out there, we need to be there to support them. Sam had his passion, he had his dream, he was enterprising, he was courageous, he had that first equipment from his mom. But what was also necessary was the mentorship and support, which needs to come from us, particularly the older folks, particularly organizations, particularly government, who need to look at our young people and support their dreams in a tangible manner. In C4C, we give them management skills for business. We also do our best to provide equipment so that that business can indeed become a reality. We are proud of having done this. The few years in which we've done it has been a proof of concept. We are overwhelmed by the amazing young people and what we've been able to do for them. To the public out there, we have a long way to go. Please donate to our effort to do this. This kind of support needs to be scaled up. Every state in this country should be providing this kind of long, medium-term support for their young people. Identify those who are seriously interested in business, work with them, train them to really manage the business, help them to achieve their dreams and be useful and economically empowered members of our society. We in C4C ask for support. We're willing to use the experience we have garnered to make this available to many more young people, if you work with us to do so. Sam, thank you once again for being with us. Thank you for being the inspiration you are. And don't ever give up. Thank you all. See you all again next week.
The 250-page book is a reflection on the life, ideals, and political journey of Peter Obi, the Labour Party 2023 presidential candidate, whose campaign sparked what many described as a generational shift in Nigerian politics. Peter Obi, who was a special guest, told the audience that the battle for a better Nigeria was far from over. He stated that any country where those in government are richer than those in business can only be produced in poverty. Peter Obi called on Nigerians to remain steadfast in their sacrifice, urging them to continue the fight against incompetent leadership and entrenched criminality in public institutions.
Any country, those in government that are richer than those in business, is producing poverty. Nigerians are in refugee camp in their own country. Nigerians are refugees in Chad. Nigerians are refugees in Cameroon. And we are not at war. The only reason is that we don't have a government. Who cares for it? People are being killed daily. Nobody goes to say to them, we're sorry. Nobody visits them. Nobody cares. All you get in Nigeria is that some people are rich so they can afford to celebrate. We're not going to where we're going to do celebration, close streets, do this and everything. And that is what we want to dismantle. So that it will be good for everybody. I'm only thanking you people for your commitment, staying on, and assuring you people that if we work together, we will dismantle them.
Acting National Chairman of Labour Party, Senator Nenadi Usman, reviewed the book, described it as a roadmap of resistance and reform. She noted that the book captures not just Peter Obi's political vision, but also the turbulence of the 2023 elections and the rebirth of hope through the strength of the obedience movement. According to her, the movement now stands as a symbol of civil courage and a new political consciousness in Nigeria.
The 250-page book we are celebrating today does not only examine His Excellency Peter Obi's public service, but it invites us to consider the bigger picture, the inevitability of a new Nigeria. Indeed, as we said some moments ago, a new Nigeria is possible. Through the 26 illuminating chapters, we are taken on a journey of disruption, reform, resistance, and rebirth. From the echoes of the 1999's democratic rebirth to the turbulence of the 2023 general elections, the book explores not just the man, but the obedient movement, which has become an emblem of youth political awakening and civic courage in Nigeria.
Also speaking at the lunch, renowned academic and public affairs analyst Professor Sam Amadi described Nigeria as a failing contradiction plagued by ethnic, religious, and economic dysfunction. He stressed that the solution lies in a ballot box revolution, a peaceful and decisive rejection of the false system and values that have long governed the nation's institutions.
Nigeria's survival depends and derives from a successful revolution defined by two basic ideas. The first is the idea of democratic citizenship, and the second is the idea of democratic developmentalism. Nigeria has not been able to transform because of low energy politics, low energy, elitist politics, structure, co-ops, political leaders, then governors, honorable members, they sign agreements, give them return ticket, low energy politics. We need a high energy politics that focuses on the people, that goes to the grassroots, that mobilizes people, that is strong on messaging, that is revolutionary, in that is driven by a passion for change and transformation.
The book launch was more than just a literary event. It was a bold reaffirmation of a movement that continues to challenge the status quo, as calls for accountability, transparency, and structural change echoes across the country. Obi, the political change agent, may well become both a historical record and a rallying cry for the next chapter in Nigeria's democratic journey. In Abuja, I am Chimize Izadima for Signature TV.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language. All with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Greetings, Nigeria. I'm sure you enjoyed your weekend, right? It was a long and interesting one over here in ENUGU State. And of course, we are fast approaching Christmas. Christmas should be next week. Alright, so as the year is coming to an end, E-Vibes takes time to look back at the sounds that shaped our music culture. And today we are pressing rewind on reggae. In a year where different genres fought for attention, reggae held its ground through artists who stayed true to the message and the movement. From the conscious delivery of Tanai Brown to the fearless revolutionary spirit of Soul Rebel and Kennedy, these voices carried the culture forward and kept reggae alive on the scene. This is our reggae retrospect on E-Vibes. So, take a look.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
For reggae artists to always be on dreadlocks.
Well, I think it's a style that identifies Rasta. It's a hair type that says a little bit of rebellion, but a little bit of embracing who I am naturally. And if I leave my hair out, if I don't comb it, it's going to coil up and, you know, it's going to lock up because naturally that's what our hair does. And we do believe in, like, you know, being natural, embracing nature, and just showing that side of ourselves. So some Rasta, you know, they're Congo, so their hair are thick, and, you know, they might have 10 locks on their head or whatever. And then some of us, you know, I'm very feminine, so I wear my dreadlocks a little bit smaller. Sometimes I put curls or knots in them. So I do think that some people feel that a reggae artist or a reggae act should have dreadlocks. However, it's something that I love, and, you know, I always love seeing it. So I think if it's something unique to our culture and if it brings good vibrations, then we should just keep doing it. You know, I love my dreadlocks.
All right. Okay, on a more personal level, how has your journey as a reggae artist and songwriter shaped you both creatively and personally?
I've learned to be very flexible because in many situations, things might not turn out exactly as you plan. You know, I might go to a stage show and maybe, you know, there are too many acts there and maybe I don't get a chance to perform the long set that I, you know, rehearsed or that I practiced. So I learned to be flexible. I learned to adapt to the situation. And I also carry that in life with me, just the adaptability. I think also you always have to be ready to be ready. So, anything can happen and someone might say, you know what, you're the opener for the show when you are supposed to be, in the middle, or you're supposed to come on at 10:30. So just doing this music has kept me on my toes. It's kept me ready for anything. It's kept me adaptable. It's kept me flexible. It makes me versatile when I express myself. I don't just use words, but I can use melodies and different sounds from the genre to express myself. So I really enjoy it. It is a tough journey because, like I said, things don't always go as you plan it, but it does fortify you as a person. It makes you proud to express, these years and years of this culture that you're able to share with the world. So I feel that I'm in benefit of doing reggae music, and that it's grown me as a person. It's helped to shape me into being more adaptable and more flexible as a person.
Interesting. All right. Reggae is evolving quickly, especially with new digital platforms and global audiences. How do you see the genre staying true to its soul while embracing this new era?
I think what happens with a lot of us as artists, we dig into the crates because we are inspired by Bob Marley. We're inspired by Sizzla. We're inspired, by Garnet Silk, Peter Tosh. We're inspired by, the I3s, Judy Mott, Marcia Griffiths, Rita Marley. Once we start to tap into that inspiration, part of us wants to represent that. And I believe that the more that we kind of go back and see where the music is coming from, where the art is coming from, it influences us. Some of us might want to do a bam bam like Sister Nancy, because that song did really well. But the idea was originated by Toots and the Maytals, So even back then, the influence of the music was, pushing new artists into the space. So we know that if we go back and we go on stage and a group does not know our music, if I sing a Bob Marley song, immediately I can connect with my audience. If I sing a Marcia Griffith song, immediately I can connect with my audience and they can sing along with me, just like my song, King Majesty. It's coming from 60 years ago. Many different persons did it. And when I put my spin on it, the original was Queen Majesty. But when I put my spin on it and called it King Majesty, people were able to say, oh, I remember that song. Okay, this is her version. I like it, and they're able to identify with me. So they might not know me yet as a young artist, but they're familiar with a sound. And I think a lot of us as artists, we use that familiar sound and that influence in our craft to bring our music to the world, to express our own voice to the world.
Absolutely. So we're also seeing more women and young voices rising to reggae. How do you feel reggae empowers these groups, and what role do you hope to play in that movement?
Well, now we have loads of new acts, and we've always had the acts growing and the new voices and so growing. I believe that in reggae music, it's very wide, You can do roots and culture. You can do dance hall. I know that a lot of people want to separate the genres, but the reality is dance hall comes from reggae. The rock steady comes, gives you that reggae vibe. There are times when us as women, we might feel like, maybe we don't get the same attention for doing the music. And so we might switch up the genre to get attention. We might sing a lover's rock and they might say, oh, that song gave me a good vibe. Her voice is beautiful. And then we can infuse the soul into the reggae music. So, I mean, I feel like, and then there are some of us that we do dance hall. It's quick, it's trendy, you know, your voice is maybe heard a little bit quicker, you know, maybe your versatility is shown, you know, more easily, doing more trendy dance hall, fusion type music. You know, I just feel like once you tap into any one of those genres, um you know, your voice will be heard eventually. And I think it has also a lot to do with just how you promote yourself. Who is your team, you know? So I'm grateful to my team, you know, Hit Right Inc., VIP Code, Music Media Management, just for me to be able to still be in my zone, still do my genre, still love reggae music, and I don't have to do too much excitement to be seen, because the promotion really works for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's impressive. So, as a child with music theory and keyboarding lessons on Saturday, church choir on Sunday, and the Jamaican Cultural Development Commission programs throughout your schooling years, I mean, your love for performing arts grew extensively. Can you walk us through how that was a step to take you to where you are today?
I think every time I'm going to do something, whether I'm going to perform, like the other day, we had the Grammy certificate ceremony held in Jamaica through Back to the Future music. And I was able to sing the national anthem. And one of it was just how you carry yourself. How do you stand? How do you project your voice? Those are some of the things I learned as a child, you know, going to school, in my primary school, in Yorkton, and, you know, going to high school in Kingston at Holy Childhood High. We had to practice. Our teachers would bring us out on the lawns or in the auditorium, line us up, and we would have to check for our spots, listen for the timing. When do we come in? You know, like I said, go to rehearsals, you know, and get familiar with the music, or get familiar with what you're going to be performing, you know, project, look at your audience, you know, make eye contact. These things are things I learned from those JCDC days and from those primary school days growing up. And they're still with me now. You know, just the other day when I was singing the national anthem for Back to the Future music, it was like I was back in school. I was back in my primary school. We had to sing the anthem, you know, every day as part of the, you know, the way to start the day. So that never ever leaves me. And so every time I touch a stage, you know, the poise, where do I stand? Where do I look? How do I project? Those things have been with me from I was a child, and they still strengthen me now.
Absolutely. So, as a talented female reggae artist and songwriter, you bring a powerful voice to a genre rich with history and heart. To start, what inspired you to begin writing songs, especially within the reggae? Because, I mean, something must have inspired you, something must have pushed you to say, oh, I'm going for reggae, whether they like it or yes.
Yes, when I first got into music and I would tell some of my friends, they would be like, oh, you're gonna do like Beanie Man music, you're gonna sing some dance hall, you're gonna, you know, and I was like, actually, no, you know, my father, and his band, they play rubber dub music. You know, I listen at home, I listen to roots rock reggae music, and that's the type of singer, you know, I'm going to be. Oh no, am I here? Yes. Sorry about that. That's the type of singer, you know, I'm going to be. The inspiration really came from hearing, like when my dad would say, oh, listen to this Burning Spear. I played drums on it. I connected with it. And when I would hear like some of that Bob Marley music, and I connected with it, and I know how the world felt when they heard it, like some of Bob Marley music was used to liberate Africa, to fight apartheid. The context of those content of those lyrics and the context being used was used to free us, you know, as Black people in all different, you know, ways and means. So I wanted to be a part of that. I wanted to sing something that was going to uplift people. I wanted to write something that could make, you know, people feel better about themselves. Maybe if there was an issue like apartheid or something going on that people needed to become aware of, I could bring light to it. So I started to focus on songwriting the minute that I realized the impact of a Bob Marley in the world, or the impact of Marcia Griffiths in the world. I said, listen, I'm going to write. And I remember I wrote a song about blessed love and Rastafari. And, you know, now I write about all different sorts of things. Last night I was writing a song about, you know, Jah leading his people safely home, you know, because I feel like we're kind of despondent out here sometimes. So the music to uplift, that's something that brought me joy. That made me feel like, you know what? If I can write something that brings light or brings life, then that would be good. You know, I would feel like I was doing a good thing. And I always loved music. I was always a part of music. So when I started to think about writing, I thought about people, I thought about impact. And then later on in life, I also thought about love, you know. I wanted to say what I felt about a heartbreak or what I felt about falling in love. And I just knew that that would impact and people would be able to relate, you know, and it pushed me even more to want to become, you know, a diversified writer.
That's great. All right, women in reggae have always had a unique, vital role. How has being a female artist shaped your approach to writing and performing reggae music?
I feel like most of the time a person sees a woman, they think they're about to sing a love song, right? And I never wanted to project that. I love singers like Nina Simone and Aretha Franklin as well, those soul music artists. But they were also activists, you know. Even Aretha Franklin did a whole gospel album, and I was impacted by that, you know. So I feel though women have a feminine side, and you know, I've written beautiful love songs, and like I said, I've written songs about heartbreak. I've always been inspired by women like Nina Simone, you know, singing songs like Baltimore. I've been inspired by, you know, Marcia Griffith singing songs like Fire Burning that really brought light to things that were happening in society. And I love how that looks and how it feels, and that inspires me. So even though, yeah, I know that they might want to hear a love song or two, I'm not afraid to express, you know, how I feel about life, about growing up, about a tough society, about, you know, encouraging someone to stay on track and to do good every time, you know? So, I mean, I feel free in the genre to kind of do and write whatever I feel, bring to life whatever I feel. And because I know someone is going to connect with it. And it's not always about a love song coming from a woman, you know, because Nina Simone, you know, Aretha Franklin, you know, I will survive, you know, that type of way. I love
All right, so
that,
we often
you know.
hear references to Jah, Babylon, Zion, and all that. I want to know if it's a flagship statement and why reggae artists make such references.
So Jah in our culture represents what you call Jehovah or God, you know? Reggae is spirit music and message music. So when we say Jah, he just brought God into the chat. You know what I mean? When we say Babylon, we're not necessarily speaking about one place. We're talking about a mindset of imperialism, a mindset of colonialism, a mindset that kind of, it doesn't bring, it's not positive. It's not good, it's negative. So that's what Babylon represents. So Babylon is not just a person, place, or thing. It's really a mindset. And whenever that comes into the reggae music, it's because we want to make reference to the negative energy that we're trying to block, you know? or the negative energy we're fighting against. We call that Babylon. And that positive energy, the source of our life and our light, we refer to that as Jah. So reggae is message music. Most of reggae music are odes and pieces to Jah Rastafari. You know, I mean, the content has definitely evolved, like I've said. However, whenever we say Jah, we're talking about God, because God have to be in the message. That's how the reggae has evolved. And when we say Babylon, that's how we are burn. And that's who we are fight against, you know, the system, you know, whether it's abuse or whether it's, you know, some negative trauma that has caused the system to, you know, spiral down or fall out of control. That is what Babylon is. So when you hear those things, it's a part of our jargon in the reggae music, you know, and that's what it represents.
All right, so we're gonna play one of your music, King Majesty. So, yeah, let's have a view of that.
King Majesty, may I speak to thee? So much I've longed to say to you alone. Truly I agree, I'm not of your society. One day I'll be your queen.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
As the lead singer, I had an experience where I was very nervous, as it was at the time. It was the first time I was really singing with a full band. And the third song, I was just getting comfortable, and the lead came out of the mic and I didn't realize. And a friend of mine standing in front of me says, "Tanai, the leads come out of the mic." So that was one of my most embarrassing moments. But as they say in show business, the show must go on. And so I just bend down and pick up the lead, plug it back in the mic, and carried on singing.
All right. So how did growing up in the UK influence your sound and message?
It influenced us a lot, because as I say, growing up as young youths, everything was political. Even the sounds and message coming out of Jamaica, it was all political. If you go back to some of the 70s and 80s, you know, many references was to the black cause and the liberation of Africa. Yes, so it's always been there, as far as I can remember.
Absolutely. When did you realize that reggae was your true calling? Was it when you were tender or as a teenager? Because I mean, you said Bob Marley had a very huge influence on you. So at what point did you realize that reggae was your true calling?
I think it was just before I joined the band, because I used to be involved in what they call sound systems. And so I used to DJ on a sound system. And that's where my love for reggae music really grew. It was from the sound system. And then I progressed into singing with bands and recording music and so forth, you know.
All right. Now, reggae has always carried a message, like you said. I mean, message of unity and resistance. What messages are most important for you to share through your song?
For me, it is about awareness. It is about our story, the history of us being told by us and not by some foreigner. You know, and the upliftment of our people, you know, in the diaspora and on the continent. You know, that's my personal aim, to be honest, to raise awareness and, you know, spread the love, because we need more love amongst us, you know? Yeah, without a doubt.
Absolutely. Now, you know, you released Rebel Soul song I want to know, what does being a rebel soul mean to you personally?
Being a rebel soul, well, my album, I have a list of different people from back in the day to today. Bob Marley is included on that. Nelson Mandela is included on that. I call them all rebel souls. And so the definition of a rebel soul to me is someone that stands up and be counted. When they see things not going right, you know, they protest it with their mouth at least. You know? We don't just sit around and and do nothing. Doing nothing solves nothing. So we have to do something, even if it's just to speak, to inspire somebody. Yes, we have to do that. So as rebel souls, there are people that stood up, like Marcus Garvey stood up, was counted. And, over the years, many African leaders have stood up, and been counted, so, what can I say? That's the message that I want to relay throughout my musical life, and to spread the love. Always spreading the love.
Interesting. So do you believe reggae still has the same social impact it did in Bob Marley's era?
Yeah, man. Without a doubt. Reggae music.
Okay.
Let me tell everybody, right? Reggae music is the only music that speaks about everything and anything. So it speaks about things that are to our detriment, but it also speaks about things that are to our betterment. Whereas most music don't do that. They focus on particular elements. But reggae music, it speaks on all subjects. Whether it's oppression, whether it's love, whether it's lightheartedness, reggae music covers all the boundaries. And so for me, reggae music will never die. They've tried to hold it down because it has what we know as in Jamaica, word, sound, and power. And as my mother would say, your word is power. And so the powers that be, they don't want the word, sound, and power to come true. So that in itself is a testament that reggae music is strong, alive, and kicking. And me, says Tanai Brown, it will never die.
Interesting. Tanai, reggae has always been more than music. It's a movement. I mean, you've been saying a whole lot about it. In your view, what makes reggae such a powerful force for change? I mean, in the society and the world today.
Well, you see, as I said earlier, and I'll reiterate, is that reggae music is all about the message, you see, and it touches on many subjects, that other music does not do. There's many subjects that reggae music touches on, whether it's political, in the political sense, in the political arena, or on the stage of love between a man and a woman, but then love between the brotherhood of man, a unity, of the community, bringing the community together, mobilizing the community. That's part of what reggae music is about. As you say, it is about a movement, of spreading love, spreading the message, of us African people. We have contributed so much to society on a whole, to the world, and they don't give us enough credit. And reggae music will big it up every time. We'll big up Africa and black people the world over every time.
Absolutely. To follow up with that, your song often speak about love, peace, and upliftment. How do you see reggae bringing people together across different cultures and backgrounds?
Well, Reggae music testifies all by itself and doesn't need me to do that, because you go all around the world. Every year they have one of the biggest reggae festivals in the world. It's at Rotterdam in Spain. And it's for 8-9 days of pure reggae music. And it's mostly Europeans. It's a mixed crowd, but mostly Europeans. Germany is the next biggest reggae festival. Then you have India, Goa, they have big reggae festival. Never mind the States and other parts of Europe. You know, so reggae music is not dying for now, that's for sure. Because if you ever go to a reggae festival, you will see people cannot keep their foot still. Reggae music, that beat, that sound, that essence, you know, it touches everyone in some kind of way. Everyone.
Wow. I could actually feel the power from your voice.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
It was in the guise of a journalist.
Yeah, that was absolutely as a journalist. So prior to me becoming a journalist, as you've intimated earlier, I was that entity known as DJ Next Door Neighbor, as in, we're gonna have a birthday party, so Kennedy's got lots of records, let him come and play. So that was my role. So the president initially I was trying to be an artist. I wasn't that good. So then that morphed into me being a DJ, and then when I started to write, I just used the DJ name as my pen name, and my writing style also followed the mode of making lyrics. So like when I would introduce my column, I would introduce it like when an artist first touches the microphone and he's about to go into his lyrics. That's how I used to introduce my column.
All right, that's nice. So Back to the Future just hosted Grammy Certificate Awards ceremony, and this is the second time in Jamaica. And I know the second staging of other countries will be coming up soon. What was the whole idea behind it, and what are you looking to achieve with these awards?
Okay, so that's a two-part question. So the idea comes about, so the ethos behind Back to the Future is we like to recycle everything. So we have a weekly newsletter. That weekly newsletter is populated by news stories of what our clients have been up to in the past week. So when we're doing that research, it became a waste, because every week we have to follow our clients and see what they're up to. So I was doing all this research, so I turned that into the newsletter. So with that newsletter now, we come into the Grammy conversation. We have a client by the name of Ansel Collins. So Ansel Collins, a legendary musician. There's a recording called Double Barrel, which in 1969 was the first ever recording by two males to top the British national charts. That song was called Double Barrel by Dave and Ansel Collins. So Ansel Collins, jobbing musician, keyboardist extraordinaire. So 2 years ago, so the end of 2023, he puts up posts on Facebook and he's holding this Grammy certificate. So I'm like, Mr. Collins, where from this certificate all of a sudden, and why is it that you're just one day you just post up this picture of you and this Grammy certificate? So he tells me that he just received it.
And I'm like, well, what for? So now a bit of history. 1985 is the incorporation of reggae music as a category in the Grammys. That certificate was won by a band called Black Uhuru. 1986, you had a gentleman by the name of Jimmy Cliff, who won that year's Reggae Grammy. And it was on that album Ansel Collins had played. So his daughter was doing some research for him, and so she was putting together a website for her. Sorry, his daughter-in-law was putting a website together. So she was doing some research, and she said, "So, Daddy, where's your Grammy?" And he said, "Which Grammy?" So she does the research and goes to the academy, orders the certificate, and there we are on Facebook, and he's holding the certificate. So I'm like, "Mr. Collins, this is a big deal. You can't just put it up on Facebook and leave it like that." So we commissioned an article, published said article at the front of our newsletter, and other clients started calling and saying, "I think we're supposed to get one of them something there," as we'd say in Jamaica. So then I get another call, and I'm like, hold on, what's going on here? So then I go back to the year 1985. This is where the journalist comes back into play. So I go back to the year 1985, through the Grammy certificates and the nominated albums, sorry, the Grammy award-winning albums and nominated albums. So if you play or if you contribute on a Grammy-winning project or a Grammy-nominated project, you can also get a certificate for participating. So from 2024 all the way back to 1985, pulled all of those projects and found out that we were eligible to apply for 105 certificates. So we wound up ordering 72, and that was the birth of the Grammy certificate ceremonies. So we did the first one in Florida, and we ended up in London in 2024. But the big one was in Kingston, Jamaica. And the second staging of that is what you saw snippets of just a minute ago.
What's your take on the current state of the music industry, especially for independent artists? It got a notice that most artist managers, producers, promoters, and all that tend to use social media as a tool to promote artists and their music instead of the way it used to be then. Either they go to radio stations or they go to TV stations. So what's your take on that?
Well, it's just utilizing the tools that you have. So utilizing social media to help promote your product is not bad. What becomes bad is when artists cannot separate the social media from the real world. So you will have an artist who may have had a viral moment and had 100,000, a million, 2 million streams, say, and all of a sudden they think that they have 2 million fans. That's not what you had. You had 2 million sets of eyeballs viewing your post, but that does not necessarily translate into you having 2 million fans. The way that we can tell how many fans you have then is if and when you follow your market and try to do a show, and then we see how many people will actually pay to come and see you perform. So social media is great, but it is only a tool. Where it goes wrong is if you think that your social media presence is your actual presence in this music world. That's where the problem lies.
Totally, I understand. All right, so before we let you go, what's one mistake you see a lot of new artists or labels make right now?
As I said, with the social media, I mean, we are in a flux at the moment. We don't know exactly what tomorrow will bring, because we have these two letters that are hanging over us like a specter, being AI. And I've seen where a couple of producers have advertised the fact that their latest projects are AI assisted. So they're using it as a marketing tool. But the danger here is that you use it as a marketing tool, and then all of a sudden it becomes it becomes you, if you like. So there's one scenario where a producer has advertised the fact that he's actually signed an AI artist. This is a problem because what's going to happen with the actual artists now? Because over the years, what we get to find is that, especially with ladies, say, if you're an artist manager, it's quite expensive to manage a lady because the lady cannot go on stage wearing the same dress twice. She always has to make sure that the hair is good, the makeup is good, she looks good, the dress looks good, every blessed time. Now, I have an AI artist. I don't have to worry about all of that. I just press a button and it's easy for me to change the dress, change the color, change the style, even change the features of the artist if I want. This is the easy way out. But the problem is that we can see a time where this will affect the creativity of the human being. This is the specter that we're facing this time. So we're hoping that, well, for me, I'm finding that I'm receiving songs, I'm receiving articles and stuff, and I can tell that this has not really got human touch. It's a bit too perfect. So I'm looking for the quirks. I'm looking for the humanity in things. I want to speak to people. I don't want to speak to a machine. I don't want to speak to a phone when I'm trying to speak to somebody about a problem that I have. And I'm going off on a total different rant.
Impressive. Thank you so much, Kennedy President Mensah, for joining us for this conversation this afternoon. I'm sure you had a great time doing this with us.
I did indeed. I hope one day to do this in person. So I'm waiting on my invitation to come to Lagos,
to Nigeria.
I don't mind whichever one. I will be there.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Same to you.
Okay. All right. We just finished with Kennedy President Mensah, the CEO to Back to the Future Music. Up next is another guest which we'll be having live here in the studio, so stay with us.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
what role has winning these Junos played in opening doors for you in collaboration, exposure, or new markets?
It opens doors in places that, especially in Canada, you know, a lot of people, whenever they hear reggae music, they only think about Bob Marley, right? So for me to win and be nominated consistently, it gave those people that only recognize Bob Marley like a nudge to say, hey, who is this person? You know, maybe you should go listen to their songs. And when they do, they find that the message isn't different. It's a continuation without it being a cover act. I'm not singing Bob Marley's music. You know what I mean? It is Kurt Diamond's music from Kurt Diamond's perspective. As much as Bob Marley's music is, you know, it transcends through time, they now can say, well, there's more to reggae music than just Bob Marley, right? And I hope that what that does is it sends them down a rabbit hole, so to speak, where they can discover other reggae acts or other reggae artists that has the same message, and see that we too take music very seriously. We fuse reggae with jazz, we fuse reggae with blues, we fuse reggae with rock. You know, like Bob said, roots, rock, reggae, we do all of that. And the Junos has allowed a lot of doors to be open where I'm able to go and perform on a rock festival. I can go perform at a jazz festival, which I've headlined, you know, as a reggae artist headlining a jazz festival. And I believe that year it was Andre 3000 from the Outcast that was headlining as well on another day. So, you know, just to say that my name is in these lights with these, you know, celebrities are these big stars. The Junos have surely paved the way and opened doors for me in that regard.
Great, great. Now, I would like to know, were there moments where you felt overlooked or disappointed in nomination cycles? And how did you stay motivated through those periods?
Yeah, there's have been losses that, you know, hurt because I felt like I deserved it, you know, but it's never anything that, you know, it's never anything that I take too personally, because I know that just as much as I work hard, everybody else that is nominated is working just as hard, you know. And I love to see when people fulfill and get rewarded for their work. Me being nominated, and I've won so much times already, I like to see when new people come, or even if you've been there consistently nominated and you finally get that one, I love to see the joy, you know, on their faces and the relief of finally winning. But yeah, man, there's surely been some that, trust me, hurt.
All right, all right. So with dread and past wins, yeah, how do you balance meeting expectations set by your past awards while still pushing your sound forward?
Say that one more time.
I said with dread and past wins, right? How do you balance meeting expectations set by your past awards while still pushing your sound forward?
Oh, that is probably the easiest part because I'm always working. I'm always working. So, you know, while Jed was being nominated for the Juno when it won, we were already 90% done the next album. And I was halfway through writing the book that goes with that next album. Right. So I'm just always, you know, focused on the work, on the music. So there's really no pressure when it comes to you know, following Jed or following any other win or anything like that, because I'm always working and it's always in the same lane. The only thing that changes now is that now that I've been to Africa, like I have, now there's more stuff that I didn't know how to say. Now I want to say it. So it's just about figuring out how to get it on, and, you know, collaborating with more artists from the continent and have an African perspective either album or EP. That's the only thing now that I'm trying to figure out how to execute.
All right. Now, do you think awards help reshape how reggae is perceived in Canada and abroad, particularly conscious reggae? And what would you like your wins to inspire the young reggae artists?
Well, that's the thing, right? There's rumors that, if you're doing conscious reggae, then, you know, we don't get anything. We won't, no one will want to hear it, or you won't be awarded for it. And that is because, the hype is always so loud. The dancehall artists that are touring, their social media is always so loud, is always so enticing, especially to the younger people. Um, but with the awards now for the conscious music and stuff like that, trust me, everything has its space, right? So it's never just as though there's a lot of dancehall fans, there's a lot of reggae fans as well, all over the world. Um, there's places in the world that dancehall isn't played, it's just reggae music, you know. But these are things that, we hardly get to hear about because social media is so loud when it comes to pushing trends or pushing, what's new, what's hot. But, reggae is a slow burn. So you'll be all right.
Okay, so before we let you go, yeah, having achieved
Mhm.
multiple milestones already, what's the next big benchmark or dream award you want to win, or project you want to be recognized for?
Um, I have well, like I said, the book that I wrote for the next album. That next album's called Poetic Revolution. And I wrote a book that goes along with the album. So every song on the album is actually a chapter in the book. And I think writing the book, I that is what I want to be recognized for, that I actually made some piece of literature that can be read, that can be held and read. Because I don't think we push reading enough as a culture, you know. So yeah, maybe that.
Just that?
But that's a good question though. As far as awards, um, the Grammy, of course, because once you go there, it is, even though the Juno is the Canadian equivalent to the Grammy, but when you go Grammy, the big one, then now the entire world has to understand and realize that you are making headways with this culture, with this music, that, you know, they need to be taken note of and take notes of not just people that are on the island of Jamaica, but people that are making conscious music worldwide.
Yeah, I was actually expecting you to mention Grammy Award, and you did. All right, big thanks to you, Kirk Diamond, for your amazing journey from the Juno Wings to representing reggae all the way in Botswana. Keep shining and
Thank you.
spreading those positive vibes. We are watching
I
what's
appreciate it.
next, like your book and the new album.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
You as well.
All right. Yeah, the show has come to an end. I'm sorry I couldn't reveal movie trends to you. I'll do that next week. Enjoy your weekend. Make sure you leave the house. Don't sleep on your bed this time. All right? And of course, follow all our social media platforms. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. And join us same time tomorrow for more interesting and insightful stories and conversation only on E-Vibes, the entertainment show. I remain your baby girl, Queenette Wokunta. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Right Reverend Ebon, who is holding his second synod since he assumed office as Bishop of Oji River, anchored his sermon on the theme of the synod, which is Occupy Till I Come. He stressed the need for integrity, wisdom, and spiritual guardians in leadership.
We came to have synod here in the spiritual way that we programmed the synod to come here today. If not, it will not come.
From St. John's Abada Alachi, the event shifted to St. Paul's Cathedral, Oji River, where the bishop performed the investiture of 4 outstanding personalities, including Dr. Kingsley Eze, Rear Admiral Kennedy Ezete, Ifeoma Egboonu, and Eunice Uzoigwe, into the Order of the Knight of St. Paul. The bishop administered the oath on the new knights, highlighting the spiritual importance of their calling.
And hereby invest you into the conduct of the Knight of St. Paul. The same is true as a token of performance and blessings. And this song is spirits. And the Lord be with you, and yours, you are going out and you are coming from this time forth and forevermore.
Among those that were conferred with the knighthood was Dr. Kingsley Eze, the Group Chief Executive Officer of Tennessee Holdings Limited, a reputable conglomerate with interest in information, technology, real estate, manufacturing, and agriculture. Dr. Eze said he was humbled and honored to be made a knight in the Anglican Church, where he was brought up with a sound Christian principles.
The history of knighthood is a chronicle of ordinary men over the years who dedicated their life for the defense and promotion and development of the gospel of Jesus Christ. So for me, it's an honor for the recognition, but most importantly, it's also a burden. It's a burden understanding what is expected of me, and I can only pray that God helps me.
He pledged to continue using all he has in serving God and humanity to justify his new calling.
My promise to the church is that I will continue to be myself. I will continue to be a defender and a supporter of the gospel of Jesus Christ. I'll continue to do anything I can in my powers to make sure that the gospel of Jesus Christ is propagated and that the church is established the way Christ desired it. That's my commitment, and I can only pray that God helps me.
Mrs. Ifeoma Egboonu, wife of the bishop who was made a dame, the title for female knight, said her investiture will embolden her the more in her work of evangelism. She said that no sacrifice or effort is ever enough in spreading the gospel of salvation.
I feel taking a responsibility to God's call. And as I said earlier on, it's not about the title, it's all about the responsibility. If God has called you to be a partner with him in his vineyard, it is an honor. So I feel honored and I feel privileged. So I'm not taking it for granted. It's like God trusting you to entrust something into your hands.
The president of the Council of Knights of the Oji River Diocese, Amos Nwokoro, expressed joy at the investiture of the new knight and expressed the hope that they will help in pushing the various projects being initiated by Bishop Ebono in Oji River.
And we as council members, we are his backbone. There is no way we can go back. So we must follow him. He is actually in a 100 meters dash, and we are equal to the task as Council of Knights.
The work set by the diocese under the new bishop is no doubt numerous, and the pledge by the knights reflects their devotion and commitment to fostering spiritual growth and contributing to the church's mission. This is in line with the ancient order of knighthood rooted in the rich traditions of the Anglican Church, which requires members to embody the values of courage, compassion, and humility as they strive to serve Christ and their community with unwavering dedication. From Oji River, Ugonne Owalo, reporting for Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Hello and welcome to Inside Health on Signature TV, a show where we break down complex health issues into bite-sized information enough to help you take care of your health and your well-being. Well, today we'll be discussing, or rather we'll be stepping into the world of sickle cell disease. I'm sure you must have heard of that ailment, sickle cell disease. And our guests on the show aren't new to the subject matter, a medical doctor and a sickle cell warrior. They'll be duly introduced after now. I'm your guest, Chigi Chiagoram. Don't forget you can be a part of this conversation, of course, by going over to our social media platforms on YouTube, Facebook, TikTok at Signature TV Official. You can go comment, like, share, and don't forget to subscribe. We are live 247 on SLTV on channel 265, and you can download Signature TV app from your Google Play Store so you can get notifications each time we have a new episode. Don't go anywhere. Inside Health continues after now.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Well, sickle cell is marked by unprecedented pain, countless visits to the hospital, and of course, the emotional toll is also unprecedented, of course, on the families. Well, today we are discussing from crisis to care, living with sickle cell in Nigeria. I guess, as I promised, are very well known individuals in the area of health and, of course, a non-governmental organization. Our first guest is in the studio, Dr. Chima Chidubim. He's a medical practitioner. And our second guest joining us via Zoom is Obilight Ugbonnia. He's also the founder of Obi Ugbonnia Sickle Cell Foundation. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me on the show. Doc, of course, you're no longer a new face on the show. Thank you.
For having me.
Absolutely. And if you can hear us clearly, Obilight, thank you for making our time to join us today on the show.
Thank you, Dr. Shege, for having me on the show. And hello, Doctor.
Right. So let's just get into the topic, the subject matter for the day. I'll start with you, Doc. Like I always do, you're already aware of my style of interview. We want to know the basic meanings of certain things. Today we're talking about sickle cell disease. What exactly is sickle cell disease? Is it the same thing with sickle cell anemia? Because we hear about sickle cell anemia and then sickle cell disease. Are they one and the same? And how will you describe it to the layperson?
Okay, thank you very much, Shigi, for having me. It's always a pleasure.
My joy.
Thank you. Today you brought up a very sensitive topic to myself and the entire Nigeria, need I say West Africa. Sickle cell disease, like you mentioned, is a phenomenon, an ailment, a disease, like the name says, that will birth sickle cell anemia.
Okay.
So they are almost one and the same.
Okay.
Almost. Now, when we talk about sickle cell disease, this is something that happens at the gene level, genetic level. And when we talk about the genetic level of the human being, these are the tiniest molecular aspects that make up the human traits in terms of the blood system.
Okay.
So, this very genetic mutation, you see, I'm trying to be very picky
explicit,
and explicit. This genetic mutation that happens at this genetic level causes a change in an interpretation that the body already has. Now, permit me to clear my throat though, so I'll be sure I'm flowing.
Okay.
Now, when you talk about the sickle cells, there is something in the body called hemoglobin.
Okay.
Now, this hemoglobin has its own interpretation in the genomic level. So this interpretation is what tells the body how to bring this out to the surrounding and how to manifest it.
Okay.
Now, there is a mutation, meaning a change that the body could not help.
Mm-hmm.
So when I come into this room and I've seen you seated in this position, and just for me to step out, get a glass of water, somebody has told you to please take a shift.
Mm-hmm.
So this person could have some space to sit. And before I come back, I've seen the next person sitting fully in your chair. You're still nearby, but you've changed the position because of some information. So what am I driving at? There is a change at the beta globin chain of the hemoglobin at 0.6. It's position 6. This is biochemical now.
All right.
Of the glutamine and valine. So the valine is the one that pushes out the glutamic acid in that chain of information.
Displacement here.
Exactly.
Amino acid displacement.
Exactly. So it now translates, because this is like a blueprint that tells the body Now, this is the blueprint. Work on it. Deliver this. Produce this.
Okay.
So the
Okay.
information is reversed.
Okay, we're still going to
in
hold
all.
that thought. We're still going to get back to it because I know people are told from the much awareness that we have that AS should not marry AS. We're getting to that, but I want to,
Okay.
I want to talk to Obi Light. Obi, you are nothing short of a miracle. You are a 51-year-old sickle cell survivor, right? Can you tell us your earliest memory of, knowing that there's something wrong, with your health and basically your well-being? Just take us through your earliest memories of maybe episodes of sickle cell that, you can remember.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shigi. And doctor that, okay, Shigi, yeah. The doctor that tried to define sickle cell, that's quite a detailed word. For some of us that are laymen in science, we might not really understand that detail. But as a living, someone who is living with sickle cell, what I understand is that sickle cell causes tremendous pain. Okay. So as far as I can remember, I didn't start my primary school early. Okay. My siblings, my older siblings would go to school. And as a little child, I would love to start, joining them to school. But my parents wouldn't let me. And I kept wondering, why is that? Then when I finally joined them in primary school, I noticed that I miss schools a lot because of pain. But of course, as a little child, I don't know what's wrong with me. I would like to play like other kids. I love to, jump around as a boy child, but my mommy will always caution me, take it easy, don't play with them, sit down, be quiet, So that's the earliest I could, remember. I started wondering and thinking that maybe something is wrong with me. This one, my parents will not allow me to, play like other kids, especially football. I love football. And, asking a Nigerian child, boy child, not to play football is like a punishment. So I got thinking maybe something is wrong, or maybe I'm a special child. That is why they don't want me to play like the others.
All right, Obi, so at what point were you able to conceptualize what was going on, and what were some of the things, lifestyle changes you had to make, to be able to manage your, health issue?
Okay, like I said, sickle cell comes with a lot of pain. And growing up, I love football. I am from the riverine part of Anambra State, Ogbaru. So, of course, Ogbaru, you know that we are swimmers. So I will engage in swimming contests with other kids, But after that contest, I will end up, suffering severe, painful crisis. So growing up, I started trying to adjust my lifestyle. I started being careful how I play. I started being careful the kind of activity I engage in, knowing that any strenuous activity could trigger sickle cell crisis. Okay, so I started being careful with my life, the kind of play, the kind of activity. If you call me and my siblings to come and help you, maybe carry or lift a load, I will not engage in that. I will watch my siblings, go do that, And even in school, I try to be careful when there is something like manual labor, waking so early in the midnight to study, your body will always tell you when to, take a break. So there's a lot of lifestyle adjustments that I made growing up that has helped me, to stay healthy today.
I'll take the question to our guest in the studio. Dr. Chima, there's this recurring decimal in his submission, which is the pain. He's careful. He started with the mom. She wouldn't allow him to do any strenuous exercise. And then when he got older, he knew he couldn't swim. He couldn't do all those things because of the pain, which I'm sure some people know as crisis. Tell us exactly what happens to sickle cell patients that make them experience so much pain.
Yes, thank you once more, Chi. Mr. Obi, I'm elated to have met you here. Thank you for coming on board. Sickle cell, like Obi said, is pain, pain, and a lot of pain. Now, due to that information, or should I call it misinformation, that has been sent by displacement in genes at the genetic level, the red blood cells usually have a spherical, somewhat spherical shape.
What do you mean by red blood cells? If you can just break these words down.
Beautiful.
So that the layperson can understand.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
So now, in the human body, you have different pipelines, let me use.
Okay.
You have different cables.
Good.
And those are those cables that when you look at certain parts of your body, you say, oh, look at vein. People play with it. And when vein. And all those things. Yes, those are cables. And what are the contents of those cables? They are fluids that the body operates with. So inside that fluid, just imagine someone who has made a pot of stew and has poured in crayfish, has poured in tomatoes, has poured in granite oil, has poured in meat. So the blood is like a stew, a pot of stew that has been poured into a pipeline. And then you have meats, you have crayfish, you have onion, all in it. So the red blood cells is part of that stew, is part of the components. And what is the function of this red blood cell? They are just circular objects that have cup-like shape. It's called biconcave.
Okay.
So this cup-like shape on one side, the cup-like shape at the other side. So you have more like a pit that can hold water at this side.
In the middle. Okay.
And hold water at the other side. So it's like this.
Okay.
So the other areas are all curved. And so they are flexible. They have less fiber.
Okay.
So these fibers are like pillars. When you're building houses, they say, how many pillars does this house have to make it strong? So they have less pillars. That helps them maneuver inside those pipelines. Just like when you have in your house your sink, where you wash plates, and they say the sink is blocked because you've poured in too many substances that cannot flow through it. So this is what happens. This misinformation or this change in the positioning in the gene level.
In the shape of the red blood cells?
Exactly, at the genetic level. Because the information will first of all come at the blueprint, which is the gene.
Okay. But what I want us to get out of this conversation is, because Obi says, once I play hard, I feel pain.
Exactly. So I'm driving right there now.
Okay.
So when this very misinformation is sent, instead of having the normal shape, the gene and information sent to the red blood cell is toughen up, send more pillars into your makeup, and then it becomes more stiffened. It begins to assume the lengthened shape because you're putting in pillars, and pillars have to stand. And before you know it, is forming a straightened shape that is like a circle. Just like when you go to harvest fruits, mangoes and so on, you form a curved end. But that was not the original set-out plan. The set-out plan is for you to be round. Because this red blood cell that is in this blood will carry oxygen and nutrients and go to deliver it. It's like someone that delivers
Okay,
a
so
delivery
the pain
package.
is caused by a rush of these cells that are sickled.
Exactly. These cells,
and they are making their way through the vessels and it causes pain.
they are making their way through the vessels, but it's not easy for them because they have assumed a different shape. Just like when you are eating fish and you swallow a bone. It doesn't scale through because it goes to hinge at both ends. So when these blood cells begin to pass through this pipe, blood vessels, and they begin to find hooks to hinge themselves on. One hinges, another hinges on top, another hinges, they become clogged, that place becomes blocked up, and then blood supply is reduced to the other end.
It makes absolute sense.
Oxygen supply is reduced to the other end because you have blocked off my connection. So everybody at this side suffers. And then the body tells you, I'm in trouble. What way does the body communicate that I'm in trouble?
Pain. All right. Let's get back to Obi. Obi, it's no news that the life of a sickle cell, the life of a sickle cell patient is marked by pain. Another is the fact that there are countless hospital visits, and consequently, there is money involved. How can you explain the financial burden of living with sickle cell in Nigeria? How has the story been for you? Do you have a particular story where it was really difficult for your parents or for you as an adult living with sickle cell? What's the story really?
Okay. First of all, let me tell our viewers that sickle cell causes poverty. Yes. And what I mean by that is that it takes a lot to take care of a child with sickle cell. So growing up, I am not from a very wealthy home. I'm not from a wealthy home. Okay. So sometimes your parents will be without money and you're having this painful crisis. And they won't be able to afford even hospital treatment. So maybe they'll quickly rush to a chemist store and buy some painkillers. And, you know, it's difficult. You can treat malarias and some other maybe cough, catarrh, cold in that manner. But sickle cell crisis demands a medical attention. But because there were no money sometimes, you know, parents would have to decide between using the little money available to feed the rest of the, house, or risk using that little money remaining on you and starving others. You know, that was my experience. You know, sometimes because there's no money to go to hospital, you will be home for a week, 2 weeks, you know, battling this painful crisis. And you keep taking maybe paracetamol, taking Novalgine. When I was little, you know, it was always Novalgine, you know. So it's really not a very good experience living with sickle cell. You know, now, if you have a parents that are not wealthy and not able to take you, you know, to access medical care every time you're sick, that becomes a very difficult time growing up. Okay, and I will always remember, even in my community, you know, where I grew up, Ogbakoba in Ogbaru local government, there were no hospitals. Okay, so most times we have to travel from my community, Ogbakoba, to Oka, you know, to go to my auntie's hospital to receive treatment, you know, and not all the time that my parents will be buoyant enough to transport me from Ogbaru to Oka, to go and receive treatment. So sickle cell causes poverty, and it was difficult growing up for me because of not being able to access care each time I need it.
It's really it's heart-wrenching actually thinking about it, that there's very minimal healthcare service provision for people at the grassroots. But before we get back to you, Obi, let me talk to you, Doctor. Like you mentioned, imagine a scenario where a child has to stay home, for weeks because there's no money for treatment. Is there any first aid for a child that is going through sickle cell crisis that parents should be aware of? Maybe if the distance, proximity to a healthcare center is far, or you just can't administer care, professional care. What are some of the first aid treatments that a passerby, first responder, a parent, a guardian can give to a child experiencing sickle cell episode?
Okay, thank you very much. You mentioned something very pertinent. It will strike you to know that prevention is the first aid. Because when crisis comes, it has come. When you have the blockage of a blood vessel, and that blockage, you have to pack it out. Is that not?
Yeah.
There's a block that has refused something to flow. What do you have to do? You have to get to work to do what? And that will not happen immediately because it's happening in the blood vessels. So, what does it entail? Prevention of crisis as much as possible, because people will agree with me that even when you've done almost everything you think you have to do to evade crisis, you still end up landing in crisis, one way or the other. But the difference is when you engage in preventive measures carefully, strictly, with good compliance, the number of crises within a year is reduced. There are sickle cell patients who have crisis just once in a year. There are sickle cell patients who have crisis, they'll tell you, this is the second crisis this year, and we're almost at the end of the year. So, prevention. So how can you go about this very prevention? It is very simple and difficult because it will involve finance. And that is what my dear brother Mr. Obi has mentioned, that sickle cell causes poverty. Because when you don't have, the little you have to enable yourself, invest in yourself to have, you have to save health first. Otherwise there will be no life to have. So what do? There are drugs. Now, from the childhood stage, you have sickle cell being able to manifest from the 5th month till about 5th, 6th month thereabout. You start seeing the manifestations. But then there is this powerful, wonderful drug that has helped us a lot. It's called hydroxyurea. Now, mind you, anything I mention here, please don't go ahead to administer it to yourself. Make your way to the hospital. There are experts. There are ways to get it.
Sure.
So, the hydroxyurea tablet is a game changer in that's dihydroxycarbamide tablets. It's a game changer in sickle cell management. What does it do? It takes the red blood cells, like we mentioned, the red blood cells are those parts of the blood that carry the oxygen and the nutrients. It helps the red blood cell to go back to the earlier stages of life, which is the neonatal stage. When you mention a neonate, you mean from 0 day to about 28th day of life. So it takes the hemoglobin, whom has now mutated and sent a wrong information to form extra pillars and sickles. It makes him to jump the adult hemoglobin and go back to the childhood hemoglobin, which is even better. Because the child will not experience that crisis at the neonatal stage or whatever, because he has the hemoglobin, fetal hemoglobin, which has the better shape and which has even better capacity to help him carry
So there's
oxygen
no way you
around.
know a child has sickle cell as a neonate. You can't identify. If you do the genotype test, you can't identify.
You can do the genotype. The genotype now is different from the hemoglobin.
Okay.
These are different things. The genotypes are labels that have told you that this very genome has made that mistake. The genome, the gene, has made that mistake that will give us sickle cells. Then the hemoglobin is now the resultant effect of that mistake that has been made that will form the sickle.
Interesting.
So that message for a neonate is not going to affect his hemoglobin because he has a different information, which is the fetal hemoglobin, that will carry oxygen and nutrients better for him. So that is one. Another is hydration.
Drinking water.
A lot of water. In fact, what we call it in the medical parlance is hyperhydration. Hyper is excessive to a very high level. When you see a sickle cell patient who is always carrying a bottle of water, up to this 1.5 liter bottle of water or water cans with them, go after that person, you will see that the number of crises in a year is reduced as compared to the man that's nothing mega, jumps around the streets. Now, that hydration helps you to keep the blood vessels with enough fluid. Because we need things that will make the blood move. So the body keeps absorbing.
We need things that will make the blood move. Exercise makes the blood move.
Exercise.
But then it triggers episodes in a sickle cell patient. I mean, make it make sense.
Beautiful. Exercise helps the blood flow. But what happens when you have the reduced, when you have a little amount of a product and have so many people scampering for that same product? What happens? Because this is somebody, we have the blood, the hemoglobin, like I said, what will carry the oxygen and the nutrients. But we have an enormous amount of those who have almost no value to us. And then we have a little amount of those that have the value. So what happens? You have those that will not have that value flowing a lot, and you think everybody is working. Meanwhile, we have just a few number of persons working. So they will get fatigued, they will get exhausted, and at some point they will not be able to do all the to and fro job. What will happen? There will be crisis. Because the other people walking around aren't delivering that oxygen and so
dividends.
So the dividends. So you see that the tissues are suffering, and they will tell you I'm feeling pain. And then there begins to be vaso-occlusion. That's what it's called.
That's what I'm thinking also, before we get to Obi, because I have an interesting question for him. What's the role of massage? Okay, because you've talked about preventive medicine, if I may. What about massage? Because we need something that will help the blood to flow. If a patient is in crisis, can massage, and what other activities can help the person?
There are certain activities you will begin to wonder what is the value. In fact, in music, is part of the therapy for a sickle cell crisis.
In crisis, a patient in crisis.
Exactly. I will extend it to movies.
So someone is in crisis and you turn on movies for them.
You must distract the person as much as possible.
From the pain.
From the pain. Because the pain will be there till you have given enough hyperhydration to make whatever is clogged up push out the way, and things begin to flow. So distraction, the massage will also work. That is where hot compress even comes in, because you will attempt to massage with hot compress. Now, what happens to some red oil you keep in your kitchen and it's cold?
They condense.
They become clogged up.
Yeah.
But when everywhere is sunny and so on, you see some part melted off, you see some part fluidy, some part condensed. That's what happens. So that heat also translates one way or the other to tell those sluggish and clogging, losing out a little bit. So,
all right, Dr. Chima.
There's a whole lot.
We're back to you, Obi. I'm sure you heard what Dr. Chima has said concerning the preventive measures. You're 51. You're a living, walking, breathing miracle. How have you been able to survive this long? And it's even more interesting. You came from a humble background. What is your story? How have you been able to survive for 51 years and counting?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shima, for all this scientific explanation. I live with sickle cell, but most times I don't even know all these details. How have I survived for these 51 years? The answer is direct. Before I go into other details, God has kept me. His grace has kept me. Okay, now let me go back to other factors, human factors, that has helped me, to be here until now. Remember I said life was not so palatable, not so easy with my parents growing up. It got to, just like Dr. Shima said, if you don't know how to prevent crisis, you will keep on falling sick all the time. My parents had little or no knowledge at all whatsoever about managing a sickle cell child. So everything, goes in my life. I could follow my siblings to the forest to fetch firewood. We go fetching water from the River Niger to home, carrying heavy load. They didn't care because they didn't know, it has any effect on me. Then it got to some point, one of my hospital visits to Oka, my auntie, Lady E.O. Ifebi, Lady Ngozi Ifebi, after they treated me and discharged me, she told my mom that, look, I think it's high time you left this boy, let this boy stay with us. You can go, because the way I am seeing you and this boy will just die before you know it. Okay, so with that arrangement, I now started living with my auntie in her house, and her husband, a medical doctor, Sir Dr. E.O. Ifevi. So I started living with them, and this couple taught me almost everything I know about managing my health. First, they taught me to keep myself hydrated all the time. Dr. Ifebi will not be happy if he sees me and don't see me with a bottle of water. He will always ask me, Obi, where is your water? Have you been taking water today? So that helped me to keep myself hydrated all the time. Then he also taught me to not to engage in, strenuous activities. So I learned to rest when my body is saying, please, it is enough. Okay? And I equally learned how to feed, very well. Because growing up, we didn't have much, but now living with my auntie and her husband, who are able to provide, for me, I was feeding well. Okay? He tried to teach me also to stay out of mosquitoes. So I will not stay where I'll be bitten by mosquito, so that malaria infection will not trigger crisis. So it's proper management that has, kept me, where I am today. And just like Dr. Shima said, if you learn to manage your health very well as a sickle cell warrior, you have less crisis. Sometimes, just like he said, also, I have crisis like once or twice a year. and it's because I am observing that preventive measures. I'm being careful not to engage myself in things, that will trigger crisis. So it's been God's, and it's been good management of my health that has brought me this far today. And thanks to Sir Dr. E.O. Ifebi and his wife, Lady Ngozi Ifebi, for all they taught me, while I lived with them.
The fact that you learned a lot and you adhered to what you learned, and the fact that God has kept you this long. It's also the fact that you went a step further. I know you founded a foundation. We'll get to it in a bit. But meanwhile, Dr. Chima, talking about prevention. We've been talking about prevention so that you don't get the crisis. Let's talk about prevention against conception of a child that has sickle cell. There's been a little bit of an awareness, for some decades now. AS don't marry. What is AS? And who should marry who? You understand? So just take us through it very briefly.
All right, thank you. So thank you, Mr. Obi, my very good friend, once more.
Well, you guys have become very good friends.
Yes, very, very good friend. Yes. And you can even see we are almost on the same outfit.
Spirit.
So thank you very much. Yeah. Now, this brings us to what we call the genotype. The genotype. Genotype is simply gene and your type. That is your type
of gene.
So, this AS thing, AA and so on, they are just ways to know something. Just like I was giving birth to, my parents said, someone that has a face like mine, when you see him anywhere, call him Chema. That's just that. So, there are these genetic traits that were found, and then the world said, the medical world said, let's name you genotype A. And we saw a certain shift that looked some other way, and we said, let's name you genotype S. So we saw that there are some persons who had a mixture of this genotype A flowing around, and then this genotype S flowing around.
In the same human being.
In the same human being. What could we make of it? We say you are A and S. Then there are some we've seen that we're just A flowing around everywhere. We say you are A entirely, because we have seen a difference that has the both combination. And then we've seen one that now has entirely the S flowing almost entirely everywhere. So what do we now say? Just to make a difference, we say it is S. So, the prevention that would help us to do better is awareness. Awareness that consummate relationship between a man and woman that will lead to conception should be guided by knowing their types of gene. That is their genotype. To know whether you are full of the AA traits running all over. Do you have the mixture of the A and S? The A and S is called heterozygous. The other is the homozygous. Homo for our same exactly. Heterozygous means we have differences. So, when we talk about this prevention in this regard, we must begin sensitization to tell people that when you are of the A trait, this is whom you should allow yourself to conceive for. I'm not mentioning marriage, if you've noticed, because a lot of people have children even out of marriage. And one of the measures that the church, a lot of institutions have put together is before we wed you, before you get married, we know your genotype. What of by the time they have not even gotten married, or they don't even intend to come to your church or anything? What happens? We have lost that bracket. So we have to reach people in the comfort of their bedroom to say there is danger, even before they fall in love, because the human head is
once you get into that
is
space.
So we
Once
don't
you get
even,
into that space.
honestly, the awareness will help you. You notice that we've gotten some level of awareness, but between the learned world, because the female folk will tell you once once she doesn't like a guy, she tells him that I'm AS. And the guy will want to kill you, say, fine, I'm AA.
I'm AA.
So, now, a marriage should not ever happen between an AS and an AS genotype.
Okay.
Never.
What about marriage between an SS and an AA genotype?
Wonderful.
Really?
Wonderful. But what is going to happen is that you will also push in the S trait
into your children.
But so long as the S trait has a diluent to it, which is the A, there is a mixture. So now when this mixture comes together, we can dilute. So there is something known as the heterozygous advantage. The heterozygous advantage now is for people who have the A and the S in one, which is the AS genotype. So when you look at them, they have lesser complication with malaria. That is a very big advantage for them. Yes. Why? Because the malaria parasite is looking for the wonderful hemoglobin cells or shapes to cling to and attack and kill and bust and destroy it. But by the time it flies around, it's seeing a different shape and so you don't look to me like you're familiar. Leave you alone. So by the time it flows around, before it begins to find those other ones, you may have even annihilated it by treatment and so on. So you have the heterozygous advantage. But so that brings us to the awareness that this genotype should not go with this genotype. Any genotype that will land you in forming a homozygous sickle cell gene should not be allowed.
What you're saying is that
fly.
AS should only marry AS?
AS should not marry AS.
Okay.
AA can marry AA.
Good.
AA can marry AS.
Okay. Okay.
You understand? Now, AS should not marry AS. Now, SSAA should go ahead and marry. Now, AS and SS should not be married.
Good. I love that. Let's get back to Obi. Obi, welcome back. Thank you. We lost you for a bit, but I'm glad you're back. Tell me about the Obi Light Obonia Foundation, Sickle Cell Foundation. I'm well aware, of course, from some of your submissions that government is doing little or nothing to subsidize drugs for sickle cell. And we don't even understand the stand of sickle cell patients when it comes to National Health Insurance Scheme. What gaps is your foundation, are there? What are the gaps, and how is your foundation trying to close these gaps?
Okay. First of all, let me begin by telling the reason, I started the foundation. Throughout my life, I've had about 3 predictions of how old, I'll live. First, they said, they don't live past 5 years. If he's able to live past 5 years, then you're lucky. Then I live, God preserved my life past 5 years. Then when I got to 10, I was always sick. And they told my mother, if you're able to manage him until 15, then you have tried your best. Okay? And God preserved my life until I got past that. Then the crisis continued. And some said, some of them, if they're lucky to get past 25, then they will not be sick anymore, which is not true. Then I was lucky. I lived beyond 25 years. Okay, so having celebrated all these birthdays, when I got to 50 last year, I called my friend and I said, look, living 50 years with sickle cell, to me, is like living eternity. I believe I have lived a fulfilled life, you know. So this birthday is going to be different from other birthdays. So what are we going to do differently? You know, so my friends and I, you know, brainstormed and they were like, okay, tell us, what do you have in mind? I said, okay, look, I'm celebrating 50 years as a sickle cell warrior, which is not easy to come by. So I would like to set up a foundation where, because I know that the greatest need of a sickle cell warrior is prompt access to healthcare. You know, from experience, I know. So I said, okay, what about if we set up a foundation that will support the less privileged with free health insurance? Something I was not privileged, you know, as a child, you know, to have. So I said, let's have a foundation that will provide them free health insurance so that whenever that crisis comes, they won't have to choose between feeding and going to hospital to access care, so that they could just go to hospital and get treated. You know, my friends agreed with me, and that is what gave birth to the Obiobunia Sickle Cell Foundation. Okay, now, having set up the foundation, hello?
Yes, yes, we can hear
Okay.
you clearly. Sorry to cut you short, Obi, because we have actually run out of time. But this is what I will plead with you to do. We're going to continue with this conversation some of the time because I still have plenty of questions to ask you. For example, I know you have a family, you're married with kids. What has been, you know, the experience for them? How have they actually supported you, you know, in your journey? But obviously we can't take it now because we have totally run out of time. So thank you so very much for your insights. You are a walking, talking, breathing miracle, like I said. And we have to reschedule another time to continue this conversation because it's something worth sharing. So thank you so very much.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Dr. Chinua, in just 1 minute, any parting shot? I know you're full of information,
yes,
but unfortunately it's time that we don't have. So just a parting shot, 1 minute so that we can
the parting shot is the government should help. There should be government committedness in funding. There should be a dedicated hotline, helpline for sickle cell patients. There should be a sickle cell registry in this country where every sickle cell patient is identified. And when they don't come for checkup, you sort after them. Now, everybody should know that even with love, some people are giving the impression that out of the whole children you have 4 children, you can only encounter maybe 1 sickle cell patient. And the couple say, let's get married.
Yeah.
We can only have 1
yeah.
child.
That
so
child
by the 3rd child, we'll stop. And you are trapped.
Yeah.
So, but the real sense is, in every pregnancy, the woman conceives.
All right.
There is a 4 in 1 chance. That is, there's a quarter chance, 25% chance of having a sickle cell child. Now, what if each time is like throwing a Ludo dice? Each time you throw up the dice, it falls down and it lands in sickle.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Chidubem. Thank you for your time. Celebrity doctor, always a pleasure having you. You know, one day we're going to get you a chalkboard or whiteboard.
Oh, really? To illustrate.
Yes.
I need it.
All right, that's so much we can take on today's show. Thank you so much, Ubilight Ubuna. Thank you, Dr. Chima Chidubem, for your time. Don't forget, your health is entirely your responsibility. I am Tigichi Agorom. You can go online on social media to like, comment, share. Let us know what you think. We are live 247 on SLTV 265. Again, I'm Tigichi Agorom, your host, and I leave you with these health tips. Don't forget, your health is your wealth. Bye for now.
local.
International communities observing every.
Just finish the Where the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
At 30 Government Secondary School, Peggy Community in Kuje Area Council of the Federal Capital Territory, students, parents, teachers, community leaders and government officials gathered for a sensitization program aimed at educating children on their rights and how to report abuse. The program, organized by the National Human Rights Commission, focused on empowering children to understand and protect their rights against abuse, violence and exploitation. Representing the Executive Secretary of the Commission, Tony Ojukwu-san, the Director of Women and Children Department, Ngozi Okorie, said despite existing local and international laws protecting children, many still face violence, neglect, early marriage, female genital mutilation and exclusion from decisions affecting their lives. She noted that protecting children requires collective action from families, schools, religious institutions and communities.
Every child has the right to survival. Every child has the right to protection, education, participation and dignity. Yet, we know that in practice, these rights are often violated through neglect, through violence, child labor, early marriage, female genital mutilation, infanticide, and exclusion from decisions that affect the children.
Okorie also encouraged children to speak up whenever their rights are violated, stressing that children must not only know their rights, but also understand safe channels for reporting abuse. She said the Commission remains committed to promoting and protecting the rights of children across the country through community engagement and sensitization programs.
When children understand their rights, they can speak up safely and demand respect. When parents and teachers understand, they become protectors, not barriers. When traditional and religious leaders lend their voice, harmful practices lose.
Disconnected.
When the whole community, and when the whole community says shared standards, accountability becomes real.
Chairman of the School-Based Management Committee, Taofiq Kadir, said many children in rural communities still lack basic awareness about their rights because they have little exposure beyond their immediate environment. According to him, formal education alone is not enough to equip children with the knowledge needed to protect themselves from abuse and exploitation.
We have villages surrounding us here. Some of these archaic and old traditional practices still happen, whereby the child rights is being violated. That is why, if you heard my speech, I was talking about 2.0. We had one when the Child Rights Act was passed, Child Rights Bill now formed into act when it was passed. I invited the National Human Rights Commission to come and educate the students what their rights are and the channels of reportage where they can make reports and where they can feel safe in making such reports. So these children, some of them, you'll be shocked, have not left this community ever since they've been given birth to. So they don't know what happens in the outside world there. So we try to bring whatever government brings to protect the children into the community so that they can benefit from it.
Kadir revealed that some children in the community are prevented by guardians from completing their education in order to keep them in domestic servitude, describing the situation as only a fraction of the challenges many children face silently. He called for stronger community support systems and continuous sensitization to ensure children feel safe enough to report abuse. In Abuja, Chimize Zadima, reporting for Signature Television.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Development Discourse, where we ideate for Africa's development. My name is Patrick Okibo. I'm the founder at Next Year. Next Year is a multi-competency advisory firm where we focus on solving Africa's complex development challenges. Now, Nigeria's security challenges are real. They've morphed from, basically armed robbery to terrorism, insurgency, and really widespread conflict between cattle headers and farmers, which appears to be the big issues countrywide. But I mean, it's not all doom and gloom. According to the Next Year Violent Conflicts Database, in the 12 months leading to April 2025, Nigeria has recorded about 919 violent conflict incidents, resulting in about 4,824 casualties. And by casualties, we mean dead, injured, and kidnapped. Now, these incidents are about 16% lower, than the preceding 12 months in terms of incidents, and they're about 26% lower in the preceding period as well in terms of casualties. Now, today's guest is one of Africa's leading scholars in the security and defense space. Akali Ameni is the founder and principal consultant at Terrorism Studies Consultancy. He was formerly the founder and co-chair of the Africa Research Group at the University of Leicester and co-chair of the Africa Research and holds a PhD in Defense Studies from King's College. He's the author of 4 books, Policing and Politics in Nigeria, A Comprehensive History, Insurgency and War in Nigeria, Regional Fracture and the Fight Against Boko Haram, and Counterinsurgency in Nigeria, the Military and Operations Against Boko Haram. I believe the 4th book, which is due out in August of this year, is Picking Sides, Race, Ethnicity, and Recruitment in Colonial Nigerian Army. Our research also shows that there's another book in the works, Rebel. We're eager to read these books. Omeni, you're welcome.
Thank you very much for having me, Patrick. I think these conversations are really important, building a critical mass of ideas around not just what's wrong security-wise with Nigeria, but potentially how to form a team of teams of people to gradually, over time, address these issues. So thank you very much for having me.
Exactly, a community of practice. And that community of practice is evolving, it's forming, and your books have been central, to the discussions, happening in these spaces. And you've tried to help us unpack many of the fundamental issues that we face, and I hope we can do that on this call. Now, if we start by looking at policing and politics in Nigeria, and just ask you to help us understand where we are and how we got here. You in the book, you examined the history of the Nigerian police force from the colonial era to date, and how, maybe some of the British imperial policing shaped what we have today. So if you can help, just, briefly help us unpack how our history, kind of shaped where we are today with Nigerian policing.
The Nigerian police force is it's a complex institution. I think they use that word to describe certain kinds of organizations and people today, but I think it applies to Nigerian police force because it really has gone through so many changes over its history. It's a force that's ubiquitous across the country, whereas you might not see a military formation in the most remote areas of Nigeria, you would always see at least one Nigeria police force formation. So a very broad spread indeed. The origins go way back. If we go back to that colonial architect of Nigeria called Lord Frederick Deltry Lugard, when he first arrived in 1897, he wasn't convinced that natives, I use the words natives, not in a pejorative sense, but in the way they kind of viewed the indigenous people who were on the ground at that time. Lugard didn't believe that, initially at least, that Nigerians were the best folks to kind of police their own territories. And this is a story that's true, but not very well known. He actually brought an Indian group, an Indian company. It's called the Madras Company to Nigeria to Lokoja in 1897 because he was convinced. Lugard was born in India, some background, and so he had a very strong connection with the country. He also served there in the British Army. He felt that Indian police personnel might actually be military personnel, I should say, might be better suited to police Nigeria. But they spent all of 1 week in Nigeria and they just couldn't do it. And so he decided very quickly that, right, we'll need to assemble a Nigerian regiment. And so the Madras Regiment was a very short-lived part of the Nigerian police force history. And so this force that was formed for colonial interests, right? There wasn't a consensus around how it was formed in terms of bringing the local people together to say, right, what do you want of a police force? It was formed primarily to protect British interests, right? And this was something that endured right from the colony of Lagos when the original consulate force was formed, through to the expeditions in northern Nigeria in 1903 when Lugard kind of annexed that region in the name of the British Crown. The police continued to play this very punitive role in these campaigns. And I think that when we came to independence in 1960, I believe there was a real opportunity for us to ask questions around what kind of police force we wanted, right? Almost a real sense that we could depart from having a force to a service, right? Insofar as the British interests that the police force now served were now gradually being divested from those of Nigeria, right? Nigerians were plotting their own future. That conversation sadly never happened. And as we also know, even if there was a space for that conversation around the reform of policing to happen, the coup d'etats of 1966 completely derailed Nigeria's future. And so by the time we had the kind of odious period of a military interregnum in Nigeria, where the military was in charge for so long, as we know, Patrick, things never really moved ahead for the police. And in fact, what I argue in my book is that the military, in some ways, undermined policing in Nigeria, just by the fact that the kind of superordinate power in the country wasn't democratically elected, and the police is meant to serve a democratically elected superordinate. And so it was dysfunction from the start, and I'm not convinced that dysfunction has been completely addressed even today.
Just as an aside, why did the Indians leave after a week?
The mosquitoes,
right?
Some people assume that a lot of the diseases we have in tropical Africa might also be applicable to maybe tropical parts of Asia, but not really. Malaria, for instance, we have a very virulent form of malaria. Yeah, and I think our mosquitoes are quite special in their own right. Add that to all kinds of local challenges, the language gap, and so on and so forth. I think Lugard viewed the kind of romanticized idea of an Indian regiment in Nigeria through a more dim view after just a week or so.
Interesting. Now, what are some of these colonial legacies that may still be affecting policing in Nigeria?
First and foremost, I think, is the idea that the police was there to support the interests of the superordinate, as opposed to the interests of the civilian population. As an example, if you had, for instance, a white colonial official commit a crime in the past, and the expectation from the police wouldn't be to kind of investigate that crime per se. It would be almost to try to gaslight the local people who have reported the crime, right? To make it seem as though, no, you haven't gotten this right. This person is right. You are wrong. And we still see shades of that today, whereby even in supposedly clear and cut cases where you would feel that the police would take the side of the person who maybe reported the case, there are still several cases where someone reports a case to the police and they are then kind of detained if the person they are making a report against is a big man.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Now, one of the other points you raised in the book is the arguments around how to shape the police, especially around independence. So one of the core arguments at the time was, should policing be centralized? Or should it be decentralized? And we know how that went, but it was really a contentious issue, especially in the independence era. What were some of these other competing visions? And now, with benefit of hindsight, did we make the right choices at that time? And this question is critical because there are big arguments that are happening today around state policing, etc., that gets one to start thinking about those origin debates, that we had. Where do you fall on, these different arguments?
Okay, I'll come to the state policing in a minute, but in terms of the kind of salient discussions around the Nigeria police force at independence, I think one of the key ones was the issue of Nigerianization. Now, as some background, from the 1930s, some of Nigeria's earliest parliamentarians, including J. Akilade Kolkrick, they were taken aback by the fact that whereas the Nigeria police force still had a very high number of British personnel, there wasn't a sense that the British were keen on kind of progressing indigenous Nigerians through the ranks. The question was first raised in 1933 and 1932, But it was kind of put aside for quite some time. As you know, in a few years after that, there was the outbreak of the Second World War. And so these conversations around Nigerianization, which the likes of Azikiwe led at the time, there was almost a kind of tacit agreement between those pushing for Nigerianization of all the institutions and independence as part of that process. Between them and the British administration, that look, a world war is in progress now. We need to kind of put these things aside and get rid of Hitler, and help us kind of mobilize the people to fight this war. And when we are done, we can revisit this conversation. And the British, they kept the award. And when the war was over, Nigerianization kind of then picked up pace. And it was a process whereby people who were indigenous Nigerians were then given an opportunity to progress through the ranks. And this was really important because otherwise, in just a few years, 15 years from the end of the Second World War, you might have had a situation whereby Nigeria was independent, but most of the senior police personnel were still white British. The issue with Nigerianization, Patrick, was that it watered down the requirements. It watered down the requirements to enter the police force and to participate at all levels, right? Initially, the conversation around Nigerianization was along the lines of, well, if there was a qualified Nigerian, right, that was able to fill a position, then they should fill the position. However, if the Nigerians applying for that position were not up to the qualifications or standard of their British counterparts, then the British should fill that position. Now, because we didn't have that many, relatively speaking, educated Nigerians by the 1940s even into the early 1950s, that simply wasn't possible. So these requirements had to be watered down. And this kind of started one of the very regrettable features of federal institutions in Nigeria, which is that what you could call substandard people were then kind of filtered into the force. And regrettably, I don't think that necessarily has been addressed completely up until today. So that's a major issue. And when you understand that these are folks who are going to carry guns on the streets, and you haven't really given, proper thought into who you are recruiting into those roles, then aren't you setting yourself up for all kinds of, issues and daily indiscretions of the force? That's the point about Nigerianization. The other point that you rightly raised was about the centralization or decentralization. Initially, the Northern Police Force was its own entity. You had the police force within the colony of Lagos, again, its own entity, Southern Police Force. But these were all kind of amalgamated as well by the time, by the 1930s as well. There was this kind of sense that everything had to come together. Now, not everyone was happy about this, but the argument was that a centralized police force was going to be more effective in terms of being resourced, in terms of rules and regulations, in terms of simple things such as the accoutrements and even the police outfits and so on. It would all be uniform, right? And it seemed like a sound idea at the time. I'm not sure that it's any less sound. I don't think the issue is state police per se. I think it's something that I hope we get to a bit later on, which is the welfare of the men and women who serve in these forces. So look, even if you have a decentralized police force and every state had their own police force, if you don't think critically about the welfare of these men and women, you will still have issues, I think.
And we'll get to that discussion, which is at the heart of what we're trying to explore. After we've kind of built the context around it. And one of the other contextual questions is how did our successive military regimes shape the structure and the nature and the philosophy of the Nigeria police force? And how has that kind of impacted the way they conduct their affairs today, being that we spend these many years, under military rule?
I mean, going back to that very shabby chapter of Nigerian history, which some people might view through rose-tinted glasses, but many of us who lived in that era would probably take a different view. Look, I'm sure, well, personally, I don't recall having seen a police administrator of a state. It was normally a military administrator, right? There might have been one or two policemen. I'm not sure. I'm speculating now, but for the most part, even the Supreme Military Councils never had police personnel there. The point I'm trying to make is that the military was the superordinate, right? I don't think the police institution was confused about its role in society. They were below the military and they served at its behest, right? Now, if you have that military force which isn't democratically elected, if you have that military force that effectively acts against constitutional requirements, then how do you expect the police force to be functional as opposed to being dysfunctional? Effectively, we had this era of Nigeria's history where the constitution was put aside. Right. Even in instances where the failed Third Republic, where you kind of had this, you had civilian state governors, but then you had an overall military head in Babangida. You look at that whole era, and you also understand that actually even the ministers and they all worked at the behest of the military. So it wasn't even a civilian era per se. The only time we really came back to civilian rule wasn't up until 1999 when Obasanjo came back. It was really from that point that the police had its first real chance to kind of breathe some air to say, okay, now we are back to kind of democratic rule. What do we do about ourselves? Military rule undermined the police force and so many other institutions in Nigeria. I wouldn't say irreparably, because I believe, and this is a personal philosophy, that no matter how bad things are, they don't need to get worse and they can always get better, right? So I wouldn't say it's been irreparably damaged, but I would say that the damage has been quite severe, right? And it's also to the culture and the ethos of these groups, because when you see military personnel ruling by the barrel of a gun, right, Patrick? Because that's what happens during military rule. The military men can smile, they can have meetings with civilians and be very polite in those meetings. But we all know the subtext of what's going on there. These folks are ruling by the barrel of the gun. And when the police force have to serve kind of that government, and they kind of see that military men can be very coercive, they can be very brutal, they can be murderous in some instances, it sets a very bad example for the police.
And we'll come back to many of these issues, but I wanted to shift a little bit to the military, and which is a subject you've written on quite extensively. And as someone so let me assume that I'm not really involved in the security community and the discussions around it. I'm just an ordinary Nigerian sitting on the sidelines watching what's been happening in the last 2 decades. It would baffle me that a Nigerian military, the same military that fought in ECOMOG and brought peace to Liberia, Sierra Leone, etc., found it difficult, near impossible, to disband a ragtag Boko Haram, which has now morphed into Islamic State in the West Africa province, Ansaru, etc. What really happened? What happened to our military at the core? And just take some time and unpack it for us. What happened to our military that they were not able to just deal with Boko Haram when it was a little growth, and now it's become a cancer in our society?
Well, I will start by saying it would be a mistake to kind of point fingers at the Nigerian military and say that your incompetence alone is to blame for this jihadist threat kind of metastasizing, like you said, because insurgencies are a challenge for every military organization. If you go to staff colleges across the world today, the kind of syndicated sessions you see, most of them are typically geared at warfare between states, right? And warfare that involves units of one size, say a battalion, and how that battalion can potentially hold its own against not just an opposing battalion, but against a formation up, so i.e. a brigade, right? So these are the kinds of things that we're looking at in kind of military syndicated sessions. What you see less of, and what we've seen less of historically within military training, is this idea that a military force has to effectively become a police institution, right? And police territories against insurgents. Military men are very poor policemen. They don't want to do that job, and they aren't great at doing it. Except that's exactly what you need to be in a counterinsurgency, right? You need to effectively wear the hat of a policeman and kind of think along the lines of, well, the people attacking us are all part of the community, right? And so this isn't we in counterinsurgency kind of training, we look at it this way: body counts are a perverse measure of success, because in counterinsurgency math, if you have 10 people and you kill 9 rebels, you don't have 1 left. You have potentially 100 left, because each of those 9 people you killed, guess what? They have brothers, Patrick. They have family. They have friends. They have people who are sympathetic. They have people who would take up arms on the strength of the fact that you've killed their loved ones. And so now you have even more people to fight. And I think that this is something that hasn't really seeped into the psyche of a Nigerian military that has always had an ammunition mentality. Back to the Civil War of Nigeria, it wasn't about better tactics per se. It was really about being better equipped. In fact, they were very, brash about this, that look, in this war, the force with the biggest and best equipped battalions is going to win. And that force was the Nigerian army. The Biafran army couldn't really compete in that sense, right? So you win that war, and this is what I argue in my first book, Counterinsurgency in Nigeria, is that, look, if you look at the military institution in Nigeria and you see how they won the Civil War of Nigeria, being able to move their 3 maneuver divisions over a space of about 2.5 years, and eventually defeat the rebels decisively, right? Using artillery, infantry, and armor, right? So the 3 main combat arms, and with the Air Force, of course, in support, and the Navy as well. You then understand why they developed this culture that really sees, the same arms, so artillery, infantry, Navy, really heavy spending, right, as the backbone of military success. Except these things don't really matter to an insurgent that is never going to engage you on the battlefield, right? When you have a group like
very
Boko Haram,
decentralized and mobile, yeah,
decentralized, mobile, Patrick, but also these guys have taken war avoidance to the next level. They've given war avoidance a new meaning, right? Whereby you are there camped waiting for an enemy attack, and you are camped for days or even weeks, right? And the enemy doesn't show up the way expected. Guess what? They send a bunch of pregnant women who are supposedly going to bring you army supplies, and then they get to your gate and then they blow themselves up, right? And that's when it really hits you. Meanwhile, all this time, your men are they are twitchy, right? People, military personnel, they really struggle doing nothing, just playing cards, and that's not really what they were trained. They want to be active, right? So on top of being so twitchy, you then refuse to give them what they expect. It's a very difficult fight. That's not the only reason why they aren't winning the war. There are quite a few reasons. Welfare, again, is one of them, Patrick. And on this issue of welfare, military spending, let me kind of talk more broadly about, something that's been thrown around a lot, where, Nigeria is the biggest economy in Africa, or something along those lines, etc. But what I always tell my students when I used to be a professor was that, look, you don't look at, things like GNI or a country's gross, right? You don't look at it in kind of absolute terms. You need to look at it in terms of, per capita spending, right? So if you have 200 million people and they have to share, 1 trillion, guess what? They might not have as much as a country that only has a GNI of say 1 million, but only has 2 people. Do you see what I mean? There's so many of us in Nigeria. And when over all these decades, you have politicians, I don't want to go into the corruption debate, but when you have everyone who can possibly be in a position of government, they then start this, or rather, I won't say start, but basically continue this tradition of embezzlement. What do you think then happens to the institutions that are meant to benefit from those funds? As I always say, the bill comes due. The bill comes due. If you have $100 million at your defense budget, right, and out of that $100 million, you end up embezzling, say, 90 million, and you only have 10 million for your troops. The bill comes due. When those troops are deployed to the battlefield, how well do you think they're going to do, right? Not only in terms of personal welfare, they don't have enough bullets, they don't have the proper ammunition, etc., etc. The bill comes due, Patrick. So what we're facing in Nigeria is a due bill that's many decades in the making.
I mean, you're right on the mark on this one. And again, still continuing the discussion on Boko Haram, I'd like to understand, because you touched on this in one of your books, that whole Chad Basin ecosystem that underscores or how the porous borders and ethnic ties have made it difficult for us to basically solve the insurgency problem, and how terrorists, jihadists are able to cross between our borders, Cameroon, Niger, Chad, etc. What has led to this failure? What has led to the failure of these governments building up the right structure to protect the borders? And what can they do to at least stop the cross-border raids that happen in those border regions and then spread inwards into the country?
Again, a very good question. So the governments there's a few things the governments might be able to do to stop cross-border ingress and egress. But what they would be unable to stop is the cultural links between both sides, because you need to understand, Patrick, that these borders are artificial. I was reading the biography of Ahmadu Bello the other day, and one of the vignettes he introduces in his book is this idea that when Nigeria was amalgamated and they kind of drew those borders, that one of the borders came through a local market and even went through someone's kitchen, right? So, and I guess the point he was trying to make is that, and he then said right afterwards that, the people on both sides, they just continued as if no border existed, right? So this thing we call Nigeria, actually on the cultural ties, the ties between someone in the northeast of Nigeria and Chad or Niger, for instance, might be, you would expect to be much closer than the ties between someone in Borno and someone in Abakaliki. Exactly. Do you see what I mean? And I might say this, and people might say, "Oh, Manny, you're not a true preacher." No, I'm just trying to point out that the ties are stronger. The ties are stronger, just the same way as many folks in the southeast of Nigeria have stronger ties with across the Cameroonian border as well, right? In rivers and what have you. So these cultural ties make it easier for these groups to kind of gain traction in these cross-border areas. So you might hear people say, well, this is now a regional problem. Well, it's regional if you look at it in the sense that Nigeria, Niger, Chad are all different countries. But if you kind of zoom in into this region, right, and you kind of take a closer look at, okay, the cultures and, the traditions of these people, not just the religion, cultures and traditions, you would see that they have very close ties. So for a lot of them, it's not really going from Nigeria to Niger. It's just going to meet someone who is your kinsman, more or less.
My mother's village.
Exactly that, along those lines. So this kind of makes it, intelligence sharing then becomes tricky in these instances. And it then becomes easier to point fingers. I remember conducting interviews in Borno some time back, and one of the not ever going to mention names, but one of the senior DSS personnel there, really sharp guy, was just talking about how the Boko Haram insurgency is essentially a cannery insurgency at its heart.
I saw that in the book. Yep.
Yeah, but look, I think it's a lot more nuanced than that. I think that initially the kind of disquiet and the discontent that came from Muhammad Yusuf's deaths might have been linked to these kind of ties of kinship, but I think it's evolved since then. There's lots of other factors, we need to consider now.
But how do we deal with that, though? I mean, if they have a strong ethnic, not even religious in this sense, ethnic recruitment base, right? So how do you deal with that, especially in a place where the people feel like the government has little to no impact in their lives? These guys are beginning to hold territory and provide some sense of governance, provide some sense of social services to the people. How do you fight that? How do you unlodge or dislodge people who are now seen as the effective government in place?
I think there's two maybe ways to look at that issue and try to resolve it. One is to So part of the thesis I present in my second book is this idea that I kind of present a demand curve, and I argue that look, the higher the kind of the more insurgent groups demand from their followers and their potential adherents, the harder it is to get those folks to buy into those demands, right? So you've got that demand curve. So at the bottom, you kind of have a demand that says, you know what, just stay in your house, do nothing, just agree with us that Nigeria's government could do much better than it currently is, right? At that level of kind of passive action, a lot of people will buy in, right? But as you go higher up that curve, let's say the next level up is, okay, you don't just stay at home, you need to actually come to a meeting and agitate. Fewer people will show up at that meeting, Patrick. If the next level up is, well, you know what, you need to formally come to us and take training, even fewer people. And at the very top is suicide bombing, right? How many people do you think would willfully, right, ceteris paribus, give their lives up for a cause? Much fewer than would stay at home and say, yeah, the Nigerian government is rubbish. So I guess the reason I'm saying this is that if that's the case, then a government needs to improve the environment where these guys try to recruit. Right? There's a reason why it is typically the disenfranchised that fight these wars. I'm yet to see a rebel army composed of billionaires' kids. When you have so much going on for you in life, just I guess tied to this is also what we call biographical availability, right? It's more likely to join a rebel group if you are young, you are angry, you are disenfranchised. It becomes harder when, let's say, you are now in your 50s, right? You've got kids you've to send to school. You'll think twice, like, do I really have to do this?
Yeah.
Right. So I guess from this view, a government can try to make fewer people biographically available for an insurgency. And I think the Nigerian government in this regard has so much more to do, right? Because there's almost nowhere you go to in Nigeria, Patrick, where you won't see extreme poverty. And I mean extreme poverty. And people who are very, very poor and who crucially don't really have a viable pathway for social mobility, they become desperate. And desperate people do desperate things, as I'm sure you know.
Exactly.
So it's not just that these people necessarily buy into Boko Haram's ideology. In fact, I've written so much on the nuances of trying to just assume that everybody who fights for Boko Haram is ideologically inclined. No, that there's all kinds of ways they recruit, right? They abduct children, for instance, right? They also kind of recruit drug addicts and then say, look, if you fight for us, you'll get your fix. Do you know that for a drug addict, nothing is more appealing if you tell them that, if you do X, Y, Z, we'll give you a fix. They will do whatever you want. You see what I mean? So there's lots of mechanisms for recruitment. It's not just ideology. And all these mechanisms, whether it's poverty, whether it's drug abuse, so substance abuse, as more correctly said today, all these things can be addressed by good governance.
Fantastic. Now let's switch hats and think about solutions here. And every new Inspector General of Police, who gets appointed, announces a flurry of changes to the force, from telling Nigerians don't ever give a bribe, all of that kind of stuff. They announced they're going to remove all the roadblocks, and 2 weeks later the roadblocks are back, and so on and so on and so forth. There's been so many national police reform strategies, etc. Why haven't these things worked? If you were to crystallize it for our audience, what are the reasons why all of this effort by smart people, you may have also been involved in some of these conversations, why haven't we been able to reform the force to be effective in policing the country?
I mean, if I were going to give one, because I tend to kind of, instead of saying, well, there's 15 things, let's kind of unpack this into a single main core issue. I think the single issue here, Patrick, is welfare. I keep coming back to this.
Okay.
If you go to our police colleges, I don't know if you've been to any police college recently.
I know a few.
It's
It's inhuman.
the conditions
Yeah.
are just atrocious.
Inhuman. Yeah.
Are just atrocious. I remember going to, because I make friends with security personnel at all levels, So one of my friends was actually and I know this is the military, but it's similar, right? One of my friends was a private soldier, and I liked playing with his kid a lot, a boy. And so but I never actually played with his son at their house, right? So I said, you know what, I want to see where you live today. And so we went together to his house. And when and I told him, I said, Charles, you never told me this is how, and he said, Ogana, so he said this is where we are. And I almost wept, Patrick, because I'm saying to myself, so this guy who goes around and still tries his best every day is forced to live like an animal. Right? And if you bring that to the police situation, like I argue in my book, you've got a police college where a dozen people in some instances are meant to share like a small fish, right, with Gary. So you look at things like that, and so how are 12, adults going to share fish with Gary, walk away and be full? So these guys, they are hungry, they are angry, they are frustrated. Their salaries don't stretch to any level. Meanwhile, they see civilians who are driving these. And look, I'm not saying that this justifies police attitude. It doesn't. But I'm saying you need to remunerate these men and women properly. Right? Whatever it is you are planning, all your state police plans, you need to think about the policeman or woman as an individual, as a person, right? That requires dignity, right? If a policeman or policewoman dresses up in the morning, Patrick, and goes to their station and they feel dignified, don't you think they will treat other people with dignity? If you don't feel dignified, if you don't feel heard, if you feel disenfranchised, right, then you would take umbrage. You basically have a very low threshold for tolerance. So the welfare question is so important. I can't stress this enough. Right, but when you have, and I don't want to go off in too much of a tangent, but when you have a kind of legislature that's bloated, you have so many people earning so much money, while you have people in the front lines earning just a pittance. Some salaries of our legislators can pay entire police units, and I'm saying hundreds of them. So how is that even fair? So police welfare, I think, and that welfare would also include things like emotional support as well. For instance, and I'm sure you hear this almost every other day, that there was a police shooting, the police shot this person. What do you think happened when those guys, it's not like in the West where you go for desk duty, then you go see a shrink, who talks to you, how is this affecting you? No. You are involved in that incident, and you are just, you're put back on the streets. After you potentially kill someone, or you've seen someone be killed, or you saw. So how do you think that affects you? All these are things that we've not given enough thought to, the fact that these are men and women. They aren't just numbers. And it's really important we look critically at their welfare. I can't really endorse any measures until the welfare question is a part of that conversation.
And I mean, I feel your pain, and, it's something I know personally. Just drive by or visit any police installation, or even, just go to a police station to lodge a complaint or to, free someone from there. And the squalor they live in is completely inhuman. But this cannot be new knowledge to the people who are supposed to solve it. The IGP, the Police Service Commission, etc. There is no great insight here that the Nigerian police is suffering from just sheer neglect. Why is it that we haven't been able to take this on as one issue and address it? And it's not like the ideas for addressing it are not known. So what is the critical challenge? Why we're not able to address this issue from your research, from your engagement?
I think so. There's two points I'll raise here. The first is that Nigeria, unfortunately, so we came out of the military interregnum in 1999, right? So that was when, And Boko Haram started about 2010. Well, a decade later, and then the year after that, they really started the insurgency. So I guess my point is, Nigeria only really had a decade of breathing room before kind of being plunged into another major crisis. And this then meant that the military were kind of seen as the priority, right, in terms of defense. So military spending is a subset of defense spending, right? Police spending would also be part of that package, right? But where you have basically the military chiefs making the argument that, look, we need to spend more because of this war, that kind of subordinates the police even more, right? So except the police should be, there's what we call stability operations. Stability operations are meant to be the bulk of the counterinsurgency. And it's the police that should run these stability operations, right? But because we don't really have that as the core of our counterinsurgency doctrine in Nigeria, the police still kind of play this subordinate role, right? Yes, there are liaison officers within military units, and there are component commanders, well, they used to be, but they still play a very marginal role. But they shouldn't. The police should play a key role. My point is, Patrick, that the police budget should be increased. It shouldn't be slashed, right? And that's kind of what we've been seeing. And we also have another problem here, which is, I think for the police force in Nigeria, I think that we've never really had an IGP that has taken this welfare question and has refused to let go of it, right? So instead of kind of focusing on improving what you already have, what we tend to see, Patrick, is that new police zones are created, right? Or new police formations are created, right? Or you have the SARS, the anti-robbery squad. You know, you have all these squads and special this and special that being created. Or you have a new helicopter unit being created, right? And the point is that when you have kind of these kind of police budgets, but the capital expenditures are tilted more towards equipment and what have you, and less towards kind of the welfare side, then you look at the budget and you say, well, hang on, that seems like a reasonable budget, but look, you know, take a closer look and see how it was spent. So I think, you know, I think this should be, the welfare question is one that really has to be at the heart of, you know, the dispensing of the budget.
So I want to dig a bit deeper, right? Because this is at the heart of this whole development discourse, is like, you know, really getting to the heart of why this is not working and how do we solve it. So you mentioned the military, right? So let's assume, as is the case, that they've gotten a lot of money in their budgets, you know. But if you also look at the military installations, they're no better than the police installations. If you look at military housing, you know, it's a pigsty. You know, you look at even the guys who are fighting Boko Haram, fighting the insurgencies, where they operate from, you won't place your dog in there, you know. And these are people who are supposed to guard us while we sleep. They've received increased budgets, etc. I think you also touched on something, which is, you know, the folks who are supposed to solve these problems, they see how deeply rotten the system is. Instead of rolling up their sleeves to do the hard work, what do? They create separate special squads, special units to solve the problem. We see that not just in the military, not just in the police, but even in our bureaucracy. So you're appointed as chief executive of parastatal, an organization. You look at the quality of the people. There are good people in there, but we have paid them peanuts, and this is what we're getting, right? But instead of addressing that, what do? We create consultant teams, you know, project implementation, this and that in the office of the CEO, and we don't spend enough time building the plumbing, you know, of these organizations. How do we become a successful nation if we keep kicking the can down the road? If we keep avoiding the hard work that we need to do, and we look for these quick fixes, this ad hoc thing in the police, in the military, in the bureaucracy, are we not just postponing the doomsday? I know it's a lot in there.
Oh, but all of it is relevant. Look, I don't want to be one of those people who are outside Nigeria who are critical of the Nigerian government and critical because that, you know, because the question is, well, what are you doing to address? Well, in my case, I know what I'm doing.
I think you're doing your bit. You're thinking about it. You're writing about it. Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess, you know, look, it comes down to, you know, leadership as well, right? If Look, if you had a Nigerian parliament or Nigerian upper house, House of Assembly and Senate that had senators and assemblymen and women who look at their constituents and only focus on the interests of their constituents, and if you multiply that across the entire house, you would have a very different country. Right now, we don't really have that. We don't have a legislature where people are committed to their constituents. Because that is really what, because if that's the case and you're committed to the constituents, then when you go back there, they would hear these problems that you and I are talking about here. They would know that the police station, on XYZ road is understaffed. They would know that there's a mobile police unit at the other end of town, but actually they don't have any tear gas. And so if there's a riot, they can't actually respond. That's what a good, I think, lawmaker, these are the kinds of issues, but we don't really see that. The leadership issue in Nigeria has never really been fixed, right? Going back all the way to 1966 and the coup d'etats, and we all saw what happened, even after the first coup that got rid of Balewa and Sardauna and so many others, right? And you then had Ironsi. Ironsi had no business being in power. I write about this in Picking Sides, my forthcoming book, and actually there's an article for those interested where I really unpack. Ironsi was out of his depth, right? So you have, and then you then get rid of Ironsi and you put in Gowon, right? But then he's basically put into a wartime scenario almost immediately, right? And no one can be prepared for that, right? The point is you've had leaders who were either out of their depths, who were corrupt, or who were so, so facing challenges that were, aside from those they should be facing, so they couldn't actually battle what they should be battling, right? We've just had a real leadership challenge in Nigeria. If you notice, I'm really biting my tongue regarding the current leadership. I have my thoughts, but I will really bite my tongue today, Patrick. But leadership is an issue.
Many, we don't bite our tongue here. We let it loose. So if you've got something to say it. And I think you raised an important point. Yeah. If you really look at the core of what we're dealing with in the country, and I think Achebe told us this, it's purely and squarely a failure of leadership, right? But we haven't even really explored it enough to see that almost every leadership team and group we've had in Nigeria from independence to date has been out of their depth. All of them. Yeah. I mean, you stopped at Gowon. He was young. He had a power base around him. He was just a mere puppet, and he danced to the tune. You go from there to even Mutala, who presented himself as, being the strong man. He was completely bereft of the intellect to deal with, the issues that Nigeria faced. We moved on from there to an Obasanjo who at that time, is not the Obasanjo we have of today. He was still out of his depth at the time, but was, a cut above the rest. He really was intellectual, associated with Nigeria's young intellectuals at the time, had a few good ideas. Then you move to Shagari, who was, like a zero nobody, and on and on and on and on till date. But the question is, why do we have these people emerging at the top? We had 2023, we had the options, we picked what we picked. Why is it that we end up with these choices? Now, that's the first question. The second question, is it really the people we pick, or is it a reflection of us? Is it that as a people, this is who we are? We are not deep intellectual people. We are not people who interrogate situations to come up with, options. I mean, you can see with our religion, we believe in magic. We believe that somebody will do the work for us, or some celestial power will do the work for us. Isn't this at the core of what's rotten in Nigeria, that the people themselves are not up to scratch with what it takes to exist and live in the 21st century?
Well, look, I mean, this whole idea of kind of getting someone else to do a lot of your legwork for you, it just means that you would never really improve in the areas you need to, right? And we kind of see that, and I don't want to make a flippant analogy, but we kind of see that with NATO today, whereby the US had kind of been picking up the slack for all these years, and now you've got the great presidents who have said, well, no, I don't want to do it anymore. And you can see NATO scrambling. right? So if you kind of tease that into the case of Nigeria, whereby we've always almost always sought for other people to come and help us, whether it's the IMF funds or whether it's, like you said, the supernatural, right? But I don't think that these are sensible ways to really look at self-help and self-development. I'm not sure that it's. I know people say things like, "Oh, well, you get the leaders you deserve." I don't think Nigerians deserve their leadership. You said we are uncocked. Okay, so let me uncock and say I don't think Nigeria deserves the kind of leadership it's had all this time. Still want to be diplomatic there, but look, I think part of the issue again is not it's welfare, except now I'm leaning more towards education, right? Because if you have people who are educated, who are really educated, and if you have people who have livelihoods, then the lines along which they vote would be a reflection of their mind, of their understanding. They no longer vote using their stomach, right? As I'm sure you've seen, you might have a democratic rally holding where people are genuinely trying to agitate against an issue that means something to them. But then you see a counter rally made up of touts. And those touts are only there because they've been paid, right? They are not there because there's any kind of intellectual link between their actions and what they personally believe, right? And it's a bit sad. I think we really need a country to think and act along the lines of, how can we make things better for everyone? Not along the lines of, how do I, increase how do I get an alert of 50K today?
Let's get back to security reforms, right? And we've made various attempts at police reforms. And what patterns do you observe in these efforts? And what lessons can we learn from past failures that current policymakers may wish to consider as they engage in putting together new reforms? I mean,